Clerk, how are we on time? All right, let's get started. Good morning.
Morning.
If everyone would be so kind to take a seat, please. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Tuesday, May 20th, 2025 City Commission meeting. As I've stated before many times, it's such a privilege to serve, and it's always exciting to have so many people in the gallery with us today. As we stated before, it's a great opportunity, whether you write in by email, you use Zoom, or you're in person, everyone will have the opportunity to speak in public. As we begin, I'd like to start us off this morning with Father Frank Korschli from Episcopal Church Center at the University of Miami. Father, are you here? Is our Father here for the invocation?
Doesn't look like he is, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, then I'll lead us in an invocation. I apologize if I fall short, and I promise I will. Please bow your heads. Lord, first and foremost, I want to thank you for the honor and the privilege to serve this community, my family, my friends, all the employees who are truly the backbone of this community and this city. I want to thank you for our health, for the food that you give us every single day, and for the ability to lead this community. thank you for all your blessings. And we ask us to please consider every single day, every single moment as we walk in your path and your footsteps, and we try to do our best on behalf of this community, on behalf of this planet. We ask us that you please continue to grace us with your grace and your blessings. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Oh, Father, you can do better. Come on over here. I told you I said I was gonna fall short. We'll do two blessings. Two blessings is better than one. And trust me, I have a feeling you're gonna do much better than myself.
No,
That was pretty good, Mr. Mayor.
I'm normally not so informally dressed for these occasions, but my clergy collar and my clergy buttons live in my car. My car is dead and is being towed to the shop, and I walked here and tried 3 different entrances to get into the building. But anyway, so I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, Father, it's an honor to have you.
Gracious God, we ask your blessing on the city of Coral Gables and all who live and work here. And most particularly, we ask your blessing on the members of the commission as they deliberate today and every day. Give them open minds and open hearts as they listen to each other. Also, we ask you to bless all of the police, firefighters, and EMT personnel who keep us safe in different ways. And we ask your blessing on the sanitation crews. Without their work, our city would be anything but beautiful. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father.
Sorry?
Thank you for saving me at least, please.
No, you did fine.
So, Father, we'd like to extend our best wishes to you as always, because you're such a true gentleman and everything you do for your congregation. It's an honor and a privilege to serve you, and we look forward to having you back once again.
Thank you all.
God bless, Father. Commissioner Lara, do us the honor and please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we have our Merrick Minute, and today we have a special guest. Ms. Bondurant, thank you for being here with us.
As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House brings to the Commission the Merrick Minute, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. I'm Gay Bondurant, docent coordinator at the Merrick House. This Merrick Minute is excerpted from Arva Moore Park's book, George Merrick, Son of the South Wind. On April 29th, 1925, the city of Coral Gables was born, with the same men who managed the Coral Gables Corporation named as its first commissioners. These were Edward Dammers, Telfair Knight, Charles Baldwin, F. Wingfield Webster, and George Merrick. Within days, the first trolley arrived in Coral Gables. The newly minted city fathers, along with featured speaker William Jennings Bryan, and an army of dignitaries arrived by trolley to participate in the official inauguration ceremonies held on the corner of Ponce de Leon Boulevard and Coral Way. At the same time, George announced plans for extending the tracks southward and spoke of the creation of a new line he called the Coral Gables Rapid Transit. After speeches and congratulations, George invited the entire entourage to lunch at the Coral Gables Country Club. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay. As always, we're blessed to have you. Before we get into presentations and protocols, Mr. Clerk, we're deferring item E1 and F21.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Before we begin with A1, I'd like to just make some opening remarks very briefly. Good morning. Before we begin today's meeting, I wanted to share a few words. Today, May 20th, marks Cuban Independence Day, a date that commemorates the birth of the Cuban Republic in 1902. But here in South Florida, and especially in communities like ours, this day carries a much deeper, more personal meaning. For many, it is a day of reflection on a Cuba that was, and all that was lost when freedom was taken away in 1959. Families were uprooted, lives forever changed. Many who live in Coral Gables, including my own parents, and grandparents came to this country seeking their very freedoms, the very freedoms that were denied to them on the island. And yet, even in that loss, there remains hope. Hope for a better future, for a free Cuba, and for the values of democracy and liberty to one day be restored. As we begin today's meeting, I want to recognize the strength and resilience of all those in our community who carry this legacy. Coral Gables is proud to be a place where freedom, opportunity, and hope live on. I bring that up because I think it's a poignant remarks after the comments from Gay. This city is rooted in a beautiful history that we take great pride in. My parents were Peter Pan. They came to this country with nothing. And when we talk about Cuban Independence Day, I want to make sure that we talk, even before we talk about Cuban Independence Day, what this country did for all those Cuban children that came here. It opened its arms. It allowed my father and my mother to meet in medical school in Tulane. It allowed them to become professionals, to love this country, to teach their children, and now we teach our grandchildren the importance of democracy, of a constitution, of law and order. So I wanted to put this on the record because I think it's important, because you can see how quickly, in a blink of an eye, a democracy can be extinguished. Thank you. So now much to something a little brighter. I think that this is the most exciting part of the meeting for me. So I'd like to call up Raquel, if I can, and our friends from Crystal up here. This is something amazing. Raquel?
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Happy to be here and happy to start off the meeting with this item. So today's meeting officially begins with a special recognition naming an extraordinary young lady, Sienna Dan, as our mayor for the day. Would Sienna? So Sienna has been a student at Crystal Academy since 2020, and as she prepares to graduate and embark on new adventures, the city wants to honor all of her outstanding achievements. In fact, this isn't her first time as mayor for the day. A couple of years ago, Mayor Lago invited her to fill that role, and she impressively handled and fielded some Zoom calls on behalf of the mayor. But over the past 5 years, Sienna has accomplished a lot, and the city has been able to witness her growth. Her journey is defined by courage, creativity, compassion, and she's been involved in opening the Magical Park at the Youth Center during its adaptive reopening, championing the Clear Mask campaign with our Disability Affairs Board, volunteering at the Community Foundation's Tour of Kitchens, representing Crystal Academy at the City Hall Halloween celebration, serving 4 years as City Ambassador for the Autism Caravan Kickoff, acting as a student ambassador for the Coral Gables Garden Club, raising the first ever autism acceptance flag at City Hall in 2023, completing a mock job interview at the Coral Gables Library, and being honored in 2025 again for her leadership in the Autism Awareness Caravan. And that's just a glimpse of what Sienna has accomplished in just her 5 years at Crystal Academy. Sienna, your spirit has enriched every corner of Coral Gables. We wish you and your family all the very best in your next chapter. You will be missed, and we can't wait to see and hear what you accomplish next. Congratulations, Mayor Sienna.
I'd like to say a few words. Today is a very special day for you, Sienna. She's a shining example of the potential, that blossoms here with me when our children are seen, included, and supported. I want to take a moment to thank those who have paved the way to today, starting with Craig Lean, former mayors Jim Kaysen, Raul Valdez-Fauli, and for the past 4 years, you, Mayor Lago. You have consistently showed your support to our children for inclusion. You have not only open doors for them, but not in our buildings, but also in the hearts, into a city that sees their worth. Another example of that is Project Victory that we have in our city. Let Sienna's story serve as a reminder that when we include children of all abilities in our community events, in celebrations and public life, we don't just change their lives, we change our city. So we shape a Coral Gables that reflects compassion, unity, and progress. So thank you for today and for the days to come. Thank you. Can I invite the Dan family to say a few words? Thank you.
Yeah, please.
I just want to do a special thank you to the city of Coral Gables and you, Vince Lago, for your continued work with inclusion and including my daughter and the city of Coral Gables, which is a great city. So thank you all very much. It's an excellent honor. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So one more thing, if we can, we have a really short video that shows Sienna and everything that she has accomplished and done with the city. If we can show that, Billy, if that would be okay.
My birthday's in 2 days.
Happy birthday!
Ah, look at that. You see that? Look at these, all these beautiful cards. I don't even know what to do with this. You guys made this one?
Put it in your house.
You're not understand me, I'm the mayor. Yesterday, I went to the mayor's office, and then the mayor told me I can answer a Zoom call.
No, you don't. Say you rule with compassion.
Hey, what's your name? I'm gonna be
The mayor.
I'm gonna be the mayor,
And you're gonna rule with compassion, right?
and I'm gonna tell people what to do. I might.
Oh my God. So Sienna, please join us. I'm gonna read a quick certificate of recognition that I'd like to give to you in honor. So Sienna joined Crystal Academy during 2020 school year. Although 2020 was a year full of challenges for all worldwide, Sienna took that as an opportunity to shine and become active in Coral Gables community. Participating in the Clear Mask campaign along with the Coral Gables Disability Advisory Board to support communication for individuals with speech and hearing. Over the years, Sienna has continued to demonstrate her commitment to the importance of community involvement and awareness, preparing goodies and bags for the Coral Gables Community Foundation Tour of Kitchens, participating in inclusive sports as a star guest with the Miami Hurricanes women's basketball team, serving as a student ambassador with the Coral Gables Garden Club in its environmental and community initiatives, participating in neuroscience activities through Crystal Academy, collaboration with the University of Miami's Neuroscience Department, our scientists in the making. Sienna loves the city beautiful and was thrilled to raise the first ever autism acceptance flag in her at City Hall in 2023, and even had her first mock job interview at the Coral Gables Library in 2024. Today marks another accomplishment for Sienna as she once again serves as mayor for the day at our May 20th, 25 City Commission meeting, taking steps towards a better understanding of what it is to be a public servant in the community. Boss, come over here. And therefore, this certificate is an expression of our sincere recognition and appreciation to Sienna for all she has done and continues to do for the city of Coral Gables. Signed on this 20th day, May 2025, in the city of Coral Gables. So this doesn't come as a surprise. I mean, Sienna has been involved with the city for 5 years now. And she's everything that's right with the city. She's an amazing, amazing individual who always has a smile on her face, always brings a smile to my face, no matter how difficult the days are. And it's been a blessing to spend these last 5 years with you. From activities to
Come and visit us in Colorado.
100%. 100%, I'll be there if you invite me. From pizza parties to events, to sporting events, to raising awareness about autism. You know, she has done such an amazing job along with Mari and the whole Crystal Academy team to really show us what it is to be on the spectrum, to be autistic, to have a disability, one form or another. I've shared this before as a person who has dyslexia and ADD. You know, you look at these young children, and they are everything that's good with this community, everything that's good with this society. And for us, they act like they're blessed to be with us. No, we're blessed to have them in our community. They're compassionate, they're beautiful, they're peaceful, they're thoughtful, they're caring, they're loving. They are, like I said before, everything that's good, everything that's right with our society. So, Sienna, we want to thank you for your service, and I hope that you, again, like you said, rule with compassion. Not just tell everybody what to do. Okay? We love you. Let's take a picture.
Thank you, Mayor.
For item A2, presentation and special recognition of the Rookie and Teachers of the Year. We have a member from the SCRC committee that's here. Come on up.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you very much for again doing this annual honor. It's, I don't know if the teachers are in, they're coming in now. Should we wait a second?
Don't be shy. Come to the front. Come on. Come on up. Perfect. Ready?
Great.
The floor is yours.
Commissioners, I apologize that Winnie Chang, the chair of the SCRC, she was unable to make it today, so I'm standing in for her. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for this event, which has now become an annual tradition, for supporting our teachers who are really the drivers of educational outcomes. They're the ones who inspire our kids every day of the year. Some of these teachers travel incredible distance out of county to teach at the schools serving the families of almost 3,000 Coral Gables students. And they do it because they know this is a community that values education. We have incredible, this event itself is a demonstration of that. We have great institutions, the Coral Gables Community Foundation every year does amazing work to recognize students in our community, and that's why they are here. We at the SCRC are doing our part as well. Soon we will be presenting to the Commission a proposal for a revised educational compact between the city and Miami-Dade County Public Schools. One of its 7 pillars, as it's circulating the draft right now, is to recruit and retain talented teachers through incentives that we have at our disposal, like discounts to city programming, local cultural events, and businesses, so that our investment in our education, our investment in our teachers benefits everyone in the community. That's a win-win for all of us, and I really think in the next probably few months, you're going to see our proposal for that, and we can discuss it again at that time. I don't need to tell you, but as many of you know, the Florida legislature now is in overtime in its budget negotiations, and we don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, but the impact is likely to be severe. Both the House and the Senate versions that are both circulating would pay for tax cuts and other priorities by cutting spending on education, including very popular programs with families in the Gables, the AP, the IB, and other college readiness programs. At the last budget workshop, at the MDCPS budget workshop, whichever of the 2 versions passed, they estimate a $50 million shortfall. And Chair Rojas was explicit in saying that that could lead to staffing cuts and programming cuts. So that's just another way of saying the work that we do in Coral Gables to support our schools, to support our teachers, is more important than ever. With that, really, just want to thank you again, and please, let's recognize the teachers.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So do we have anybody from staff that's going to be presenting, or am I going to have the honor to do this? All right. Seems like I will be the one. Thank you again to all the teachers who are here. Our principal, please join us. Come up. Who's here with us? You know, why is everybody so shy to walk up? Come on, principals. Okay. All right. So today we have the privilege of honoring some teachers who have done an amazing job. Again, like I've said before, this is the backbone of our community. So I'd like to give you a simple certificate in gratitude of all your hard work. I'm going to call your name and then we'll take a picture. Okay, all of us together. So from Coral Gables Preparatory Academy, I have Grisel Niebla. I'm going to come up. You know what? It's better to do it. I do it over here. You want to do it?
You gotta help her.
Yeah, there you go. We have from David Fairchild Elementary, Robin Darriere. Here we go. She here? We'll put her aside then. From Francis S. Tucker Elementary School, we have Mercy Aguayo. Let me see that one also. Here. From Henry S. West Lab, no, sorry, excuse me, from George Washington Carver Elementary, we have Evelyn Martinez. Thank you. From Henry S. West Lab, we have Nicole Jose. Thank you. From Sunset International Elementary School, we have Marlon Diaz Brown. Thank you very much. From George Washington Carver Middle School, we have Arilis Arca. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much. I'm up there right now. From Ponce de Leon Middle School, we have Eunices Morel. Thank you very much. From Coral Gables Senior High, we have Ana Zúñiga. Thank you. And we have from International Studies Preparatory Academy, Beatriz Lancis. I don't have her. I don't have her. I'll get her. See you there. So let's take a photo. Okay, excuse me, I apologize. I have them here. I just wasn't given that page. But we'll go off the cuff here. All right, we have Carolina Niebla. I gotta get my glasses, I apologize. I'm gonna get them, I promise. We have Jose Herrera. Put that one aside. We have Alexis Archer. Alexia, excuse me, Archer, I apologize. We have Betsy Julien. Thank you. We have Ledia Chavez. Congratulations. We have Carter Blitch. Congratulations. Do you have any more? Beatrice Lancis. And we have Patricia Passwaters. Can I get it? Sam, thank you for being here with us. Would you like to say a few words? Of course, I'd be honored.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, our wonderful city clerk and attorney, and honored guests. The only thing I want to say is this. At the Literacy Festival this weekend, somebody came to me and said, you know, what other city can you think of that would do these kinds of things, that would look at how we can make our students better in the classroom, honor our teachers and rookie teachers of the year, and honor our special students attending our schools. Out of the 34 municipalities, I don't know of any other. I'm going to be very honest with you. It's one of the reasons I love living in the city beautiful. The only other thing I'm going to leave you with is this. We honor our teachers of the year, most of them having over 10, some over 20 years serving here in the city beautiful, even though they don't live here. And we honor rookie teachers, brand new teachers. The shelf life for a brand new teacher, the average is 5 years. If you can get them past 5 years, we know we'll keep them forever. But they usually don't stick around after 5 years because it's a very difficult job with very little reward to gain from it. This is huge. I appreciate you all. I appreciate the city that I live in. And we really try to live up to our motto. We really are beautiful. Thank you for doing this.
Let's take a photo.
Should we do first Teachers of the Year and then Rookie Teachers?
Say, watch some places.
Yeah. No, I tripped on the way down.
Now we're going to jump around a little bit on the agenda. As per the request of staff, we'll be going on to item A11. We're still sticking to that or no? We'll do Mary? Okay, let's do, let me do Mary Snow and then we'll come back. Moving on to A3. Presentation of proclamation declaring May 20th, 25 as Mary Snow Day in Coral Gables. Look at that. Mary, join us. Please come up with your family.
Oh, they're good. I mean, I'll bring them.
That's it? Well, I'm going to read it onto the record. I'm going to read the proclamation onto the record, and then the floor is yours.
Okay.
Whereas Mary Snow served as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Coral Gables Community Foundation from 2014 to 2025, leading the organization with exceptional vision, integrity, and commitment to supporting the philanthropic and charitable needs of Coral Gables community. And whereas under Mary Snow's leadership, the Coral Gables Community Foundation raised millions of dollars through events that enhance placemaking and community engagement in the city with events such as the Tour of Kitchens. And whereas through Mary Snow's efforts, the Community Foundation Scholarship Program has grown significantly with a wide range of scholarship opportunities for elementary age children through students in college. And whereas throughout her career, Mary Snow has been a staunch supporter of Coral Gables, having served on numerous boards and advisory committees. And whereas Mary Snow's commitment to and support of Coral Gables is evident through her hard work, as she was instrumental in bringing Umbrella Sky to Coral Gables, a South Florida phenomenon that had a positive economic impact on Giralda Plaza and the surrounding area. And most recently, her role in the city's Community of Excellence journey is commendable. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lagos, Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 20th, 2025 as Mary Snow Day in Coral Gables.
Oh, nice.
Congratulations. Mary, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This was very nice. Belkis, I asked you not to do this, but thank you very much. So kind of you guys. Thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, and our elected officials. All of you have been so good to me. Over the years, I served for 11 years in the role and loved it. I have not gone anywhere. I still live in the city. My family's in the city. I want to thank my husband and my family and my son. There were a lot of long nights, early mornings, doing things for the Community Foundation. It was such an honor to be in that role. I have some of our old board members, Venny, Matthew, Michael, Jessica, Willie Bermeo. Y'all are very special to me, and I'm not going anywhere. And we had so much fun doing Umbrella Sky and Moon Over the Gables and the wine auction and all sorts of things that we do. So thank you all so much. Thank you.
Mary, it's been a pleasure to work with you. What you have done with the foundation has brought a lot of trust to the community. We raised just on the wine auction and in the gala $500,000 for the foundation for scholarships for children.
Yep.
So that wouldn't happen without what you built at the foundation, along with Venny and all the entire board members and Willie and everybody who serves on the board. So it's been truly an honor to work side by side with you. I wish you the best of luck in your next endeavor. You're taking a big leap of faith, and I think it's something that's going to be incredible for this community, and it paid huge dividends this year when you won't say it, but I will say it. At the scholarship announcement this year, I remember when we started doing that a few years ago, it was $100,000. Now this year was how much?
3.2 million. 3.25.
Oh, I didn't see Matt Meehan there. Thank you, Matt. So I also got to give, I know we're honoring Mary, but I mentioned that Matt has been at the forefront of that effort, and he deserves a lot of the credit for it.
Absolutely.
And I just want to thank you for that, because people put faith and trust and donate to the foundation because of the hard work that you do, along with your board members and Matt and everybody else who's there. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Let's take a photo.
Thank you. Can we do the photo down here? Is that
of course.
I want you in the photo. Yeah, because my mom can't get up on the steps. How are you? Congrats. Willie, get in the photo. No, Willie. Willie, you have to be in the photo. Because you're blocking it. Go a little forward so that they won't be able to see you. All right. Smile.
Thank you. And now we'll be moving on. We'll be jumping to A11. Congratulations to Elsa Fuentes, Finance Department recipient of Part-Time Employee of the Year Quarter.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Again, we continue to recognize individuals, and this time we begin to recognize the city's most important resources or assets. So as our part-time employee of the first quarter for 2025, we are recognizing Elsa Fuentes. She joined the city in 1989 as an accountant too. She retired and returned to the city in 2019 as an internal audit and grants coordinator. And Elsa was also the Employee of the Month as a full-time employee in May of 2018. And today we recognize her again as a part-time Employee of the Quarter. So if Elsa Fuentes can come up, and Paula Rodriguez also would like to say a few words.
Rodriguez, good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to ask you not to hold it against me because for the very few times in my life I might get emotional. She's going to cry if I cry. So Elsie Fuentes is one of the most valuable employees that you have in this city. I can say that with every single piece of my body. Like, honestly, she cares about this city. She is dedicated to this city. She does her work with such diligence. She works with every single department, and she does it with such grace. I make sure that I get to be the bad guy, and she is always the good guy. She is incredible the way that she coordinates with people, communicates with people. She builds our staff up. She always wants to teach people and show them and help them. And honestly, I have learned so much from her in the time that I have worked with her. Elsie's position is as the internal audit and grants coordinator. And she is one of the employees that's behind the scenes that touches every single project in this city. While the commission and other people are out getting appropriations and taking pictures at groundbreaking, she's making sure that we maintain those funds, that we are in compliance with the reporting, that we are doing things the way that we are supposed to, so that when the federal and the state lobbyists and decision makers are looking at our city, they see that we do excellent work. And she is one of the main contributors to that, making sure that we are always in compliance with what we do. And I honestly cannot say enough about her. She's assisted in just so many things, and some of her legacy will be her fingerprint on Fire Station 4, the Venetian pool, drainage projects throughout the city, and just everything that she does each and every day. I'm just so grateful for her. And I'm also grateful for her husband, who has allowed her to extend her retirement date with us. Elsie will be retiring for the second time in just a couple of weeks. And it's part of why I'm crying, because I don't know what I will do without her, but I am excited for her next chapter and for her to be able to spend time with her family.
Thank you, Paula. Ms. Fuentes, congratulations.
Good morning, Mayor, City Commissioners, City Attorney, Acting City Manager, City Clerk, and all present here. It is with humility and a heart full of gratitude that I accept this recognition from my amazing coworkers. It's been an honor to be part of this service, dedicated team, the finance department, for the betterment of the city. I thank the Lord for the grace that he gave me to achieve this and for the support of my family. I'm indebted with such leadership that we have. You're very blessed to have the leadership of our director and our assistant director, and all the cooperation of our budget team, our accounting team, our collections team, our procurement team. It is an honor to be with them. Thank you.
Before we take a picture, and I want to say congratulations again on your second retirement, and say hello to your husband. I've had the privilege of serving for 12 years now, and you have always, every time I've seen you, no matter how difficult the situation, you always have a smile on your face, you're always thoughtful, you're always caring, and you always have a word of encouragement. I think Paula summed it up. You're a beautiful human being and a person who we're so proud to have working on behalf of the residents and the business community. And I want to thank you for your commitment to the city. And we're blessed to have you not only as an employee here in the city, but also as a resident here in the city, which is a great thing. So thank you for that, and thank you for being true to Coral Gables and always putting your best foot forward, no matter how difficult the situation. Same thing I talk about Paula. No matter how difficult the situation, Paula always comes to war, comes to battle with a smile on her face.
It's amazing.
And you're having a beautiful team behind you. Look how much love and affection the team is here. So we're gonna miss you. We're gonna miss you. You're gonna be some big shoes to fill when you're gone. So congratulations on your retirement, well deserved. I hope you spend it traveling, enjoying your retirement, because you deserve it. You've given your city your all. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. I'm going to invite the finance team and whoever would like to join Elsie in the photo.
Balance out that side.
Now we'll move on to item 812. Raquel?
Good morning again, and we continue to recognize our long-serving employees. So for our Employee of the Month for January of 2025, we have Eddie Cord Sr. He is a solid waste operator too. He's been employed by the city for over 25 years, and he is the staple, the role model, the example of solid waste division, and I am so happy that he is our Employee of the Month. Congratulations, Eddie. Sharon, Hermes, and whoever wants to come up to say a few words. I'm sure there's many who would like to say a whole bunch of words, but I'll leave it to...
Good morning, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. I won't say much other than Eddie is a credit to the city. He's a great team member. We love to have you, and I hope you stick around for a while. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Sharon Grayson, Assistant Director for Solid Waste. Eddie Court Sr. has been a loyal employee to the city for 25 years. 2 to 3 years in his career, he started as a solid waste worker, and then he became a solid waste operator too. He's a team player. He helps encourage the new employees that we have when we need him to train. Anything we need him to do, 100% he's there. The residents love him. He's a family man, and he never misses a day, never calls out. He's a stellar employee, and I am glad to have him on my team. And our staff we love Eddie. So congratulations on becoming an Employee of the Month.
Good morning.
Good morning.
To each and every one of you in your respective places, thank you very much for for being here for this recognition. I don't have my glasses, but I think I can see it. Okay.
You have a pair there.
Let me see. Let me see his work. Let me see. A little bit better. Okay. Wow. Thank you. This really means a lot. After 25 years with the city of Coral Gables, this place has become much more than just a job. It's like a second home. I've always taken pride in doing my part, helping others grow and bringing in people I trust and believe in, including my son and my brother, who now works here too. I care deeply about the work we do and the people I work alongside, and I'm truly honored to be recognized as Employer of the Month. Thank you to everyone who's been part of this journey with me. Thank you. Okay. By the way, this is my Merrick and my resident.
A13, Raquel. Thank you.
Coming in. So we continue recognizing our Employee of the Month. Now we have our Employee of the Month for February of 2025. Comes out of our Community Recreation Department, and we are here to recognize Jose Nunez as Employee of the Month for February of 2025. Jose currently holds the title of Golf and Country Club Board Foreman and leads the maintenance and enhancement initiatives for the Coral Gables Country Club. Congratulations to Jose.
Good morning. Thank you. Jose has a very challenging job. For those of you that don't know, our country club is quite a busy building, and it's one of those buildings that's 24/7, morning, noon, and night, Monday through Sunday. Whether it's holidays, even if it's Mother's Day, we're throwing a brunch together. There's always something going on. Sometimes 2, 3 in the morning. Emergencies happen, and we have to get that building ready to go for the next event. And some of these events are the life events of people that we cannot have a subpar building for weddings, bar mitzvahs, all of those important life events. And Jose is a cog in that. I wanted to call up Assistant City Manager Carolina Vesser because she worked with Jose in the trenches for a year and then 2 years before that, after that. And she was responsible for the nomination, so I wanted her to say a few words.
I just want to share a personal story with Jose because Jose actually came to us from the previous operator. He was an employee with the DiDonatos when they were running the country club, and we had a great responsibility. There was a lot of employees who were going to lose their jobs. So Jose is one of those success stories who came on board, but he couldn't come on board full time because he didn't speak English. So Jose, who started as a contract employee under the city of Coral Gables, then started taking night classes to work on his English and interviewed, became a full-time repair worker, and then later on, as Fred mentioned, he is now the foreman over all of the maintenance staff at the country club. So he truly is a success story. Where there's a will, there's a way, and congratulations, Jose.
Bueno, my English very short. I thank you for everything. Gracias por todo y gracias por recibir.
Mi amigo, si quieres hablar en español, está perfectamente bien.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos mis compañeros, en verdad, porque sin ellos tampoco hubiese podido estar aquí, porque gracias a ellos siempre me han apoyado y siempre me han ayudado. Gracias a Carolina, porque en verdad ha sido un apoyo incondicional, igual que Fred, siempre ha estado ahí en el momento que uno lo necesita. Y bueno, gracias a ustedes, en verdad, por ser parte de la ciudad de Coral Gables, al igual que yo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item A4, presentation on a proclamation declaring April 2025 as Landscape Architecture Month in Coral Gables.
Good morning, Mayor Commission. I'm Dina Bell Llewellyn. I'm Assistant Director of Public Works for Green Space Management. April is World Landscape Architecture Month around the world every April. So I'm pleased to bring forward the proclamation to celebrate landscape architecture in Coral Gables. Frank Button was a landscape architect who worked very closely with George Merrick, and I'm pretty sure he's credited with the street layout, creating all the green spaces to provide for our lots of space for our tree canopy. So, and bringing in just the beautiful gardens that we live and work in today. And as a landscape architect myself, I've been practicing here in the area for 35 years. So I'm pleased to bring this forward for the first time. With me, I have the State of Florida, ASLA Florida, Miami Section Chair, Patricia Matamoros, who might want to say like one quick word.
Yeah, just on behalf of landscape architects everywhere, I'm deeply honored to receive this Landscape Architecture Month proclamation from City of Miami, City of Coral Gables. I'm so sorry. This recognition celebrates not only our profession's commitment to celebrating beautiful, sustainable, and resilient spaces, but also the collaborative spirit that makes this city so unique. We are grateful to the City Commission for valuing the vital role landscape architecture plays in enhancing quality of life, supporting environmental stewardship, and shaping vibrant, healthy communities. Thank you for your partnership and for championing the transformative power through design in Coral Gables. This city is truly an example.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Alaro, you have a proclamation you'd like to read on the record?
Certainly. Thank you for being here. On behalf of the mayor, the vice mayor, and my fellow commissioners, I declare, whereas landscape architecture is a multifaceted profession that encompasses the analysis, design, planning, management, and stewardship of the natural and built environment, playing a crucial role in shaping the spaces where people live, work, and play. And whereas landscape architects design and create community master plans, walkable neighborhoods, multimodal transportation networks, green stormwater systems, and accessible spaces such as public plazas, schools, residential, common areas, playgrounds, and trails that lead to active lifestyles and healthy communities. And whereas landscape architects, as licensed professionals, have a responsibility to protect public health, safety, and welfare through the thoughtful design, analysis, management, and stewardship of the natural and built environments in the city of Coral Gables, contributing to the overall well-being of its residents. And whereas landscape architects have consistently demonstrated their commitment to public health, safety, and welfare by designing accessible and safe public spaces, promoting active lifestyles, and fostering resilient and sustainable outdoor environments. And whereas landscape architects play an integral role in shaping the economic, social, and cultural fabric of the City Beautiful, contributing to the creation of vibrant and livable communities that enhance the quality of life for all residents. And whereas landscape architects play a vital role in shaping healthy, equitable, safe, and resilient public and private outdoor spaces, contributing to the overall well-being of citizens, now, therefore, I, Richard Lara, on behalf of the Mayor Vince Lago, as Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Landscape Architectural Month in Coral Gables. And in observance thereof, I hereby urge all residents of the City of Coral Gables to join me in celebrating how landscape architects design healthy, beautiful, and resilient places for all worldwide. Thank you very much.
Take a photo. Take a photo.
Congratulations, Dina.
Moving on to item A5. Presentation or proclamation declaring May 2025 as National Water Safety Month in Coral Gables. Sir, good morning.
Good morning. As you know, May is National Water Safety Month, and it is one of the most important things to remember. One of the leading causes of death for children is drowning, and we, with our staff at Venetian Pool and the assistance that we get from the Venetian Aquatic Club, we're very fortunate to have not only a great team that emphasizes safety, but all of our volunteers that help teach swimming classes every year. I'd like to call up Jose Villar, our Venetian Pool supervisor, so you can say a little bit more about the awards we won, and then we'll call up a member of the Venetian Aquatic Club as well.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How's everyone doing? My name is Jose Villar. I'm the aquatics manager for the Venetian Pool. I have the blessing to have been there for about 16, 17 years now. So when I tell you my staff works hard, they're great people. I have gone from learning how to swim from that club. They've taught me how to swim. I taught people how to swim. They said, hey, you're pretty good at this. Come be a lifeguard. Then I was a lifeguard, so I know how hard these lifeguards work to every day treat the guests we have in there to the highest capacity they can, make sure they go in safe out of the water, and they're able to keep their training. So we get audited about 4 times a year, and it's unannounced. They come, and we're top 10% internationally. So it's a high standard that we need to keep. Same thing with our concessions, our concessions and our front desk staff, because I've been through all the roles. I see how hard they work, and it wouldn't be possible without the team that we have. The snippet you see here, but there's definitely more people here. So couldn't be more proud of the team, and it's a reflection of them, of how great they do.
So tell them what the award is.
The award is the Ellis Platinum Award, which is the 4 unannounced audits that we got exceeds on all of them. So the auditor measured us on a bunch of different metrics for water safety, tested our lifeguards, pretended to drown, everything, and we did pass with an exceeds level. So yeah, the team did great.
I'd like to introduce. We can have a member from Venetian Aquatic Club to come up and just say a few words real quick. I didn't want to call out which one of you two wanted to do it, so I figured you guys would figure it out.
You might get sick of me already. We come here annually for this very important day and recognition that both the American Red Cross, our Venetian Aquatic Club, and the City of Coral Gables has been doing this since 1959, and it's incredible Thousands and thousands of children have been taught to swim and are water safe because of it. And we have such a beautiful facility to do it in. We're very sad this year, however, because we haven't been in the beautiful waters of the Venetian yet. We hope to very soon, right, Fred?
Sure, absolutely.
But we are very proud of our program and the fact that we don't just teach children, we also teach adults, which is one of the most important parts of the story. Because if the adults know the severity of water safety and how incredibly important it is, they can, of course, pass it on to their generations. And this is how we start being water safe throughout the world and hopefully not have any of those drownings that we are here to prevent. So I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may say something.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this morning has been such an amazing morning because we've heard, obviously, so many, thank you, so many of our employees and people contributing to the mission of Coral Gables. And I'm very proud, and I know I speak on behalf of the commissioners, the City Beautiful is excellence personified, but you all in particular are to be doubly recognized, just to hear on something as important as water safety, that you know, hearing that people are replicating drowning and that you save them in a mock scenario, but that you exceed in the way that you execute that important mission. It just makes me feel great because you keep Coral Gables and you make Coral Gables proud. So thank you.
If we're gonna speak through the mayor.
Thank you. Expressing my sincere, really gratitude and how much value I have for you guys. You guys are really life-changing, and I think it goes beyond words of how many lives can be saved. My mom in specific drowned, and that's how she passed away. And if maybe one of you guys would have been in that situation, you would have saved a significant life. So it does not go unnoticed, and from the bottom of my heart, you guys do an amazing, life-changing job. Thank you.
Anyone else in the commission?
Through the mayor, again, thank you for what you do. I've watched you all out there at work. Nothing can distract you. Although I try to ask questions, you guys are always have your eyes on everybody in that water. And of course, Fred, you know that I'm going to ask you the million-dollar question. When is the pool opening?
Vice Mayor, I can't give you that answer. We can ask our capital projects people, but I don't want to put them on the spot. We're getting close, I can tell you that.
Close.
Yeah.
Are we 30, 60, 90 days away? Can you give us a ball field?
I hope it's not 90. Let's get it
pool
closer to 30. I would like.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I don't know, but yeah, we're trying. We're trying to get that definitive date, and as soon as we get it, we'll let everyone know. I hear it from my Venetian Aquatic Club with my staff, everybody. They all want to know, and I get it. So we're trying to get it. We're trying to get it.
You know.
Yeah. I don't have an exact date yet.
You knew you were going to be asked.
Yeah, I know. Tried to rehearse my answer, but yeah, no.
Okay.
We're getting close. We're getting close.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, let's take a photo. Thank you.
I was going to read the proclamation. So,
Sorry.
small formality that we need to do. But I echo the comments of all of my colleagues. It's good to know that when the Venetian pool is ready to open, our team is ready to be there, keeping people safe. Our part-time employee of the year last year was somebody who was part of your team, one of our lifeguards who saved several lives, and she was only 17 years of age. But it shows, it's a testament of the work that you do and the leadership that your team has, and we appreciate the work you do. Whereas the residents of Coral Gables recognize the vital role that swimming and aquatic activities play in maintaining good physical and mental health and enhancing the quality of life for all people. And whereas the residents of Coral Gables understand the essential role that education regarding the topic of water safety plays in preventing drowning and recreational water-related injuries. And whereas the City of Coral Gables is aware of the contributions made by the recreational water industry as represented by the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance, National Drowning Prevention Alliance, the National Recreation and Park Association, the World Water Park Association, the American Red Cross, and Jeff Ellison Associates in developing safe swimming facilities, aquatic programs, home pools and spas, and related activities providing healthy places to recreate. which contributes to the quality of life in our community. Whereas the residents of Coral Gables recognize the ongoing efforts of the Venetian Pool lifeguards and the Venetian Aquatic Club volunteers who have dedicated 66 years to the prevention and elimination of drowning and other catastrophic aquatic events, and to further educate the public on pool and spa safety issues, and have taught over 616 swimming lessons to children and 55 adult swimming lessons in the 2024 season alone. Whereas the residents of Coral Gables understand the vital importance of communicating water safety rules and programs to families and individuals of all ages, whether owners of private pools, users of public swimming facilities, or visitors to the city's very own Venetian Pool. And whereas the Venetian Pool and its lifeguard staff were awarded the prestigious Platinum International Aquatic Safety Award, presented to only the top 10% in the world by Jeff Ellis and Associates for consistently exceeding their criteria in aquatic safety and offering the highest degree of swimmer protection. And whereas the Venetian Pool lifeguard staff performed a total of 32 active water rescues last year, each of which resulted in the prevention of possible drownings. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as National Water Safety Month in Coral Gables.
Let's take a photo. Thank you. Moving on to item A6, presentation or proclamation declaring May 2025 as Historic Preservation Month in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to just say a few words, if I can, Vice Mayor and Mayor. Good morning. My name is Kelly Shield. I'm president of the Villagers. I'm here with my sister, Gina Guilford, who is the incoming president, and Carmen Diaz-Padrón. On behalf of our organization and members, we'd like to extend our appreciation for today's proclamation in honor of National Historic Preservation Month. The Villagers organization has been dedicated to the preservation of Miami-Dade's historic sites since 1966, when members of our organization helped save the Douglas entrance, which was slated for demolition for a grocery store. Our group has awarded over $1.7 million in grants to more than 90 historic sites to further our cause. There have also been over 200 scholarships to architectural students in Florida's universities who demonstrate a focus on historic preservation. We believe that the conservation of landmarks and historic neighborhoods is essential both economically and culturally. On its 100th anniversary, Coral Gables should be applauded for the Historic Preservation Office and staff that has listed over 1,000 properties on its city's register of historic places. Additionally, 11 properties in Coral Gables, over 11 properties in Coral Gables are listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and the Biltmore is a National Historic Landmark. Visitors love the residential neighborhoods with grand entrances, wide tree-lined streets, and historic homes and buildings. The Villagers would like to offer our services and resources to help the Commission in issues related to historic preservation. In addition, if there are any eligible historic sites that would benefit from receiving a grant, please let us know so we can help them with the application process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
A proclamation to read, and I wanted to also recognize that we have a member from the Historic Preservation Association here, Ms. Carbonell, as well. And I'll read this proclamation to the record, and thank you for being here. Whereas May is recognized as nationally as Historic Preservation Month, a time to celebrate the legacy, stewardship, and future of our shared historic places. And whereas the City of Coral Gables, incorporated on April 29, 1925, marks its 100th anniversary this year, a century defined by its enduring commitment to architectural beauty, thoughtful planning, and historic preservation. Coral Gables has long been recognized as a national model for preserving historic structures, landscapes, and cultural landmarks that contribute to the city's unique character and quality of life. And whereas a recent milestone in the city's preservation legacy is the restoration of the historic White Way lights, designed by Phineas Paste and Denman Fink and originally commissioned by the city founder, George Merrick, nearly a century ago. And whereas this multi-phase restoration project has returned approximately 45 original street lights to service and added over 30 historically accurate reproductions, and will soon incorporate additional recovered lights from the original 500 commissioned, enhancing the visual identity and cultural fabric of our community. And whereas this effort exemplifies the city's dedication to preserving its history, not as a static memory, but as a living part of daily civic life, enriching both the present and future of Coral Gables. Now therefore, Vince Lago, as mayor of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as National Historic Preservation Month in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, I ask residents, business owners, employees, and visitors alike to recognize, honor, and protect our city beautiful's rich history. Mayor, I just wanted to add, along with Ms. Carbonell, the efforts that were made to restore, find, bring back to our city the historic White Way lights. Is with your perseverance that this has been made possible. And if you haven't gone and gotten out of your vehicle, off your bicycle, or stopped while you're walking to go look at the base of one of these lights and look at the magnificent features on it, you need to do so this year. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could have, Mayor?
Yes.
Just a minute or two, I'd like to read a statement. And it says, "Our city shines again. Today, the City of Lights shines once again, thanks to the many who were determined to see a decades-long restoration project through. The endeavor to restore the landmark streetlights, designed by Phineas Paste and Denman Fink, has been a labor of love. This project has been a darling of the preservation community for decades, going back 30+ years, and the signature project of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. In 1981, the late Sarah Anderson, a member of the organization, facilitated the designation of the streetlights as a city historic landmark site. At that time, there were close to 80 still standing from the original 500. Mayors Jim Kaysen and Mayor Vince Lago were instrumental in supporting the years-long preservation efforts. As a commissioner, Mayor Lago led city leaders in proposing a resolution to fully fund the White Way Streetlights Restoration Plan under the Art in Public Places program. It was approved unanimously. And with that vote, a project that had lagged and had been dormant for decades suddenly got the attention and the funding it needed. These functional works of art were commissioned almost 100 years ago by the city founder, George Merrick, not only to light our city beautiful, but to enhance the newly built roads. Originally, 500 streetlights with distinct decorative bases adorned the boulevards, Today, only about 45 of these still originals remain, mostly along the Riviera Corridor, or Riviera Drive Corridor, and University Drive. The current project, divided into several phases, restored approximately 45 of the originals and then added another 30-plus reproductions in order to reach the number of streetlights that were standing back in 1981 when the lights were first designated. Additionally, a discovered batch in Fort Lauderdale, also part of the original 500, will join the ones in Coral Gables and be included as part of the multi-year historic preservation plan. Finally, commendations go to Allen Architectural Metals, Inc. for their meticulous work on the restoration and reproductions, the Historic Resources Office for maintaining strict designation guidelines, and to Liz Ferrer, project engineer at Public Works, for overseeing and managing the logistics of the project's various phases. So I thank you all, and this is a day that we can certainly celebrate.
Thank you, Garelia. I'd also like to showcase from Dade Heritage Trust this beautiful award that was given to the city for our 100th anniversary, our annual preservation award on behalf of the city. So all the work of the board, of everyone and our employees, city manager's office, everyone who took part in this. Thank you very much. Let's take a photo. Mr. Clerk, if you could, I'd like to showcase a video that we have in regards to the white-way lights.
Today, the City of Lights shines once again thanks to those who champion the restoration of a long-lost piece of Coral Gables history. Nearly 100 years ago, 500 ornamental streetlights were installed to illuminate and enhance the city beautiful. Designed by Phineas Paste and Denman Fink, they were more than just lights. They were art. By the 1980s, fewer than 80 remained, but now, decades later, a renewed commitment has brought them back. Roughly 45 originals have been carefully restored and over 30 reproductions added, reaching the number standing when the lights were first landmarked. A newly discovered set, once part of the original 500, will soon join them, extending the legacy even further. As we celebrate Historic Preservation Month, the City of Lights shines once again. Nearly a century after they first illuminated Coral Gables, our iconic white-way streetlights have been lovingly restored and reproduced, preserving their beauty for generations to come.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item A7. Chief, good morning.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. I think there's a resolution, right?
Sorry?
I think that's a resolution.
Yes. Madam Vice Mayor, which resolution do you have there?
Okay. Oh, yes, I do. You ready for me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I was checking my boxes here. Whereas the week of May 11th through 17th, 2025 has been declared National Police Week, a week to honor the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Coral Gables Police Department. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently more than 24,000 law enforcement officers in the United States who have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, including 10 members of the Coral Gables Police Department. Whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved in the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and U.S. flags should be flown at half-staff. Whereas the City of Coral Gables pays solemn tribute to the officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty, and we offer our deepest sympathy to their families, friends, and colleagues. Now, Vince Lago, as Mayor of Coral Gables, along with members of our City Commission, do hereby proudly proclaim the week of May 11th through 17th, 2025, as National Police Week in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, we do hereby encourage all citizens to honor the service and sacrifice of our law enforcement officers, to show appreciation for their daily efforts, and to remember those who gave their lives in the line of duty. And thank you, all of you, for being here. It was a beautiful ceremony that we had on the celebration day, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. Chief?
Commissioners, Mayor, thank you all very much for this recognition, but I mean, this is identifying the individuals and the 10 officers that patrolled the streets here that died. The appreciation of working for the City of Coral Gables and its residents is something I think every police officer understands. We are a service-oriented department. Anything that has happened anywhere in the country has happened in this city, obviously not with the frequency. A big reason that we don't have that frequency is because of the men and women behind me that come in here every day. Now, I know I'm the longest tenured one of this group because I've been here not 100 years, but pretty close to it. It feels like at times. But the future for us is bright, and I think the reason why we continue to excel as the Coral Gables Police Department is by and large the support of this body and other bodies that came before, but also our residents. We understand exactly what this job is when they come into it. As we've talked numerous times, you know, recruiting is a full-time operation. I've said it's the transfer portal, but we do find successful and the best of the best officers there are because of the support that we get from the residents and from this commission. And for that, I'm eternally grateful as the chief, and I stand here before you not necessarily as the chief, but one of the group of individuals that is here today and expressing our gratitude for recognizing not just their efforts, these officers' efforts, but the sacrifices that the families made and these officers that were killed here on our streets. So thank you all very much for this recognition.
Thank you, sir. Any other words from the commission? If not, we'll take a photo.
Sure.
Thank you.
Big group.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Moving on to item A8, recognition of medical excellence celebrating EMS professionals.
Good morning,
Chief,
Mayor.
good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, every year during EMS week, we present to you an exceptional crew for that year, and their feat and their professionalism and working as the fire department always does, one mission, one team. So to present our EMS Excellence Award for this year, I asked Division Chief Jones to speak on their behalf.
Good morning, everybody. We're excited today to celebrate and appreciate these men today that are going to be represented for this EMS Excellent Award. This award is being given because on February 12th, 2025, they responded to a call for chest pain. While en route to that call, they were told that the individual is now in cardiac arrest. Upon their arrival, they found a man that was unresponsive, unconscious, and because of their quick actions, they were able to revive the individual. They were able to have that individual actually show up to the station a few weeks ago to thank them. So we want to celebrate these individuals for their hard work and dedication. We recognize that more than 350,000 people suffer from cardiac arrest every year, with 90% of those individuals with it being fatal. So today we want to give this recognition to Lieutenant Christian Garcia, firefighter Willie Gonzalez, firefighter Miguel Cabrera, Captain Jonathan Ralph, driver engineer Sean Maldonado, firefighter Alex Vasquez, and firefighter Michael Perard. Some of those individuals were unable to be here today, but this speaks to the exceptional services that our firefighters provide to our residents every single day.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Just want to say thank you all for the recognition of being here today. It's a very humbling, and I'm very grateful to be here with my guys. If you guys come on up, I want to be next to my crew, because at the end of the day, this job, you're only as good as the people that you work with and your crew. I'm very blessed to be able to work with these group of firefighters. They range from 20-plus year veterans to junior, under 5-year guys, and each and every one of them is held to the same standard, and they come to work ready to do their job each and every day. And they're an absolute pleasure to work with, and I'm honored to be their lieutenant. With that being said, I know Mr. Padron isn't here today, and we were able to see him when he did come by the station, and it brought me a lot of joy to see him alive and well. And I also wish him, if he's watching, I wish him a very happy and healthy life, and God bless him and his family. And with that being said, these guys behind me, I consider these guys, I don't consider them my coworkers. I consider these guys my brothers. They truly are like my own blood. I love them like my family. Each and every day we live with each other, and we spend a lot of time together, and we train. And when all the hard work and the long shifts and the long nights all comes together, days like this really makes it all worth it. So I just really want to appreciate you all for the recognition. And again, this isn't a job for me. This is my life. This is what I love to do, and I do it every day. So thank you all again. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's take a photo.
There's a proclamation. No, sorry, there's not. Sorry.
Take a photo, you want to do it?
On up. We do it on down. Either one.
Moving on to item A9, presentation or proclamation declaring May 18th through the 24th, 2025 as Emergency Medical Services Week in Coral Gables.
So, Mayor, this is a 51st anniversary under which President Gerald Ford declared this week in May National EMS Week. It's important to note that EMS started as a hypothesis, and it was theorized that we were losing more people, more Americans in highway traffic accidents than we lost in the war in Vietnam for 1 year. And as a result of that, the concept of emergency medical services began. I don't think that in looking back to when that started, that they would ever conceptualize the fact that EMS is now an integral part of the American healthcare system. And the story that we just heard now makes that significance, highlights that significance. So to all of our paramedics that work every day, that provide exceptional and the most advanced medical care around, we celebrate them today under EMS Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner, do you have a proclamation?
You guys deserve this and much, much more. And I want to say I'm very thankful for your service. Anything I can do, you know I am right here to help. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Whereas emergency medical professionals provide medical care to victims of sudden life-threatening injuries and illnesses, often certain stress conditions and in high-risk situations to save lives, and whereas Florida's residents and visitors benefit daily from the knowledge, skills, and judgment of paramedics, emergency medical technicians, firefighters, educators, administrators, emergency physicians, emergency nurses, and others who encompass the emergency medical services system. And whereas emergency medical personnel must rapidly assess, manage, and effectively provide care in unpredictable situations requiring life and death judgments. And whereas Florida Emergency Medical Services, EMS, teams unselfishly serve on the front line of health care when responding to man-made and natural disaster at the local, state, and national levels. And whereas it is critical that the general public be made aware of, understand, support, and effectively uses local emergency medical services EMS systems, and whereas recognition is due for the emergency medical services EMS system for its countless accomplishments and contributions towards the improvement of public welfare through healthcare, medical transportation, injury protection, education, disaster response, homeland security, and other initiatives reducing healthcare costs and saving lives. Now, therefore, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim week of May 18th to the 24th of 2025 as Emergency Medical Services Week in Coral Gables. I think that deserves a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's take a photo. And the last item on presentations and protocols, A10. Congratulations to Catherine Cathers, recipient of the 2025 Public Art Award, co-presented by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs with the Arts and Business Council of Miami. Good morning. Congratulations.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Yes, the award was presented a few weeks ago. I felt very honored, and I always say that it's really, for the city and for everybody that I work with. I can't do what I do without all the departments that have been mentioned this morning and had a variety of recognitions, including the police, Public Works, Development Services, Finance. I really work with all of them, and I'm so grateful, and it was a wonderful honor to receive it, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we take a photo with you?
I would love that.
Mr. Clerk, B1, regular city commission meetings of February 25th, 2025. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving to B2, regular city commission meetings of March 11th. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
B3, swearing in ceremony of April 25th, 2025. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moving to B4, special commission meeting of May 6th, 2025. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment. Before the clerk starts calling up the names, I'd like to read something on the record. Welcome, as always. I'm going to ask everyone who comes up to state their name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with the commission. As a reminder, these comments are limited to those items on the agenda or within the scope of the City Commission's jurisdiction. If you wish to speak on an item that is on the agenda right now, please remember that you will not be given an additional opportunity to speak again once that item is called. All comments should be directed to the commission. When your 3 minutes are up, the timer will beep. I ask you to please be considerate, wrap up your comments, finish your sentence, and leave the podium when you're done speaking. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First speaker this morning is Tom Wells.
Through the mayor. Before public comment starts, I want to put something on the record that I received this resolution appointing Peter Iglesias as city manager. So if anybody does want to have public comment, I want you to have this knowledge. If you want to speak upon it. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Tom Wells. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way. The last meeting, one commissioner stated that elections cannot be bought. Here's a chart that Mr. Ukraine is going to put up.
If cable TV could please put up my screen. There you go.
Here's a chart of the donations made to each candidate in the recent election, together with how many votes that candidate received in the general election. Mayor Lager received over $478,000 and got less than 5,600 votes. That's $86 per vote. Mr. Lara and Ms. Moreau were second and third on the list. This chart does not include PAC payments. My self-funded campaign was under $5 per vote. No mandate can exist when the mayor was supported by only 11% of our residents. That means that an overwhelming 89% of residents did not support the mayor despite the exorbitant contributions he received. This is a mandate that we are divided and need to bring our community together. Comments were made about voter suppression. With elected officials not taking action to educate and engage voters, I fear that moving our local elections to November will lower the percentage of informed voters. Here's an excerpt, next page, of an email that I sent to residents with specific things that the city could do to improve voter engagement and education. Refusing to do these things is voter suppression. Also, there's a question of whether the commission has the authority to reduce the term of an elected official. There have been 5 Attorney General opinions issued as to a municipality changing the date of its election to coincide with a federal, state, or county election. Each opinion authorized extending the term of an elected official when changing the voting date. There is no support for shortening the term of an elected official. To be fiscally responsible with taxpayer money and avoid waste with unnecessary lawsuits, the Commission should either request an Attorney General opinion as to whether it has the authority to shorten the term of an elected official set forth in the Charter, or seek a referendum approving such shortened term. I will give the clerk a legal memo of my research at the end of my comments. Finally, when I canvassed and met with residents, I was told there was a civility issue between elected officials. No resident told me that they wanted to be excluded from providing input for a specific agenda item during discussion. And based on the last meeting, civility between elected officials remains an issue. Please focus on bringing our community together, starting with how elected officials interact with each other and encouraging resident input during our meetings. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk. Next speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, a resident since 1976. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I trust that today will be a great day for our city. After all, this is the first regular commission meeting after the election. During the campaign, several words and phrases were repeated time and time again. Civility, congeniality, overdevelopment, respect, listening to the residents, independent voting, working together. We never heard vindictiveness. Maybe it should have been brought up. The voters will be paying attention. They are anxious to see that they were not given false promises. They expect the people that ran for office to do what they promised to do. And let me read the words again. Civility, congeniality, overdevelopment, respect, listening to the residents, independent voting, working together. The ball is in your court. Please do not demonstrate that it was politics as usual and that it was fraud, what the voters were told.
Mr. Clerk. Nicholas Cabrera.
Good morning, members of the Commission. My name is Nicholas Cabrera, and I reside at 45 Antilla Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida. I'm here today to express my concerns regarding the proposed expedited permit review services program. While I understand the intention behind this initiative, I believe it falls short of addressing the core issues within our permitting system, issues that have long impacted both residents and business owners who face significant delays in securing approvals. In my view, this proposal functions more as a temporary patch rather than a meaningful fix. A 15% premium for faster review essentially creates a two-tiered system, benefiting only those who can afford to pay more, without solving the root cause of inefficiency within the department. I respectfully urge this commission to reconsider the program and instead focus on holistic reforms that can bring lasting improvements to the permitting process, making it more equitable, transparent, and effective for everyone in our community. That said, I'm genuinely encouraged by the new energy and leadership we're seeing on this commission. I'd like to commend you all for the recent May 6th special meeting. It was well-run and productive, and it gave many of us hope for a more constructive path forward. The last 2 years brought considerable turmoil to the city of Coral Gables. An incessant stream of scandals and controversy, a failed mayoral recall that prompted a state investigation, and now that I think about it, a series of shady phishing emails from an organization called People Count USA that, as far as I recall, sends surveys to residents using hidden tracking links. But since I'm on that item, I'd like to address Commissioner Fernandez. Many in the community seem to think you had something to do with those emails. So in an effort to build public trust, I feel like now is a good opportunity for you, Commissioner, to address these rumors. Did you have anything to do with People Count USA?
Madam City Attorney, don't we have a policy where all comments need to be directed to the mayor?
Correct. Comments should be addressed to the commission as a whole, not to individual members.
Well, in that case, through the mayor, if I may, I'd like to ask Commissioner Fernandez if he can address my question regarding People Count USA.
Would you like to answer that, Mr. Commissioner?
I don't have any comment at this time. I'm not even sure what People Count USA is.
Very well, understood. You refuse to answer. In that case, I conclude my public comments, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next time, if we could, please, let's make sure that we refrain from mentioning individual commissioners by name. Say as a commission. Yes, ma'am. Am I good? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Roland Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, how are you, sir? Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Roland Rodriguez. I reside at 3310 Alhambra Circle. I'm also a business owner at 6 Palermo Avenue in Coral Gables. I'm here to speak on item F13, which is the installation of sidewalks along Alhambra Circle. This item has been going on for over 2 years now that I've been involved. I've been up here more times than I would have liked. So I'm here to ask the Commission to please vote on the resolution. This is a resolution that the residents want. This resolution came about last year as far as the design that's currently being proposed in the resolution. There was an official ballot that was sent out to all the residents. All the residents were unanimous in the vote, and this ballot was ignored. The design is a safe design. There's been comments upon the commission. We respectfully disagree with those comments. The design has been looked at by your engineers. I'm an engineer myself. It meets all the standards and engineering judgment in regards to safety, location, and as far as meeting all requirements to ADA. Not only that, it protects our trees. The previous design that was being looked at behind the trees eliminated over 6 or 7 trees. This not only disturbs the canopy in our neighborhood, it takes away the character in our neighborhood. Our last commission in March we were an arborist, an arbor city, a tree city, many accolades to the city, and now we want to go ahead and kill 7 trees just because we want to put it behind the trees, when there's a viable solution to put it in front of the trees. Again, your engineers have looked at it. It is an engineered decision that's safe and meets all the requirements. I will not speak. I unfortunately get to speak when the item comes up, so I'm making my points now. I'm sure my neighbors are also unanimous in this decision and wanted to move forward. And again, we respectfully ask for the commission as a whole to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One last thing, Commissioner Castro brought something up about a resolution for Peter Iglesias. Our neighbors, our family, and myself were all in vote in favor of that, or bringing our city manager back. And lastly, I'd like to congratulate Vice Mayor Anderson, Mayor Lago, and Richard Lara on your appointments and re-elections. And I can guarantee you that none of our votes, none of our friends' votes, my votes, or our family member votes were bought. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Jeff Kirshner.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Kersner, 545 San Esteban Avenue. I understand there is a resolution F15 coming up later today dealing with traffic enforcement and pedestrian safety in the Italian Village area, primarily to the west of Coral Gables High School. That's been sponsored by Commissioner Castro. As a member of the Mayor's Advisory Council, we received an early draft of this proposed topics, and I've been asked to represent the council to voice our support for these types of measures. The safety issues that are identified in this resolution align perfectly with walkability and pedestrian safety priorities that our council has been actively addressing. Over the past several months, we've collaborated with multiple stakeholders, including Miami-Dade School Board officials, district employees, the Coral Gables High School principal and staff, Public Works, and the University of Miami's Walk Safe program in order to kind of analyze and recommend comprehensive solutions. Our investigations confirm the concerns raised by residents: inadequate sidewalk connectivity on Riviera Drive, Granada, and other collector streets, the lack of mobility lanes for safe bike and micromobility devices, inconsistent enforcement during dismissal hours, and significant pedestrian safety risks affecting not just the students who walk from home, but also the hundreds more who get dropped off in the vicinity and must navigate these areas on foot. While this specific resolution focuses on enforcement, and that is a crucial component, the Mayor's Advisory Council will be presenting additional recommendations at an upcoming meeting that complement this resolution with long-term infrastructure options. We applaud this collaborative approach to student and resident safety and urge support for this and other resolutions as an important first step toward comprehensive improvements around Coral Gables High School. I apologize on behalf of the chair of the council that wasn't able to be here and asked me to present these in his name. Thank you very much.
Jeff, if I may.
Yes, sir.
First off, I want to commend you, the chair, and the entire board and the staff for working hard on this. Quick question: how long have you been working on this? Because you're the one that came up with this idea and made it a priority in the mayor's council.
I was given the chairperson of the walkability committee within the council, and we've been working on it for several months, at least since the beginning of the year.
The reason why I put that on the record is because I want people to really understand what the purpose of the mayor's council. 2 years ago, we put together a beautiful app to benefit the community, and now we're working on a bunch of different items that are just, again, all good things for our community. And while there is a lot of disagreement on the commission on this issue, there's collaboration. I think there's an opportunity for myself and the Commissioner Castro to work on an issue that the mayor's council has been working on for some time. While these are just issues of enforcement, we're going to move it to another level of doing issues with real infrastructure. So I want to commend you on coming forward and speaking about this issue, and I hope that we continue to collaborate on the efforts that are being proposed, because I think that it's a win-win for the students on all fronts. Thank you for that.
Look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Gonzalo Sanabria.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's refreshing to see a new face at the commission.
Mr. Sanabria, please state your name and address for the
My name is Gonzalo Sanabria, 944 San Pedro Avenue, Gables by the Sea. Record numbers voted in this last election for Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, and our new face in the place, wonderful addition, Commissioner Lara. Thank you and congratulations. But we do have a problem that we need to address. We have a problem of a transgression of power, of a threat unprecedented in the history of Coral Gables and also in all towns that I have been a participant as a member of the audience or presiding over boards. For 55 years, I've been doing this in my profession. Thousands of meetings. I requested a government in the sunshine request. If there's an unprecedented issue where a member of the commission, you, Ariel Fernandez, threatened me with legal action sitting as a commissioner. And this demands a reprimand because what's happening now, that our image as a commission, as a body, as a city is tarnished. We've been called the Banana Republic. And they mention constantly what Ariel Fernandez has done to this commission. I request that you do that because it falls into two sections. One is called malfeasance, the other one's called misfeasance. And those are unprecedented transgressions that the city does not require. It requires a new image. It needs to go back to where it was. I hope that this body, in the spirit of saving the image that they've had for a total century, goes back and issues a reprimand on this matter. And by that, I close my comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Attorney, on that item, what options does the commission have?
I would like to play a video that I left with the city clerk on this, please.
If cable TV could please place the video Mr. Sanabria submitted for the record.
Sanabria, you will be hearing from my attorney in the next few hours regarding your complaint, which was a frivolous complaint filed with the Ethics Commission, and we will be pursuing legal charges and legal fees when it comes to your complaint. Mr. Sanabria, you will be hearing from my attorney in the next few hours regarding your complaint.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, what options does the commission have?
Mayor, right now, we're in the midst of public comment. My recommendation is that we continue with public comment, and if the commission has individual questions, we can discuss later, but it's not something that we have considered or even, been asked to consider.
Would any members of the commission like to make a comment on this issue?
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Vice Mayor.
I think it's regrettable that in the past comments of this nature were made, but I think it's incumbent upon us to move forward and try to not go backwards, but move forward. And hopefully this type of transgression does not occur again.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I've got a comment. So when I watched the exchange between Commissioner Fernandez and during public hearing, frankly, I was taken aback because as a practicing attorney and as a litigator for over 25 years, there are countless ways to address redress if you've got a claim against somebody, if you think you've got legal rights to assert against another individual. The better course, for sure, would have been to write privately to the person you're claiming against. Have your attorney write to their attorney privately. You wouldn't give up a single thing regarding your rights, but you would do it in a way that would be not inflammatory, or more importantly, have, I believe, whether intentional or not, a chilling effect for those observing the proceedings who watched, as I did, a threat to come after a resident for asserting what he believed was a claim that he had to run through the process. To make those statements, with all respect to my colleague, epitomizes what could be described as, speaking from the bully pulpit and wielding power, whether you knew it or not, from the dais in a way that was an absolute disadvantage and an unfortunate and indefensible position to put a resident who came to speak during public comment. What I would not want to see is a repeat of that. What I would not want to see is us act like it didn't happen. And I have all the faith and all the confidence that we will not see a repeat of that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fernandez, would you like to apologize to Mr. Sanabria for your comments on the record?
Unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, that is still a pending case with the Ethics Commission, so I cannot direct any comments to Mr. Sanabria at this time, according to the Ethics Commission, until that case has been satisfied.
An apology wouldn't hurt your ethics case.
I mean, if it came off, you just...
No, I didn't recognize you. You have to ask me to speak. If you'd like to speak, we're going to follow the rules. We're going to follow the way.
You just asked me to speak.
No, I did not. I made a statement.
Okay, so through the mayor.
1 second. Mr. Sanabria, Mr. Fernandez is not willing to apologize. I'm more than willing to be a bigger man here as the mayor of the city and apologize on his behalf. That type of, just like the vice mayor and just like the commissioner said, that type of behavior is unacceptable. And it will not continue, and it will not continue to be the face of this commission. So at the end of the day, I apologize on behalf of the city for that type of behavior. You should have never been threatened in the middle of a commission meeting. I think it's inappropriate. And again, it shows the type of commission we were 2 years ago. We're moving forward. So I apologize for that. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, next item. Next speaker, excuse me.
Mr. Mayor, is Barbara Perez.
Good morning.
My name is Barbara Perez, and I live at 210 Romano Avenue. And I have been an active participant on boards in the city for, I don't know, definitely more than 10 years. I was on the Landscape Beautification Advisory Board until I was termed out, and I'm currently on completing my second term on the Economic Development Board. I am here to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, but I just want to make a comment about a welcome packet that was made for the residents, and I did not participate or attend by Zoom or otherwise the special meeting that you all had on the 6th. That I guess that was dealt with at that time. But I want to say that I don't understand what the problem was with the welcome packet. I actually never saw it, but I think we do live in the City Beautiful, but the City Beautiful comes with a lot of rules and regulations that new residents have no clue about. I have a new neighbor that moved in October, and I actually was not just, they're not just our neighbors, I was the realtor that sold the house, that listed the house. And I actually came to the city in search of information to help them with regard to what they could do, what they couldn't do, and there was nothing. And all I could do was tell them what I knew as a resident since 1995. So perhaps that's something that the commission can revisit, that it is something important for new residents coming into the city to know what it is that they can and cannot do in order to keep the city beautiful and not get a code enforcement warning or violation. So that's one thing. I also want to make a comment about the permit expediting process that's been introduced. Again, as a resident, I understand it comes with additional fees, and I do agree, as a comment that was made by Mr. Cabrera, that the issue with permitting, that I think it's probably the biggest pet peeve, for lack of a better word, for any new or old resident in the city, but it is quite a laboring task to get a permit in the city. So if there's any process that could assist, whether it's, like Mr. Cabrera said, a full rehaul of the system, perhaps separating residential from commercial reviews might assist the process on both ends to go faster. But I do think whether it's the proposal that's on the table with regard to permit expediting or otherwise, it is something that definitely needs to be addressed. And finally, I was actually participating by Zoom, but fortunately I live close enough that I could come in person when the issue of the city manager came up. I actually wanted to come in person. I think it is concerning, to say the least, that Mr. Parhas suddenly resigned from his position after the election results. Oh, my time is up. Okay, so my time is up, but I will say that I want to echo comments that I believe Commissioner Anderson and the mayor, you made when we've been having this revolving door with city manager, that the proper procedure to follow is to do a national search to find the most qualified candidate. And I have nothing against Mr. Iglesias, but I think, to be blunt, it would be a joke to just have him reappointed back as city manager. I think the proper procedure for our city is to follow what you all recommended originally, which was to do a national search.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, if I can provide some responses.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the welcome packet, I wasn't here. I was under surgery when there was a special commission meeting, which was a resolution which changed language and funding for me to be able to keep on providing that welcome package. I'm gonna have one of my liaisons actually come out here and give you a welcome package, because I spend so much time putting all that information together. Now, I was listening to some of the comments the commission was saying regarding the welcome packet. And some of them were kind of concerning, and I was kind of taken back a little bit, because they were saying that it was something that was already done, that, I mean, my welcome packet, I think, cost me for a year and a half, maybe $1,000-something. That's the amount of funds that I'm really using to send my welcome packet. But one of the comments that was said was that this was already being done, or that it was being done by somebody else. So I wrote to the city clerk yesterday, and I have, in case I'll put this, I'll take a screenshot of this conversation you and I had for the public, and I asked him, "Good morning, Billy. Is there a welcome packet that the city sends out to new residents?" And he responded, "Not that I'm aware of, ma'am." And I said, "Well, how can I be 100% sure?" He responds to me, "I'll ask around." So he responds, "Economic Development sends an email to new businesses, not residents. Commissioner Fernandez sends a new business, it sends to new businesses also, not residents. I couldn't find anyone other than your office who sends anything to new homeowners. The last person who ever sent new homeowners a welcome packet was Mayor Kaysen. And what a shame that I wasn't here to be able to defend my welcome packet, but maybe at some point I can go ahead and bring this back. Even if it means that I'm gonna go ahead and pay it from my pocket, I will continue to send my welcome packages on my personal behalf because I think it's a great benefit to the city. And the questions you had about the expedited program, I put together a whole presentation so that there's no confusion, and I answer all the questions other elected officials had concerns with. I'll go ahead and I'll step out and I'll give you a welcome package, which I'm pretty sure that you're really gonna enjoy. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to Zoom next. Next speaker is Rachel McCauley, and I'm asking her to please unmute.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Oh, great. I think my camera is working. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here in person, but I'm looking forward to speaking with everyone over Zoom. And my name is Rachel McCauley. I live at 10 Aragon Avenue, apartment 1205. So I just wanted to speak about Phillips Park and the potential funding cut that it may have. So at first, it may appear fiscally responsible in the short term to divert funds from the park to other uses. I think doing so would be a strategic misstep that really undermines Coral Gables' long-term financial health and competitiveness in this market. So I think we all know that the greater Miami area is really experiencing an influx of new residents. And with this growth, it really comes like fierce competition between cities and suburbs to attract and really retain high quality residents and investment. So families, professionals are choosing where to settle based on a few key factors of quality of life. So really those three things are a really strong school system, low crime, and access to safe, appealing public spaces, so specifically parks. And from my opinion, Coral Gables really excels in two of these three areas. But by enhancing our park system, I really think we can complete the trifecta here. And, a well-maintained, accessible park system is not just a nice to have. I really think it is a proven driver of residential and commercial appeal. So really investing in our parks now is an investment in the city's long-term revenue base. The new residents, these new businesses drawn here by the improved public amenities will generate far more in property taxes, sales tax, economic development, and activity than the short-term savings that we would see by reallocating these funds. So, really what I'm trying to say is that in short, the park will pay for itself over time. So I think today and in the future, when you're thinking about the budget of cutting from Phillips Park, I think you really need to think about Coral Gables' long-term future and really, cutting this funding may look smart on paper, but I think it would really cost us far more in missed opportunities in the long-term financial success of Coral Gables. So That is all I have to say, but thank you everyone for listening to me, and I really hope you reconsider cutting the funding from Phillips Park.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Then we'll close the public comment. We'll move on to our first item of the day, which is F16. I'm going to go out of order. F16 is a discussion and possible action regarding position of city manager. I have a few comments, and then I'd like to get have a discussion with my colleagues in the commission. I want to begin by reminding this body and the public of the platform upon which my colleagues, Commissioner Eric Fernandez and Melissa Castro, were elected. The platform was simple and clear. It was residents first. But when it came time to make one of the most significant decisions affecting our city's leadership and future, those words were ignored. In February of 2024, dozens of residents came to the city chamber and passionately advocated to retain Peter Iglesias as city manager. They voiced their support clearly, respectfully, and with the hope that their voices would matter. Instead, they were dismissed, and Mr. Iglesias was terminated in public without process and without regard to the input of our community. Let me be clear. The manner in which this was done was shameful. It was not only unprofessional, it was completely out of step with the values and decorum that define the city of Coral Gables. I stood here that day and urged this body to follow a process, a fair, thoughtful, and transparent process, but that never happened. Instead, an individual with no experience in municipal government and administration, Mr. Amos Rojas, was brought into the chambers and hired on the spot. As a mayor, I wasn't even granted the courtesy of receiving his resume. Think about that. You hired a manager for a $300 million plus city with over 1,000 employees, and you didn't review a resume or a background check. That speaks volumes about this commission. Volumes about the lack of integrity, the lack of experience, acumen, and business acumen, and the lack of true care and thoughtfulness when making decisions. Despite multiple requests. Think about this. We conduct a more comprehensive hiring process for our lifeguards at the Venetian Pool than we did for our city manager, the chief executive of our municipal government. That's not how we should be doing business. And beyond the procedural failure, we must always acknowledge the internal damage this caused. The way this was handled deeply demoralized our staff. People who dedicated themselves every day to keeping Coral Gables running at the highest standard we've known for. The message sent was one of instability and disregard for professionalism, and we're still feeling the effects today. Let me also be clear about this. Peter Iglesias is not just an experienced administrator. He is a highly qualified structural engineer and former city manager with a proven track record of delivering results. Under his leadership, Coral Gables successfully executed numerous multi-million-dollar infrastructure projects, including our state-of-the-art public safety building. That project alone has become a national model and a source of pride for our city. His experience, institutional knowledge, and steady hand are exactly what we need right now, especially when one of my highest priorities is to deliver on the renovation of City Hall in a timely manner, something that has been discussed for decades to no avail. Now, if it is a desire of this commission to move forward with a formal search for a new city manager, I'm fully supportive of that. Let's do it the right way, with professionalism, transparency, and public input. Whether it's a national search or another approach, I welcome the discussion. But in the meantime, we need to restore order and trust and return our city towards the path of greatness while we move forward with a process for finding a new city manager. Let's do what's right, not for ourselves, but for our residents. Let's put leadership back in the hands of someone who has earned the trust of this community and who has delivered for Coral Gables time and time again. With that, I respectfully make a motion to reinstate Peter Iglesias as city manager effective immediately.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second that motion, but I'm going to make some comments with regard to it. Whether Mr. Iglesias is brought in as a full city manager at this time are brought in as an interim city manager to help steady this ship. I respect and appreciate Joe Gomez being able to step up to the plate and serve as interim city manager for this period of time. It's a big job. As deputy city manager, your hands were full, and now you just don't have enough hands to do everything by yourself. So I do believe that having Mr. Iglesias by your side and working together as a team, that this city will move forward in a much more expeditious manner. Many issues that were existing then, and I addressed them at the efforts of our former commissioner, our former commission, to remove Mr. Iglesias on unsubstantiated grounds of insubordination. The 45-minute presentation that was done that demonstrated clearly that those claims were false. But yet, despite the public comment and the emotions that were strongly supporting Mr. Iglesias, the majority of the commission voted to remove him unceremoniously. Tears shed that day from city employees and people that did not understand why this commission made such an abrupt change. As I spoke then, and I'll speak again now, I had spoken to Mr. Iglesias about having a transition plan, because we all don't live forever, because we need to bring some younger people in and help train them to be the next future leaders of our city. I think we have that opportunity now, and we should continue with the search to have someone come in as an additional member of the team, have adequate time. I think it takes at least a year or two of mentoring to be able to pass the baton to the next person, whether they're going to be on this commission or they're going to be in the city manager's office. I had a wonderful time working with Mr. Iglesias as a city manager. We worked on many projects together. We were working on improving even the Development Services Department. It went from basically crayons to perfume, if you want to make an analogy of it. It was a paper-only system. Can you imagine that? I've done that in the legal business where we went from paper-only filings to electronic. There are going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be potholes in the road on getting there, and there's a transition that must occur. We have a brand-new Development Services Department that is state-of-the-art. We have an electronic filing system. The programming, like with any programming, and I've dealt with this at the federal courts and state courts, takes some time to get it running smoothly. And we're working on improvements along the way. Studies were undergoing on the structural integrity of City Hall at the time Mr. Iglesias was in office. So the rumors that spread that he ignored City Hall were 100% false. He was on top of it. The studies that were referred to were started under his guidance. We were moving to the next step. We worked together on many projects, from the Mediterranean Design Ordinance to the carbon sequestered cement. He was a major collaborator on these projects and helped bring them forward. He also made sure that our city was ready for hurricanes. Every preparation, training that had to be done was done so that we were ready not only before the hurricane hit, but afterwards for cleanup. Fiscally managing the budget properly so that we are ready for disasters when they hit. So I am in favor of bringing back Mr. Iglesias, whether he's brought back as an interim city manager or as a full city manager, with the emphasis on bringing in somebody to have that succession plan moving forward. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, may I speak? You're the
You
chair
may.
for this item. I completely agree with you. The plan is simple, is to have, over the next 20 months, have Mr. Iglesias come in as city manager, stabilize the city, the many issues that we're addressing now, move forward and use a national, local search for the most competent replacement. And then potentially after that person has been named, then Mr. Iglesias stay a few months after to make sure the transition is seamless. That is my intention, and I think that's what is in the best interest of the city.
Through the mayor, are you done?
Yes.
Through the mayor, I am in
Yeah,
disgust.
Madam City
So
Attorney.
Are you interrupting me?
I'm interrupting.
Do I continue?
Ask the city attorney, she wants to tell you something.
Sorry, just remember the vice mayor is serving as chair because the mayor has
Oh.
passed the gavel, even though it's physically there, but he's passed it.
It's confusing, I understand.
I'll start all over again. I am in complete disgust with the hypocrisy of this body right now. This body has urged for a process. This body has preached about a national search. And now I'm hearing from the mayor, let's give him 20 months. I am sorry. That feels like I'm walking into a trap. I'm walking into a hole. Yes, Peter has done great things for this city, and I think that's something that cannot be discounted. But what's also important is that when I was commissioner, in the beginning, when I first got elected, I was in the dark. I did not know what it was to be commissioner or how to even function in this city, okay? So when there was a new city manager, I was actually able to see some light, and I was actually able to function and move my things along. With Peter Iglesias, I'm sorry, I wasn't. He was favoring certain individuals on this commission, and one of them was not me. One of the things that are very important to me is that we empower city employees so that they provide the best service to our constituents, to you, our residents. And unfortunately, I was not able to push any of those items because, and I'm going to quote Peter, employees are lazy and they don't want to work. So my vision for the city does not align with how Peter governs or administers the city. So unfortunately, I am really going to have to, I'm a definitely no vote for this. He's a great person, but not a city manager. For me, he doesn't work good with me, and he has to work good with me so that I can go ahead and do the things that I do here. It doesn't work out. It really wouldn't work out with Peter. I know you guys probably have the votes, and I can understand that, but I wouldn't be truthful if I don't state my opinions.
Madam Vice Mayor, may I
Yes,
make
you
a few
may.
comments?
Thank you.
Okay, so, right, I'm the newest commissioner on the dais, right? Second meeting, first actually regularly scheduled meeting. But I've been intimately involved with several threshold issues that form the bedrock tenets and principles of my platform when I was running. And one of the main reasons why I decided to run, and I made these comments publicly before this commission in February of 2024, was what I believed was improper at best, illicit at worst, unceremonious, as the mayor stated, firing of the city manager. Now, while, again, it is within the powers and the authority of the majority of the commission to hire and fire city managers, I was not supportive of the stated reason as being insubordination on behalf of former city manager Iglesias as the basis for his firing. Indeed, there was an overwhelming outpouring of community support for keeping Peter Iglesias, as well as advocating directly to certain commissioners, do not pull the trigger to end unceremoniously the tenure of Peter Iglesias, especially when it was with no cause, no basis for doing that. Nevertheless, simply because something can be done doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. And so I walked thousands of homes, I've spoken to thousands of residents, and several things are patently obvious. That there is instability in the position of city manager. All of this shot out of a cannon when Peter Iglesias was fired in 2024. And it may be because, one commissioner didn't feel that she was getting enough attention, and hoped to get it with the next commissioner, hired as he was with no interview and no prior experience in the position. And as a surprise to all, he resigned less than a year later, continuing the chaos and the instability in the position of city manager. One of the campaign promises I made, and one of the ones that I intend to keep, is to bring stability back to the city manager position. I certainly advocated for a search. I wasn't specific saying that it needed to be an executive national search, but certainly that we have at least the opportunity for somebody to apply for the position from within City Hall and those that might be working in the private sector wanting to work in City Hall. I still feel that way. However, what this is to me, as it was during the May 6th meeting, is one of several opportunities for this commission, if the majority so feels this way, to reset, to take back what can be taken back so that we can go forward from this point. I believe that we would have immediate stability if we bring back Peter Iglesias. That's my view. There are projects that he was working on that we would benefit with his return at the helm on those projects. In fact, today's agenda is packed with items that are both millions of dollars in play and years of time to see them through. Not the best time to bring in, yet again, someone who may not be familiar with the job at hand. Of course, I echo that acting City Manager Joe Gomez has done yeoman's work, but he certainly cannot be asked, nor would it be reasonable to have him do two jobs indefinitely. That's simply unsustainable. So I believe that the residents have spoken. I believe that City Hall has also voiced its views. I believe that to take a different approach to this at this time, in my view, would be to ratify the firing of Peter Iglesias, which I am definitively against. So with that being said, I also express my support for this resolution.
So through the chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. I understand a lot of your comments. I understand there was a lot of anger by those who were disappointed in the dismissal of Peter Iglesias as city manager, but it was done because it was necessary. We had a city manager who was not working with members of the commission, who was actively keeping them in the dark on things going on in the city. To what end? Nobody knows. The issues here at City Hall. I hear today the Vice Mayor saying that there was a study that was taking place. I was a member of the commission for 10 months during the tenure of Peter Iglesias. That was never voiced to myself as a member of the commission. Now, we do need a path forward. We do need stability in the city. I also concur, Mr. Gomez has done a phenomenal job in this week that he has been here. He learned under probably one of the best in Alberto Parhus, who himself was handpicked by Peter Iglesias and brought into this city. I don't think taking a step back is a step forward. I think we do need to move forward and seek a city manager who can come into this city and fix the problems that we do have, whether it be City Hall, whether it be our dilapidated parking garages, whether it be the gondola building that collapsed under Iglesias' watch, whether it be our finances as a city, everything that falls under the purview of the manager. Now, I will tell you, we are stronger today as a city and in a much better position than we were when Peter Iglesias left, because we have Joe Gomez and Carolina Vester in their positions, because we have somebody with plenty of institutional experience and knowledge in our city, and somebody who brings in ideas from Miami Beach and from other places that have brought a new perspective to the city of Coral Gables. What that path forward is, I think that's something that we need to decide as a commission. But I would not be supportive of bringing Mr. Iglesias back because we need a manager who works for the residents. Mr. Iglesias didn't even reply to emails sent by residents. Emails would go months and months, and they were unreplied to by the city manager. Regardless of what you say about Amos Rojas Jr., about Alberto Parjus, or about Joe Gomez, residents' emails get answered right away. And my priority has been to bring a residents-first government to this city. That would not happen under Peter Iglesias' tenure as city manager. And he made that very clear to me. His focus was on other issues, whether it be upzoning the parking garage, the parking lot, building the mobility hub, projects that residents were very clear they did not want in Coral Gables. Those are his priorities. While City Hall fell apart, while the gondola building collapsed on us, and Vice Mayor, you had actually had a conversation with him 3 months before, because you and I had spoken about it at the time, informing him that something needed to take place to save the gondola building, and it collapsed, costing us millions of dollars. Burger Bob's sat there for almost 3 years without being done until Amos Rojas Jr. took over as city manager and moved that project along under the leadership of Carolina Vester, who oversaw that project from her department. So we are in a much better place today. I think what we've seen over the last couple of weeks since Alberto submitted his resignation is concerned by staff of this exact decision that could possibly be made of bringing Peter Iglesias back. It was the talk of staff at the picnic this weekend. They were all concerned that that could happen. I think the words that were quoted by Commissioner Castro of his perspective on staff is exactly what he shared with me. So we need to have somebody who respects our staff, stands up for our staff, works with our residents, and works with the commission on finding a path forward. And, you know, there's been a lot of talk back and forth. This city expects better. This city needs a unifying force. Peter Iglesias is not a unifying force.
Thank you for your comments. Unfortunately, Mr. Iglesias is not here to respond to those. With regard to the gondola building, the tractor backed into it. There was no saving that building. There was vertical cracks in it. You were not going to simply put that back together without taking the parts and pieces apart and doing a proper restoration. It was in dire straits. There was no roof on it. I did personally go out and look at the building. And with regard to Burger Bob's, there's a missing piece of history here. When you say how long that took, the country club had to be dealt with first, and that was the first thing that had to be dealt with. Conference room had a hole in it with a board over it. I asked the question. That's why I knew. There was a line item in the budget, millions, over $17 million designated for City Hall. I asked the question. That's why I knew. So the resolution hasn't been read into the record yet. Madam City Attorney, I'd ask you to read the resolution in the record, and then we'll see if there's public comment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So in connection with Ep 16, the mayor asked that I prepare this resolution. I provided copies to each of you, and the clerk has extra copies as well. It's a resolution of the City Commission appointing Peter J. Iglesias as city manager of the City of Coral Gables and approving a salary and benefits package. The resolution provides that the appointment would be effective Friday, May 23rd.
Is there any public comment?
Through the mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to know if this was already on the agenda, why it was just given to me last minute, if everybody already knew about this. Was it to prevent the public from actually speaking your opinion on it, or what was the intent of last minute giving this to me? I mean, what was the purpose of that? To shut everybody up? To not let anybody talk?
Through the chair. It was on, there was an item on the agenda, and I'll add, by the way, I did go by the picnic. The comments were the opposite from folks that I heard.
May I respond to?
Yes, you may.
Madam Chair? So first and foremost, Madam City Attorney, please speak freely.
So I was asked to prepare this yesterday for the mayor. That's when the mayor asked me to prepare it, and so it was finalized. I got the green light from the mayor this morning. So that's why I provided to you this morning.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not done yet. She's answering a question. So if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so.
Yes, Mayor.
What you heard from my colleague to the left, Commissioner Fernandez, is not reality. It's not reality. It's not. Burger Bob's, when they removed the drywall, it was structurally, they found it was a disaster. The parapet wasn't even connected to the structure of the building. You had to redo drawings. That took months, and you had to attack the building. And that's why you have a significant cost overrun. The change orders were massive as a result of what they found after they removed the drywall. That's number one. Continually lying about somebody and their professionalism only makes you look bad. Every single person that I know as an employee here in the city that came to see me in open office hours would stop me, was excited and asked me if Peter was going to come back. They respect Peter. And let's also remember, Amos Rojas, in the words of my colleague, Commissioner Castro, oh my God, this is the most exciting thing. You're on my LinkedIn. I'm going to hire him off the LinkedIn. Okay. I mean, that is, you don't, as a professional, as a person who has a business with significant amount of employees, you have to do background checks. You got to look at their resumes. You got to call references. You got to call people and put them in positions and empower them so that they don't fail. Hiring somebody that walks in the door like the chief just walked in and not being granted the opportunity to review his resume, or to review a background check, or to see somebody else's credentials, or speak to their previous employers, to me, is a disservice and shows a lack of real preparation in how to select the person who's in the highest position in the city. This is simple. When Amos Rojas was here, he did not speak to me for over 6 months. He would not meet with me over 6 months over a blatant lie that he stated. So this was all a game. The issue is we need somebody who's competent to lead us in a transition, to do a search. And I think the most prepared person who has always shown class, a person who's a resident, and a person who's prepared on day one to do the job is Mr. Iglesias. And the resolution is very clear. The city attorney finished it yesterday, and that's why we were able to give it to you today. Madam Chair, I have a motion, and there's a second on the floor.
Yes,
Through the
and
chair.
public, may we have some public comment?
Yep.
Okay, through the chair, can I have my last comment?
Okay, can we hear the public comment first, so we can hear from the public?
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Very happy, huh?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Please excuse me because the game has begun. There's some history. I remember sitting in a commissioner's home and talking about how disrespected he felt when Salerno, when Kathy Swanson did not talk to him, did not give him the stuff ahead of time. They lied to him. Oh my God, all the stuff that we heard about why Salerno had to go, about how Kathy had to go. And now it so happens that everything was hunky-dory. No issues. Everything was great. I've heard so many things today that I'm going to tell you. Some people need to go to confession because the lies are getting bigger and bigger. I love Vice Mayor Anderson moving forward, not backward, but that ended right there because then we went backward. I loved Mr. Sanabria is coming. He's not an attorney. I'm not an attorney either, but I love the malfeasance and misfeasance coming because you know what? I've been here. Peter Iglesias was a structural engineer in this city. Then he left. He came back, assistant city manager. Then he became manager. Nothing happened that we're being described today. City Hall took last place because guess what? It was the money that was for City Hall was not for City Hall anymore, was for the City Hall complex. So we could move that money and fix 427. The problem is the 427 was fixed so well that, number one, the windows were leaking. Number two, the fire alarm was never connected. It was not connected till I heard, after he was fired, that the fire department did not get notice that there was a smoke event in 427. All the employees had to leave the building. Guess what? They had to call because the fire alarm was never connected till I told Mr. Rojas that what happened. Never connected. This was the wonderful, fantastic city manager, okay? Water tower, that was under his watch. Under his watch, nothing. Well, still nothing. The police building, brand new building. Guess what? Roof problems, air conditioning problems, elevator problems. Still, they cannot flush the toilets because there's a plumbing business. All during Peter Iglesias. Please. Guys, hypocritical, lying people here. And you know what? All the minutes will show that in the past, Peter Iglesias did not do a good job. This is called, let's be vindictive and let's do what we promised to do, bring him back. You know what? He'll have 20 months to destroy this city.
Gonzalo Sanabria.
Gonzalo Sanabria, 944 San Pedro Avenue. I am in full support of reinstating Peter Iglesias as city manager. But you, Ariel Fernandez, Commissioner Ariel Fernandez, you orchestrated a hire of an unqualified city manager that has cost this city and the taxpayers $365,000 of wasted money because you brought into the city somebody who couldn't handle being a city manager, zero experience in that regard, but you jammed it in. Because at the time, you had the power of the votes. You no longer have the power of the votes. You can verbalize whatever you want to say, but you made a mistake that's costing the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. And also, the shoring up of the city hall, how much is that going to cost? How many millions of dollars has Commissioner Fernandez strapped the city with? I'll also remind you that Peter Iglesias was a structural engineer for the city, and he had an office at the very bottom of this building in the basement. I know him from that time. I find him to be a total professional. We need to bring professionalism, civility, and harmony back. No matter who's sitting at the commission, you need to be in respect of the residents. Thank you.
Tom Wells.
Hi, my name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way. To review some of the facts, Mr. Iglesias was terminated for numerous reasons, not just insubordination. The permit, it took 20 months to pull a permit for Burger Bob to start renovation. So it took 20 months to find bad drywall. That's from February 2022 to October 2023. It took only 10 months to rebuild the Biltmore, or to build the Biltmore. I mean, that's despite the current commission that says we will reopen Burger Bob's by December 2022. That didn't happen. There are still false statements on the Coral Gables website about Fritz and Franz. He made specific comments that the current tenant was in default on payment leases. That's false. Insubordination is certainly one of them. Another one was failure to keep the residents involved as to the increasing budget for the mobility hub that went from $29.3 million to $62 million. We just got finished paying Albert Pohorst a severance so that he would resign. We don't need to pay Mr. Iglesias a severance. We already have. We didn't have to, but we did as a compromise. And so I think that we should avoid paying him a severance. We should also limit the period of time that he's going to be a city commissioner. 20 months seems a bit extreme. We talked about 12 months. Amos Rojas also did not get a severance. He resigned and didn't take a severance despite his agreement. And so I would like that there would not be a severance paid for the interim commissioner, Pierre Iglesias. I would like for him not to be the commissioner. I know there was one meeting, we talked about professionalism. There's one meeting that I attended with Mayor Lago and City Attorney Suarez with Mr. Iglesias there, talking about burger bots. Mr. Iglesias told me that if I continue to take notes, he's going to terminate the meeting. So I stopped taking notes because I'm not going to forget what he says, but that's not an act of a professional person. I think this is a mistake. I don't get any votes. That's fine. But I would prefer a search process like we advocated, like I advocated, like you guys advocated. I like a search process and make this an interim period of time, very short period of time until the search process is complete. And the search process, as Mayor Lager, you said, be transparent, let everybody have a bite out of the apple, your words in the Coral Gables magazine. That'd be great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
First, two things, Mr. Wells. I'm going to be as transparent as the Commissioner Fernandez was when he removed 2 seats from the board that you sit on. That's being a lack of transparency when you remove seats so you have more control on the charter review. There will be transparency, but this will be a transition from our current manager through a national search, and I'm not going to put a timeline onto it. But just before you know that, just before your comment right now, Madam City Attorney, what did you and I discuss yesterday in regards to the severance?
The resolution does not include any provision for severance.
So before you even mention, I want to put on the record, I already said there's no severance. Okay, that's very clear. So this is an opportunity to have a world-class individual being in place during a transition over the next 24 months to see where we stand and find the best candidate to lead the city. This is not like bringing somebody in through the doors without reviewing a resume and without reviewing a background check, without having any experience on the issue. This is a truly competent person who's prepared on day one to do the job, and we can continue going back and forth, but obviously there's a motion in a second. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone else? Sorry, Madam Chair, I apologize. I took over, I forgot.
Burton Hirsch.
I apologize, Madam Chair. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Commission, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Attorney. My name is Burton Hirsch. My offices are at 130 Miracle Mile. I've been an architect in the city for approximately 40 years. So it's been about that long, or close to that long, since I've known Peter Iglesias. I've known Peter as a structural engineer. I've known Peter as a building official. I've known Peter as a assistant city manager and as a city manager. At a time where we're looking to switch to somebody else, it makes sense to bring somebody in that has so much history with the city, knows all the little pieces, and can pick up things that may have fallen due to people that have come in. They're just new, so they didn't know. Peter knows all the problems. Peter knows things that somebody else would not know. And then for him to stay on to school that person, I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, we have had our differences, Peter and I, but everybody that knows Peter knows he's had differences with everybody. It's just like anybody else. So as a person that's been working with him for decades in a professional manner, I think it makes sense. Thank you.
That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, then we
For the chair.
We are ready to take a vote. Please don't be repetitive and keep it brief. 1 minute.
Okay.
So keep it brief.
I'm so sorry, City Attorney. Can the chair go ahead and limit me to the amount of time that I can speak as a commissioner?
So the chair can, with the goal of expediency and moving the meeting along, the chair can set reasonable limits on time? Yes.
I have to go ahead and correct the mayor. His impersonation of me, I'm excited, let me go ahead and hire him from Lincoln, is very inappropriate and wrong, okay? I looked him up in LinkedIn, yes, because I wanted to know some more information about him because he just walked in and I didn't know him. Now, did I hire him because I looked at his LinkedIn? Is very wrong for him to say. The main reason that I hired Amos Rojas was in fear that you would threaten him again. That you would threaten another candidate that came about. And I was in fear that we weren't gonna be able to hire anybody else unless you brought him in. That was the main reason. Now, as far as employees don't like Peter. I mingle with employees every single day. You know who likes Peter? Directors like Peter. I'm gonna be transparent. The directors really do like Peter. But our general employees do not like Peter at all. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, let's take a vote. Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Castro,
Absolutely not.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Before I say yes, I'd like to thank Joe Gomez for his service. I want to say that when Joe stepped in, I was not 100% sure in regards to him being on the road, and I told you that to your face, but you have done an amazing job. You're probably one of the most quick responding individuals I've ever dealt with, and in our line of business, as you know, it's all about seconds. So I want to congratulate you. You're honest, you're a very capable and competent person, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. My answer is yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
I'll echo those comments about Mr. Gomez. You're excellent, and as I've told residents, you're one of those people that when I ask you to jump, you basically say, ha, hi, and you're always there.
Thank you,
And I look forward to working with you as well. The answer is yes.
Thank you. I'd like to formally take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Peter Iglesias as our city manager. I look forward to start working with him and have him hit the ground running. Thank you. Moving on to item E11, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break.
E11 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing the city to enter into an office lease with the Miami-Dade County Office of the Tax Collector with regard to the city-owned property located at 224 Menorca Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134 for a period of 5 years and 2 additional 5-year renewal options at the city's discretion. This item requires a 4/5 vote.
So if I may, thank you, Madam City Attorney. Do we have staff that'd like to do a presentation?
So Mayor, the terms of the lease, we have a lease in substantial form attached to the item. The terms are the lease provides for a 5-year term with two 5-year renewal options at the city's discretion. I will defer to the manager on the rent terms.
Okay. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. The rent terms, for the initial year, the rent will be at $62 per square foot. That includes the cost of the build-out that was there for the passport office. Year 2, the lease will, the square footage or amount will go down to $47 per square foot. And then after that, subsequent years, it'll be an increase of 3% for the remainder of the 5 years. And then obviously 2 5-year renewal options.
And
10 parking, and thank you, Madam City Attorney, and also the lease of 10 parking spaces in the Menorca parking garage.
And Mayor, if I may, we have a couple little points that we're still working out the language with the tax collector's office that we're confident will get resolved prior to second reading.
Okay. Sir?
Thank you,
Thank you for being here with us. First, I know the tax collector couldn't be here, but it's an honor to have you. I'd also like to thank Manny for all your hard work. sorry I don't call you Mr. Orbis, but I just wanted to thank you. You've been incredibly diligent and responsive. The tax collector, we're really excited about this. It's something that I've been working with the tax collector for some time. I'm proud to sponsor this item. And just like I want to recognize, if I may, and I apologize, I want to recognize our clerk, which has done an amazing job in the passport office. And this is just, again, another layer and opportunity for residents to be residents first. Not have to go all the way down to the county to be able to address all these issues front and center in their own backyard. So I'm really proud of this because if we can just replicate what the clerk is doing already, I mean, it's amazing. I get so many calls about the clerk's work and the passport agency and everything, how easy it is and expeditious it is. So I know you guys are doing a great job, and this is something that I think a lot of residents are going to really look forward to. And if I may, I went to an event the other day that the tax collector did, okay? And I hadn't realized that my license was expiring in a month. So they had a mobile license truck. I was able to renew my license, pay the $40-something that it was. I think it was like $46, I think. Renew it on the spot. It took me less than, I think, 15, 20 minutes. Now that is service. That is impressive, and I want to commend your office and the tax collector for that.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Andrew Lopez. I'm the Director of Motor Services for the Office of the Tax Collector. We are very excited about this opportunity. We've been working with Mr. Urquia, I apologize, on this project, and we're very excited to deliver the high quality of service that the residents of Coral Gables have come to expect from their government. So I wanted to thank you, and we hope that you support this item. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Maria Cruz.
Good morning again. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I started saying there had to be something good today, and there is something good. Let me tell you, I have heard so many good things about what Mr. Fernandez is doing in the tax collector's office, that I have people calling from Homestead to see how they can get to him because the offices in Homestead and Kendall are still under the state, and they're being asked to pay $200 to get an appointment. So I texted Mr. Fernandez. He said, get me their names and their phone numbers. We'll call them. The service he's providing is incredible. I wish we had some people like that in this commission. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. I'll second.
Do we have any comments, starting with the person, with our Vice Mayor?
No, it's exciting that we're actually going to be able to get the services right here in our own city. So thank you for making this effort to bring the services to us. Thank you.
Any other further comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just want to say thank you for wanting to open an office here in the City Beautiful. I think this is a perfect location. It's going to provide a great service to our residents. I remember walking the space with the city clerk when they first opened the passport office, and he was already looking at what he could do with the space afterwards. So I appreciate he bringing that idea up in the past so that we can be here today executing this, and I look forward to opening that office and making sure our residents are getting the service that they deserve.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very, very happy with the work ethic Dariel Fernandez has, and I'm very welcoming him here in the city. However, I want to emphasize and keep in mind that we do make this part of the equation of a development we're going to review today or vote on today, because this is on the tax collector is on the same location where this development is coming, and traffic might be, this might not be taken into account, I would say. But besides that, I'm very happy to have you guys.
All right.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E15.
E15 is a resolution of the City Commission approving a development management agreement with Ponds Park Residences LLC regarding enhancements to Fred B. Hartnett Pond Circle Park and certain roadway improvements, and waiving the competitive process of the procurement code pursuant to Section 2-691 Special Procurement / Bid Waiver of the city's procurement code.
Good,
Madam City
I
Attorney?
don't know if it's afternoon or not, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. As the City Attorney explained, this is a resolution that is coming back to you. If you all recall, last year you approved a mixed-use site plan for the Ponce Park residences. As part of that approval, there was a proffer to build and construct certain improvements on the surrounding roadways and Fred B. Hartnett Pond Circle Park. We were required to come up with a reimbursement development management agreement, the substantially complete draft of which is attached to the item, and I believe we have a representative from Ponce Park Residences LLC here to answer any questions or provide any additional information.
Counselor?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission, Commissioner Lara, congratulations. Javier Fernandez with SMGQ Law on behalf of Ponce Park Residence LLC. I want to thank the City Attorney and her team for her work on this item. This fulfills one of the conditions of the site plan that was approved last year, and we're looking forward to getting started on the approvals and the project, which has been doing quite well in its marketing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any public comment? Any comments from the Commission?
This is going to be exciting to actually have this park beautified, functional, and safe for pedestrians to get to. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to time certain G1, 12 o'clock.
Pretty close.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the city manager to enter into an agreement with the estate of Frank Stella for acquisition of artwork by the artist Frank Stella and approving integration of the artwork into the design of the Fred B. Hartnett Pond Circle Park project, and authorizing amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 amended budget to recognize a transfer of $2,040,000 from the Art and Public Places Reserve as revenue and appropriating such funds to be put toward the project.
How are you?
Good.
First off, congratulations on being recognized.
Thank you again.
And thank you for this. Has been a long road. I know we've been working on this for a few years. We've had countless meetings. And so I want to thank you, both of you, the board and everyone. We finally got it done, God willing, with the commission's support.
Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Again, Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator for this city. So I would like to provide a brief background. We do have a presentation, if it can be put up. And then I'll hand it over to Giannina Burgos, who is here as an appointed member of the Cultural Development Board to speak on their behalf and answer any additional questions. So just a quick review, and as the mayor noted, this has been, there are a lot of conversations that happened in between this. So these are the main and most important dates to consider. On December 20th, 2022, there was a motion by the Cultural Development Board to include significant artwork as part of the Ponce Circle Park design. On May 28th of 2023, Resolution 2023-60 approved a request for proposal for artwork from the artist Frank Stella. City staff received proposals for artworks that were not viable due to material, size, maintenance, and budget. So through the city manager's office, staff continued to research artworks by the artist. And following the passing of the artist, the city was put in contact with the estate of Frank Stella, which offered a monumental artwork meeting the criteria that we were looking for and requested. So on April 7th, 2025, the Cultural Development Board reviewed the proposal and made a recommendation for the approval, which we are here today. So here's a view of the artwork with the artist before he passed away, obviously. There is an oculus surrounding it, so just for clarity, we are only talking about the sculpture itself and not the surrounding structure. So a little bit of background about the artist, which we did come to commission with before, so just a review a bit. He was born in 1936 and passed away in 2024 recently. He's an American artist, recognized as one of the most important American artists of our time. He's a prominent painter, sculptor, printmaker, well known for his contributions to abstract expressionism, minimalism, and post-painterly abstraction. His star motif was a recurring element in the artist's work throughout his life, And works have been exhibited throughout the world and are in prominent collections, including the Museum of Modern Art, the Met, Whitney Museum, the Guggenheim, and many, many more. So here is another image of the star that was taken recently, just a few weeks ago, actually, and that is his son standing next to it, so you get a sense of the scale. More information about the artwork itself, the dimensions, which I'll go over a little bit more. This is a unique piece, an edition of one, and has only been in the collection of the artist. So puffed and inverted star 2, the title of the piece, is made up of geometric shapes, 12, that are forming points that result in a large-scale star. And as I mentioned, this is a form the artist is known for, and he first used this motif about 60 years ago, departing from it and then coming back to it and expanding on it in his later years. The artwork is constructed of unfinished aluminum and stands over 17 feet. It's actually almost 18 feet in height and circumference. And we are recommending that the piece be installed on a raised plinth with landscaping surrounding the work. So some more views of the piece and some closer up detail pieces. As I mentioned, this is an unfinished aluminum, and we have spoken with conservators and material specialists about whether to coat it or not. It has been recommended by multiple sources that we leave it as is and just take care of it as far as regular cleanings. So we are proposing, as I mentioned, the location within Fred B. Hartnett Ponce Circle Park, and that is due to our belief that it does require a high visibility location, an open area so it can be appreciated and viewed from far away and up close. And we are recommending that it anchor the north end of the park, although we would leave it to the designers to make any other recommendations. And as I mentioned, we propose that it be installed on a raised plinth and surrounded by landscaping. So this is just a quick overview map of Ponce Circle Park and using the star for the star. I think there are some other reasons I wanted to mention. So the other reasons that we are thinking of this location, you'll note in this map also the close proximity to the plaza. So we feel that it would complement the exceptional artworks that are already installed at private development sites in the area and further establish Coral Gables as a leader in the arts and a destination to view world-class artworks. Oops, sorry. This is just a brief breakdown of the funding as we know it now. And what we are here today for is just for the artwork itself, which will include the delivery and installation. We have had the artwork appraised. And also, of course, the funding, we are recommending that it come from the art fund. And those funds are generated through the Art in Public Places and Private Development Program. So these are just some additional staff notes as we move forward with finalizing the agreement, which is probably at about 95%. So the estate of Frank Stella has already agreed to do the packing, ensuring the work while it's in transport, the transportation, and delivery to a site that is approved by the city. They are to provide specifications for engineering, and as I mentioned, location approved by the city. The city will coordinate those engineered drawings for the foundation, coordinate the site work, foundation, lighting, signage, etc. And just one more image before I turn it over to Ms. Burgos.
Thank you, Catherine. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Janina Burgos. I'm a member of the Cultural Development Board, and I reside at 245 Madison Lane. The board has and has continued to have numerous conversations, as mentioned, about the importance of Ponce Circle Park, including public art as part of its redesign, right? So as part of those conversations, we agreed that the artwork should be prominent, as Ms. Catherine Cathers mentioned, and be able to complement the artworks directly across at the current plaza that has beautiful pieces there, and any other new public artworks to be installed in that area. After reviewing the information of the artist, the board agreed. Frank Stella met the artist criteria and that the status we were looking for. Also, the mayor had suggested this artist, which is a very prominent artist that we were interested in as well, We had suggested, we had direction from the commission to seek proposals from him with a budget of $1.25 million, and staff reached out to different representatives of the artist without finding any pieces that would work at that price at the time. In fact, that same piece was significantly higher when we first searched for this piece. We are thrilled that this piece actually was able to come back through the estate at a cost that aligned with the kind of artwork that we're seeking and we wanted to support having in Pond Circle Park and in the city beautiful. So not only is this piece by a well-known, respected, and iconic American artist, it is prominent and something that residents and visitors alike will want to visit frequently, particularly in the location suggested and recommended, by adding cultural value to the park and our city. We're open to any questions the commission may have.
We'll get to questions now. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I entertain a motion.
I have a comment or a question.
Sure.
Wait, let's make a motion
Want to do
first.
it first?
Yeah, make a motion.
I'll move it.
Wait,
Second.
Second, okay. Now public discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think it's beautiful. It's hard to debate that, right? And I'm not as sophisticated as some other members of our commission when it comes to appraising or recognizing artwork, but I know what I like when I see it, and I really love that. But I'm also a lawyer by trade, and so I don't know if it's a question best posed to you or to the city attorney or others, or city manager at some point, but it looks to me at one point that if we place it in a park, it could be referred to as what some might refer to as like an attractive nuisance, right? Like some kids might look at that and say, wow, what an awesome jungle gym,
Right.
you know, and in a park of all things, right? So it would be potentially there. I don't know if it's at your stage because we're talking about the acquisition of artwork, but is there a plan for some sort of barrier of some type or something that, that would make it more, dissuade people from thinking, just climb it?
Yes,
Yes.
actually, I'll respond to that if you don't mind.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager. So yes, that's one of the reasons that we were talking about having it on a raised plinth and with landscaping around it to deter easy access to the piece. There's a similar piece that is located in New York City right now, and it's actually on ground level. They put like a fountain, right? They have some sort of like a splash pad pool beneath it. And that maybe, the design of the park would want to consider that as another way to, kind of deter people from getting too close to it. So totally agree, and we think about those things all the time.
Yes.
I actually mentioned it when I went and looked at it. It's like, this looks like, I wouldn't mind climbing on it. So, but there are things, that's true of a lot of artworks.
Right.
So there are just things that we can do to prevent that and make it less desirable.
Wonderful. I'd like to think that it ends up ultimately in the northern part of the northern section of the park, because then you can also think of it as like the North Star as well.
Yes.
That's nice.
That's nice,
I like
actually.
that. I like that.
Commissioner, done? Again, if any other of my colleagues have any comments they'd like to add?
If I may, I'll just quickly add.
Madam Vice
that
Mayor?
I think it is a spectacular piece. I did think about the jungle gym aspect of it, but I noticed you had the pedestal as part of it, because I know that I had two very rambunctious young ladies that one wanted to climb on the roof from the trees, et cetera. So there was nothing beyond her imagination of doing stuff. But absolutely, I'm thrilled that we're getting this. I love that it's made out of aluminum, that it's untreated aluminum. So I think it's going to be an easier thing to maintain going forward.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
I think you hit the nail on the head. That was my concern as well about the children. You know that I always bring it up on every single art piece. How can we protect it? But I think this is a very nice piece that will really add to that park. What is the size of the piece?
It's almost 18 feet.
Okay,
It's-
so
it's
it'll be large enough
really
that it will be seen
significant.
by people who are driving by,
Yes.
even over hedges that could be there,
Yes.
which is incredible. I had thought about the splash pad idea, but I'll tell you, having been in Washington, D.C. for a long time, the mall, that's where people go when it's a hot day and they jump in the water, and children love the water. And I've seen it here in some of our fountains and pools in the city where people put their kids in the water. So I don't think that'll be a detractor. I definitely think that a nice landscaping that Dina and her team can come up with would really make a difference there and really make it pop. So I thank you for finding this. You know, my concern in the past has been going through galleries. We're not going through a gallery here, so we're making sure that we're getting the best art piece that we can get and using that money directly for the art piece. And I think that this will definitely be a shining star in Pond Circle Park.
Thank you. Just a few points. First and foremost, if you want to take a look at something that was kind of has a pad, a plinth on it, you can look at Celia Sanchez, which is outside. You can see a beautiful example of that. Number one. Number two, I wouldn't have wanted to see it on top of water because the issue is maintenance. It's significant. Again, it's just more work for our employees. Again, this is going to be an exemplary piece, probably one of the most important artworks in South Florida. Potentially, I mean, this is a big artwork, a big statement for Coral Gables. I think it's something that everybody will find beautiful. You know, it's not contentious in nature. I want to really focus in on the issue of maintenance. I want to make sure this is maintained properly. I want to make sure the landscaping is exquisite, the plinth is perfect, that everything is paying homage to probably one of the top 5 most important American artists of our, not only of our generation, but I mean, but of the last 100 years. You know, it's one of the top artists. So I want to congratulate you. And it's something amazing that we were able to get the work from the estate. So the provenance is impeccable, and it was done during his life.
Yes.
Which is a big statement, because a lot of works, for example, if you look at Ana Mendieta, which is an amazing artist, they have post-life and time life. So they have works that were done during her time, and then she also did a lot of sketches, she did a lot of photography that would be published later or printed later, but they weren't done during her lifetime because she died.
Yeah, and they're
so
not
abruptly.
doing anymore.
So abruptly.
The estate said they're not going to be.
So the important thing is that this was done
reproducing
during their
anymore
time, and
work.
this is again, this is something exceptional, but it's also, I hate to say art is an investment, but it's something that, again, is amazing. Just learn a little bit about Frank Stella, and you get to understanding of you know, this is going to be the type of piece that, you know, it will be published all over the world, especially in the location that it's in, adjacent to the plaza, which has an amazing art collection. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very
Thank you.
By the way, just on another note, I submitted another work of art for the board to consider. It's a beautiful marble. Catherine's going to present it before the board. It's in regards to an artist by the name of Agustin Cárdenas. If you look up Agustin Cárdenas, one of the top 10 sculptors of the last 100 years, and it's a beautiful, beautiful work, very emblematic of Cuban-American painters and sculptors, and his work is all over the world in major museums, and I hope that it comes before the board one day, and the board considers that work, because it's something exceptional. This took us, like 3 years to get this done? How long did it take?
It did.
It was an odyssey. It was an odyssey, but it got done. We went back and forth. There was disappointment. There was happiness. There was a lot of conversations, but it all, again, thank you to the board and thank you to staff for getting this done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So the consent agenda, Mr. Clerk.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
I just need to amend one of mine. I have, I'll get you the item number D48.
D48, the Waterways Advisory Board.
Right. I understand Ms. Swain has persuaded the mayor to take her as his appointee, and I would like to substitute in Nicole Pack, who lives in the same area as my prior appointee, Juan Galan.
Mr. Clerk, I also like to add Debbie Swain as my appointment to the Waterway Advisory Board, replacing my appointee who is termed out.
Yes, sir. Anyone else would like to make any more board appointments or any changes? If not, may I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item F13.
F13 is a resolution of the City Commission directing staff to proceed with the installation of a sidewalk with a concrete curb along the edge of pavement as approved by the property owners along Alhambra Circle from south of Salvatierra Drive to San Rafael Avenue.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Do we have anyone from staff here to?
They might be coming up, Mayor.
Okay, no problem. We'll take a second. Since we have a moment, here we go. There we go. There's my moment.
Got your steps in.
Director Diaz, how are you, sir?
Good morning. Apologies, there's a delay on the TVs. We're keeping track, so.
Not a problem.
Good morning, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. We are here for item F13, and I'm here with Melissa Desayas. So we have a very brief presentation.
Good morning. Okay. So, Melissa Desayas, Assistant Public Works Director for Transportation. So, we have a short presentation. This is a project that we've been discussing for a few years. Last Sunshine meeting was January 2024. Based on feedback from the commission, from the residents, concepts have been developed. We mailed out those concepts to the residents for balloting, and the residents selected the option with the curb. So this is the option that was selected. You can see that there's a curb along the edge of pavement. With this plan concept, there were 2 trees that were recommended to be removed initially. This was one of them because the arborist noted that this was a tree that was in poor condition, and there were 2 trees in private property that if we remove this tree, it would help those grow, and it would be a more ideal situation for those 2 oak trees that are in good condition.
Do you have the tree number on that one? The one that was in poor
Madam Vice
condition?
Mayor, can we finish the presentation?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we'll go?
Okay.
Okay. After. Okay. So the second tree that was called out to be removed for the original for this concept with a curb was tree number 6. This particular one, we had some back and forth because our arborist report had actually stated that this tree was in poor condition, but the resident at this, the property owner for this property actually did their own private arborist report that they provided to us, that they said that the tree was in fair condition. So what we're recommending for this one is that we monitor the tree to see, when we do the sidewalk construction, what the impacts to the tree are, because obviously when we start excavating, that's when we'll see, the tree roots and everything, and we'll monitor the tree, after construction to make sure that it's not a safety concern.
And I want to add that it is possible that when we start digging to put the curb in, that we may find that the tree may need to be removed anyways, depending on the findings. So, and if we find that it's probably okay to leave, then we'll probably have to monitor moving forward to see what the impact will be to this tree and whether it needs to be removed or not in the future. Other than that, I think we're done, right? If you could put the presentation back with the plan view.
Okay, so.
You wanted to see where the trees were. Okay.
So the tree number 1 is the one that I talked about. That's the one on the northern limits of the project. You'll see it on the bottom plan. That's the one that our arborist had said was in poor condition, and they recommended removal because there's 2 healthy oaks on private property that, since this one's in poor condition and it's going to be impacted by the sidewalk construction, they would just recommend removal.
Yeah, the existing oaks are much larger, so they're kind of overshadowing it. So the arborist thinks that once that tree's gone, the larger oaks will eventually cover the space that is taken by the existing tree.
And then tree number 6, I don't have it marked off as removed, like with an X. That's the one that you'll see on the upper portion of the plan. It's on the right side of the drawing, right next to the driveway. That is the one that we are recommending not removal, but monitoring based on, what the impacts for the sidewalk construction will be.
Okay. Anything else in the presentation?
No.
Any questions?
No, we'll do it after when we make a. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Mayor, I have one person in Zoom requesting to speak. I have not been able to get their entire name yet, but his name is Robert, so we're going to go with Robert on Zoom.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes, sir, we see you.
Okay, great, thank you. So can I share my screen real quick?
Cable TV or IT could make Mr. Ruano co-host.
I wanted to be there, but I'm sorry. This kind of came out of the blue. I didn't realize it was going to be so quick.
All right, Mr. Ruano, you're able to go ahead and share your screen. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Robert Ruano, 1544 Mercia Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134. All right, let me share this. And I want to kind of share with, thank you all. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. For those that maybe were not aware, this was a plan that was developed back in 2014 when the city did its bike and pedestrian master plan, and they decided they wanted to complete the sidewalk segment. Fast forward to 2019, and it went to the city. The city was trying to push it forward, trying to put a sidewalk and bike lanes. It met some opposition in this area, and so that got killed, and here we are today. But I do want to share a couple things on this. So let me go to the next one. Oh, I think I got stuck. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. I want you to see this.
Director, is this the safest option? Option one. Option one is a safe option. Option is it the safest option? I think the back will be safer.
So that is your director of public works stating that an option behind the sidewalk, behind the trees would be a safer option. And here's a screenshot of a podcast just last week where Mayor Lago was stating, so safety is number one. So safety is number one. It's paramount. Paramount is the most important thing. So here's the Florida, and I've shared this before, Florida manual. It says on roadways with flush shoulders, new sidewalks should be placed as far away from the roadway as practical. And I mentioned this before, this is for the safety of all residents and children. This is, sorry, let me get this out of the way. This is the option that is being proposed. This was originally proposed for no other reason than, I'm not sure. This is a sidewalk with a curb where there is no sidewalk with a curb here. So I'm not sure why this is. Historic Alhambra Circle, the bridge is to the left. This is what they proposed, and the residents, four out of 5 residents voted for this. The residents, I should note that the residents on the opposing side, on the east side, were not asked, even though they're going to be dividers in the street, and the street will change considerably. This is option 3. This is an option that is actually proposed and
Mr. Ruano, if I may, would you please be so kind to finish your sentence over the next 30 seconds?
I'm sorry?
Would you please be so kind to finish your sentence over the next 30 seconds?
I mean, is it going to be 3 minutes already?
Yeah, we're 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, wow. I mean, it's a big thing, but okay, I'll try to do it. I mean, it's very tough, I know. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there too. So this is option 3. We went through, this is the area, we went through and modified it. This is the option. Basically, you know, the sidewalk fits, I'll stop sharing, I'm getting cut off, even though this is an important thing. Listen, I guess to Commissioner Lara, because you are going to be the swing vote on this, please don't put a sidewalk with a curb on Alhambra, because 4 residents, even though 100 residents a day walk in this area, 4 residents want it. You haven't asked anybody else but these 4 people.
I appreciate
Please don't do this. This is
Thank
a
you, Mr.
travesty, and this is not safe, and this is not for Vision Zero.
Mr. Clerk, next speaker.
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any additional speakers at this time. I did, however, received an email from a resident who wished to have it read into the record.
Okay.
It's from Emilio Mascaro, and it says, "Good morning. I cannot attend the commission meeting today, so I'm writing to you, and I'm asking that you please read this into the record at the meeting. My name is Emilio Mascaro, and I live at 1526 Sopera Avenue. and have done so since 1997. For years, I and many of my neighbors have been in favor of the construction of the sidewalk along Alhambra from the footbridge on Tarragona to connect to the other sidewalks 3 blocks and 5 houses north of San Rafael, approximately 800 feet. My family, like so many in the area, frequently use the footbridge on the waterway, the bridge to nowhere, as it connects to no sidewalk and leaves residents dodging cars on Alhambra. I was under the impression this was happening. We went to a neighborhood meeting years ago with the other commissioners studying the best way to do so. At the site meeting, many alternatives were presented, and proposals to save the trees were discussed with the city arborist as well. The 5 homes that would be affected are all on board, as are the vast majority of residents in the area. I understand that one person, Mr. Ruano, who does not even live along the road, is protesting and slowing down the implementation of this sidewalk. Respectfully, I ask that you please get this very short sidewalk done. It is crazy that we have a footbridge that throws pedestrians onto a busy street, and the tree roots along the route also make walking there hazardous. There is no alternative path other than Alhambra in this area. The completion of this incomplete sidewalk that clearly was always intended should be done as soon as possible for the safety and enhancements of our community. Coral Gables values walkability, and this is clear and easy spot to improve that. I respectfully ask that you get this no-brainer of a project done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second it.
I'd like to.
Madam Vice Mayor?
I'd like to bring a few points forward. Unless you've done or lived the life of someone in a wheelchair, you do not understand the sloping challenges that exist on these sites. Going back a line is not the safest thing to do all the time for a number of reasons. One, it would require you to slope into someone's driveway, whether you're in a wheelchair, using a walker, have a child riding a bicycle that gets ahead of you, and they're going down the slope. While it might be fun for the child, it's harrowing when someone gets run over. As an individual that has a sister who was run over by a truck because she wasn't seen, you have to keep in mind that the visibility is critical. Putting a sidewalk next to property lines is not the best situation in all instances, because you have driveways, maybe not in this area, but in other areas where you have walls, hedges, etc., blocking visibility. There are a number of reasons why putting a sidewalk on a property line or meeting the property line is not the best solution. Although in history we have done many sidewalks right next to the trunks of trees, we then pay the price of having to replace those sidewalks time and time again because they get broken. So from that perspective, this is the best plan. I am going to implore staff to carefully look at the under canopy tree that you noted, because it will also enable you to be able to get a better slope, I think, over to the crosswalk as well. And as a final note, I had the opportunity, as most of the members of our commission did, go to the Literacy Festival this week. If you didn't notice the difference in temperature of about 15 degrees between being under that canopy and not being under that canopy, you have missed something special. It's like going from air conditioning to the blistering heat. And an option that would require the sidewalk to go back to the property line would impact significant roots on the trees that, although they might not kill the tree, will affect the stability going forward. These are large heritage black olive trees that they're 60 feet in height, and cutting the roots when it comes to hurricane time will most likely block the street. I've seen these trees go over before. The city used to have a practice of cutting the roots at the sidewalk, and we saw the results during the storms as the trees went down. So for all those reasons, I'm in favor of moving this forward, and let's listen to the residents and follow their choices going forward.
Thank you. Anyone else before we take a vote?
Through the mayor. Before I became commissioner, I treated children and young adults for 12 years with developmental disabilities. I had one patient in particular in Oakland Park. He was a young adult, 21 years old. He was on the sidewalk, on the curb, and he was killed by a car. So when you guys tell me that it's the safest sidewalk is the safest sidewalk on the curb, it's very, very hard for me to believe. When I was elected here to protect my constituents, to protect my residents. And it's not only the people that are living in those homes that are walking on those sidewalks. It is normal pedestrians, it is families, it is women and mothers in pushing strollers. So I cannot support this the way it is right now. I was trying to work for a healthy balance, a healthy medium that was supposed to be presented, that we had it already, right or wrong, we worked on this. We had another option that was a healthy balance between the city, safety, which we should put first, trees, and the residents. For some reason, it didn't make it on the agenda. I don't know why. I received several opposing emails regarding this legislation, and it's really a shame that we really couldn't work out something better not to put the sidewalk specifically on the curb, just for aesthetics or whatever the case is. I think that moving forward, I think we did several things wrong when we addressed this situation, but I think moving forward, I would like to recommend that, yeah, we need to ask residents if they want a sidewalk. But I think it should be to the city's discretion and best practices where we decide that sidewalk goes, not residents. And my answer is no.
Anyone else?
Well, I'll just say that I agree. To the commission goes the decision, right? Where we balance all the issues that are being raised, and that's why we were elected, to make these decisions.
Through the mayor, I did receive the emails as well, and I've understood the plight of the residents in the neighborhood who have been fighting for this for an extended period of time, and they received a ballot. Whether that ballot was premature or not, that's neither here nor there. We have a decision to make before us today, and I think we've talked this issue to death in numerous meetings. I do not believe this is the safest option, so I cannot support it.
Thank you very much. The contradiction and how did we get here? It's very simple. Go to the University of Miami, drive around the University of Miami, and you will see the same sidewalk with a curb. There's over 5,000 plus people that are accepted into the University of Miami every single year. So there are 15,000 people working on that campus, and they all use that curb in front of my home. I know it because I live in front of it on San Amaro Drive, and it's the same situation that's here. We're trying to find the balancing act. Save the trees and also provide a sidewalk. It's unconscionable that there's no sidewalk there. I see elderly people walking with walkers. I see mothers with a stroller. I see people running. It's, to me, we can't politicize everything. This is better than nothing. And by the way, very clearly, Mr. Diaz, Mr. Director, Mr. Engineer, is this sidewalk, the way it's designed, safe? Yes or no?
It is. It is in accordance to the floor design manual, along with the curb.
Okay. So we have to stop the politics. This is the way it's done. University of Miami has the same exact sidewalk around the entire school. They have thousands of children, so I don't want to hear about people dying when there's thousands and thousands of people that use that sidewalk every day in front of my house. We have to politicize everything. When we talk about residents first, the residents are in favor of it. The residents are the ones that are asking for it to be done this way. If not, the options are to cut the trees down. I'm sorry. I'd rather compromise and not cut the trees down. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Before I cast my vote, Mr. Diaz, is this the safest way or the safest spot where this sidewalk can go as far as for pedestrians?
The typical cross-section for these kind of roads is the sidewalk, but this is perfectly safe. I mean, we're not talking
No,
about
is it the
safest.
safest option?
Well, the safest option would be to put up a wall in front of the sidewalk. I mean, there are all sorts of different things
Would the
that we can
safest
do.
option be in the property line where the sidewalk belongs?
The property line will be standard for this kind of cross-section, but this cross-section is perfectly acceptable. It's within the engineering standards and the Florida Design Manual.
So from all the options, I'm gonna ask you one more time. The one in the curb, is it the safest? Is it the number one safest option to put the sidewalk?
The
I know you're saying it's safe, but I'm asking you, is it the safest option?
No, the safest option would be to put it against the property line, but you know, it's kind of semantics, right? Because we could make it safer and put a retaining wall or a barrier wall, or we can, it's at the end of the day, the design manual prescribes several options. You want to have a sidewalk at grade, you need to maintain a minimum of a 6-foot clearance from the edge of pavement. If you want to have a sidewalk adjacent to a travel lane, you need to have a curb.
And we did
that's
have
what the standards allow.
and we did have a plan and another option that you guys drew up that was a safer option than the one that's being proposed.
We drew up that there was an alternative that had the sidewalk weaving behind the trees, where approximately, off the top of my head, 5 or 6 trees will have to be removed.
Members of the commission.
Commissioner, we're moving forward in the middle of a vote.
Okay,
I'm asking you to
I'm
vote,
still
please.
talking, please don't interrupt me, okay? Members of the commission, we're here to represent our residents.
We're in the middle of a vote. So I ask you to
understand
please
we're in a
move
vote
forward.
and I'm about to vote, but you're gonna let me talk, okay? Please don't be disrespectful. Members of the commission, we're here to represent the residents. Those residents, the ones living in there, and all the residents of the city of Coral Gables. This is not the safest option to put the sidewalk in. Please keep that in mind. My vote is no.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
So I'll just say that with respect to teeing up the issue is which is the safest versus which is safe. It's important, I think, for the residents to know, right? Mr. Diaz, you probably agree with me that the safest option would be to ban cars, right? That they don't drive down the road. Okay, so that's not practical, I would say. But you're saying to me, because I'm not the expert, it's safe, what's being proposed.
It is.
Right. So with that, yes.
Mr. Diaz, good question.
Yes.
I think the safest infrastructure would be not to leave your house. Correct? I mean, right? I mean, I know that Commissioner Lara was saying cars, but I said the safest would be not to leave your house. Let me ask you a question. If this is not safe, what are you going to do about the University of Miami and the sidewalk that goes completely around a school where there's thousands of students that walk every day by my house? What are you going to do about that sidewalk?
Absolutely nothing.
You want to know why? Because it's safe. Less politics, more action. My vote is yes. We move forward. We deliver on the sidewalk. It's only taken 3 years. Thank you very much. Moving on to items E12 and E13.
Mayor, E12 and E13 are related, so I ask that we consolidate for purposes of the public hearing. E12 is a resolution of the City Commission approving receipt of transfer of development rights pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-204.6, review and approval of use of TDRs on receiver sites for the receipt and use of TDRs for a mixed-use project referred to as 299 Minorca on the property legally described as lots 45 through 48, less than north 12 feet thereof, Block 17, Section K, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeated provisions of ability clause, and providing for an effective date. E13 is a resolution of the City Commission granting remote parking, Section 10-109, conditional use approval pursuant to Article 14, Process Section 14-203, conditional uses for proposed remote parking associated with a commercial project referred to as 299 Minorca on the property legally described as lots 45 through 48, less than north 12 feet thereof, Block 17, Section K, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, and an effective date. These are quasi-judicial items. Mr. Clerk, please swear in anyone who will be testifying today.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Would you like to proceed with your presentation?
Yes, we're just trying to get it uploaded right now.
I can't hear you. Did you send it in, or are you looking to plug in your computer? Okay. I'll get somebody from my team.
While we get our technical difficulties worked out.
They're on their way down.
I'll give a little bit of history while we get started on this. So good morning, commissioners. My name is George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I'm here this morning, or afternoon, I think now, on behalf of Minorca Ventures. I'm joined by our project architect, Hamed Rodriguez, and our traffic engineer, Tim Plummer. We're here to present the 299 Minorca project, which is located at the northeast corner of Salcedo and Minorca in downtown Coral Gables. This site is, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. It's across from Bashur, the 2020 Salcedo office building, Sophia Residence, and the Coral Gables police station. This is the surface parking lot that is directly across from Bashur. It's a privately owned surface parking lot. And we're proposing to revitalize this prominent corner with a new boutique mixed-use project. One of the things I just want to highlight is that this property is an 11,000 square foot lot, so it's smaller than, the larger development sites that you're used to seeing, where lots are aggregated. It's currently zoned MX2, and it's located in your central business district. And this project is designed 100% in accordance with those regulations. We're not asking for a rezoning. We're not asking for a variance. All we are asking for today is for the use of remote parking and the use of TDRs, which are allowed by your code in this area of the city within the CBD. So before I get into the project, and hopefully we'll have our PowerPoint presentation up soon, I'd just like to quickly take you back in time to 2021. And why 2021? Well, that is when the city created its remote parking regulations for downtown and Merrick Park. And these regulations were carefully crafted at the time. They were done through multiple planning studies by design professionals that looked at this. They involved multiple public workshops, and they involved input from residents and stakeholders in the community. And the goal of these regulations was to support the development of more thoughtfully designed and aesthetically appealing projects. That's what the goal of this was. The idea was, by shifting parking off-site, when you have nearby parking available, you can now have the flexibility to create meaningful ground floor retail and a more walkable, pedestrian-friendly environment. That was not possible at the time. And the reason is, if you go around downtown and you look at some of the smaller lots that were developed in accordance with the regulations at that time, what you find is a development trend that's characterized by large surface parking lots, little to no active uses or retail at the street level. You have blank walls or just multiple curb cuts into a property that interrupted the sidewalk. So it created a very uninviting and unsafe environment for a very walkable area. I think the city recognized that their downtown is very well planned. George Merrick did a great job. He planned this very well when it was platted with the sidewalk connectivity. You have one of the most successful trolley systems, I think, probably in South Florida. Everybody uses the trolley to get around downtown. It's a very walkable area. You can get the trolley, you can get all the way to the mass transit system from it. And this all with the abundance of public parking that's in that area, whether it's either private garages that are open to the public or the city's garages, you had a lot of surplus parking available for use. And this is the perfect recipe to promote remote parking. And since remote parking was adopted, I think we've seen the creation of more thoughtfully designed projects that prioritize the pedestrian and the streetscape. And you've seen this not only in downtown with the projects that have been done with remote parking, but also in Merrick Park. You've seen a lot of projects done in that area. So Hopefully, we have our presentation so I could show you this beautiful project that we've worked so hard on and show you how we're using these regulations in order to create something truly special for downtown that is not the way that sites used to be developed.
How we doing, Mr. Clerk?
We're waiting on them.
Look, why don't we do this? Why don't we take you want to take a 5 minute?
I will, yes, I think that'll be good. We're having
Take a
some
5-minute break?
some technical
Okay.
difficulty. I've given you the whole history of
give- I
remote
went-
parking, and then now you go with the second novel on the project.
I appreciate the break.
If we could, before I adjourn, we're gonna take literally a 5-minute break, but I have the commissioner here for District 7, and I want to make sure that
Of course.
we
I
complete your
will-
presentations, and then we,
Yes, I don't want to keep the commissioner waiting.
okay? Thank you.
No problem.
You ready?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And we're back.
Is there a way to,
You want to take a little break? And then I can.
if it's procedurally okay?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Clerk, we're gonna give me a few moments break here with Mr. Navarro, and I'd like to bring our Commissioner from District 7, Raquel Regalado, who's here with us today.
Thank you.
Commissioner, welcome to the City Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much, George. We actually just finished our BCC meeting, so thank you. I'm glad I made it in time. I just wanted to talk to you about an item that I'm bringing to the BCC. I think it's on your agenda as a discussion item, I think, right?
Yes.
As many of you know, I worked on the RTZ with Oliver Gilbert, and at the beginning, when we started the RTZ process, I was against it because of the level of preemption. So one of the things that we did in that 1.5-year process when we were working on the RTZ
I'm
was
sorry,
have
Commissioner,
us-
the level of what? I didn't hear you. The level-
preemption.
Oh,
Preemption.
yes.
Your microphone on?
I think it's on. I can project. Yeah,
But not in here.
I can project.
There we go.
No. I spent a lot of time on radio, so I just don't want you guys to think I'm screaming at you. But there you go. Now it's fine. But we spent a lot of time working on it, and I met with all my different cities. Those of you that were here, you remember that we met on the RTZ, and we talked about different things that we can do. And one of the things that we talked about is that there would be a 2-year period where the cities would be encouraged to change their zoning to match what the RTZ was doing. And that there will also be a lot of conversations about participation. So that held out to be true. And here we are. This is the first item that I am bringing into the RTZ in the city of Coral Gables. It is very different from any other RTZ item. First, it went through your process. So a lot of the community benefits and stuff that we talked about are things that I saw in your meetings and things that I saw that you all requested and that your boards requested. And we just wanted to talk to you about it and hear your concerns. It includes the ability to enter into an interlocal. And also I brought in Chapter 33, which is a vehicle that I recommended when we started this process. That is the vehicle that we used with the city of Miami at Grove Central and at Link, which are also in my district. And those are 2 county properties that are Metro Rail properties. And that is a chapter under the county code that allows for input in terms of design and use. So I've always thought that it's a good vehicle. It's an existing vehicle and one that allows us to have your participation. When we created this corridor, the idea was to provide housing in transit areas, and I've held to that. I have not done anything other than that. I am the only county commissioner that lives in the RTZ, so I say it as a commissioner and also as a resident. There is a need for density along this corridor in certain areas, and I've proved the concept. At Link, for example, more than 68% of the residents do not have cars, and they are using public transit. And we've also redone all the Metro Rail stations, and I'm working with the cities to the ones that don't have pedestrian bridges to build them. And obviously the underline is also part of that. And as you now can see with underline phase 2, as we go into phase 3, how we use these spaces is changing. And the pedestrian, the micromobility, the first and last mile in this area is very dynamic. It's not for everyone, but it is more of an urban area than it is a residential area. And I say it as someone who lives in the RTZ, who walks to the Metro Rail station, who scooters to the Metro Rail station. I share my household with 2 other adults, and we share 1 electric Fiat. So when you say that everyone needs a car, that may be true in other places, but it's not necessarily true in the RTZ. The RTZ is different, and that's the plan. I can't speak to the RTZ all over the county. It has not been as popular as it has been in my district, in Keon's district, and in Higgins's district. But I can tell you that when we look at transit-oriented development and mixed use, I have strived to ensure that what we do in 7 and in the vicinity of 7 is in line with that. And the live, work, and play, and this concept of a 15-minute city where you can do everything that you need within a 15-minute radius. And that includes hospitals, grocery stores, office space. And now we're taking that, and really trying to port it to other areas. The other thing I wanted to mention is, since we started the RTZ, obviously at the state level, they passed and have modified Live Local. So when you look at your options in this corridor, just consider that we have 3 options, because the status quo is not an option. These areas are going to be redeveloped, and they're going to be redeveloped dramatically different from what they are today, because the strip malls of the 1980s just don't make sense in this area, given the cost of land and given the need for housing. So your 3 options are Live Local, where we are not involved, RTZ, where I am asking you to be involved with me, which is a first time, and I think the right thing to do. And if you do it yourself, if you match our code and you provide some of the things that we're providing, and you streamline your process so that it can be done. I can tell you that there are cities who have taken option 3, South Miami being one of them. We met several times with them. Sunset Place did not come into the RTZ. They approved something very different. They matched our requirements, and we actually entered into an interlocal with them where we are going to be providing the staff for the permitting, because it doesn't make sense for them to ramp up their permitting to deal with that big of a project to then have to ramp down. So I am always here as a partner. I'm here today as a partner to hear what your concerns are and to work with you all so that together we can ensure that we are answering the need for housing and that we are being thoughtful about the impact that it has on the corridor. And the last thing I will say, speaking of South Miami, when we started talking about student housing in South Miami, it was very polemic. Blocks 1, 2, and now we're working on 3 has been very popular. One of the things that you should consider as you look at this particular part of the corridor is the needs of the University of Miami and what happens with that overflow. So along the entire corridor, we have a need for housing. In this particular piece of the corridor, we have a huge need for student housing. We have answered some of those needs. South Miami has taken the brunt of it by doing a lot of this housing. And at first, the neighbors were concerned, but we have eliminated the cutting up of houses to have dozens and dozens of students. Those neighborhoods are now purely residential and not residential neighborhoods turned into student housing. So I ask you to consider that as you look at your piece of the corridor and the investment that we're making, along with your support to the underline, and changing the sidewalks and the streets and the bike paths and the mobility piece that is very needy. So I'm here to take your questions and your comments. And like I said, always here to serve.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything you want to discuss?
Thank you, Mayor. We have had, my office did have a conversation with the Commissioner's office yesterday, and thank you for making time for that, and with also our Planning and Zoning Director. And I know that there was a good dialogue about, the city's concerns or the city's interests in this process.
And I will say that the units are 125, which is your code. It's not, there's not more units. And if you read the item, you'll notice that I specifically said that we could not have anything higher than what you have approved in this area. So I'm putting you all in charge of that. We do not want to do, we could, but in this particular item, I baked that in because I think it's important.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So I would like to continue this conversation with you, because as much input as we can provide, or if we can match the requirements, I think it would help, so that we do maximize the mobility. I mean, I know that one of the requests that I had passed on is that we be able to bring the mobility impact fee back in to address these critical needs that we have, getting students to University of Miami, or even people just trying to cross US 1 safely. additional sidewalks and the pedestrian scrambles, things of that nature that we need to be able to make it a safer corridor for everybody. So I look forward to continuing that conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you for being here and answering our questions and bringing this to our attention. You've already cleared up some of the concerns that have been brought to my attention by residents. This was actually I guess the first project that I met with residents about when I first got elected. And I know there are a lot of concerns about what could potentially be coming to that neighborhood. They have unfortunately had issues with the Thesis Hotel on the other end of the block, which has brought about a lot of issues that have not gone away. So their concerns have been, we don't want to replicate another disaster like the Thesis has been to our neighborhood on the other end of the block and have these issues. The other question I had, we had been, or at least I had been led to believe it was not going to be student housing. Do you know if it is going to be student housing?
My understanding is that it's not going to be student housing, but obviously, like I said, if what you're looking at is changing your code, just consider that, right? So a lot of the housing in this corridor is taken up by students. Like I mentioned, a lot of the housing that we have done on the South Miami side has been taken up by students, and just generally, there is a lot of housing that's picked up by students, and that has left a bigger need in this particular corridor for workforce or right under workforce. And that's some of the concerns that we get because of the proximity. I will tell you that one of the things that has come up several times, and that's why I mentioned specifically with this property, is housing for professors and their families and people who work at the University of Miami.
And I think the other concern that was brought about was this is lot specific, correct?
Yes.
The way it's being proposed. Is the University of Miami's building part of that zoning change? Or is it only going to be where the current shopping center is?
It's the current folio. So the way that the RTZ works is you bring in the folio, and that's how the process starts. So this is specific to that folio.
All right. And like the Vice Mayor said, I look forward to continuing the discussion and making it something that works for both sides.
Well, I hope that you look over the item with your attorneys. I think Chapter 33 allows you to participate and provide design review and ideas. I will tell you that when we did Grove Central with the City of Miami, we used Chapter 33, and we actually incorporated 80% of their suggestions. So we're not required to, but like I said, I'm your partner, and this is your city, your residents are my residents. So I try my best to move our staff and ensure that we're all on the same page. I watched the meetings where you all discussed this item before making this decision, and I'm completely on board with the bike paths and a lot of the things that were mentioned. Those are things that I normally add to these projects. So I'm a believer, and I think that in this particular corridor, we need to have those conversations. I was the one that brought the scramble to South Miami that we've been testing out for 2 years. The scrambles are a little bit more complicated, as you know, but we have the data, and we'll be talking about that too. But I think this is an opportunity to get this right. And I've spoken to the residents also in the past about their issues with other developments. That's why this one particularly says that whatever you approved is the height, because there's concerns about that. So it's important, I think, in this particular situation that we do that. So the next step is it goes to committee at the Board of County Commissioners, and then it would go to second reading, and then the process begins. Once that process begins, this is a little different. So there would be a Chapter 33, and the manager would name representatives to that Chapter 33 committee. And then there would be a discussion about the site plans and the community benefit. I specifically called out community benefit in this item, which is a little different. And I focused on infrastructure and pedestrian and cyclist community benefit, because I think that for this particular spot, That's really where we're at. As you know, we've talked a lot about the lack of infrastructure along this corridor. So it's important for us to have those conversations, whether it's septic to sewer or it's stormwater. And then also, one of the things that I mentioned with staff, and some of you will appreciate this, I am very particular about trees. I love you guys. You don't consider a palm tree a tree, just like me. We agree on that. But we've really been trying to move our zoning conversations at the county to discussions about green infrastructure and stormwater mitigation and compliance with our permeability standards. So we're talking about gumbo limbos, we're talking about buttonwoods, we're talking about Dade County pines, if I can get away with it, and really ensuring that what we plant provides shade and stormwater mitigation. So, I really think we need to change the landscaping conversation. I'm all about the pretty, but there are beautiful things that are also green infrastructure. So I think we need to start moving folks in that direction. And that's one of the things that I mentioned specifically in this item also, because of the amount of concrete that we have on South Dixie, right? So I think that things that are adjacent to it, we have the underline on one side that's adding so many trees, but what happens on the other side? So I think it's important to have those conversations also.
Anyone else?
Yeah, through the mayor. So, Commissioner, I want to thank you very much for coming and giving us the update on the RTZ legislation. I think it was a solid presentation. A lot of what I was thinking of asking, you did a great job of preempting, no pun intended, right? And so focusing on housing and transportation and revitalizing and taking that corridor where it needs to be is one of the exciting things that you've invited us to collaborate with you. So I appreciate you saying that, and I see it as a great opportunity to enhance, beautify, and even deal with things like safety, traffic calming. I mean, if we can reduce the number of cars, because people are going to be more inclined to use public transportation, like you said about your electric Fiat, right? I see that as being a big mover of opportunity for us here. And clearly the University of Miami is a jewel of an institution that we have right now in the heart of the city. This would be a big support of their mission. And what we need to do is strike the perfect intersection between, the schools growth, but the aesthetic of Coral Gables in general, and to harmonize with the residents that live in, around the RTZ, and who will be using the RTZ going forward. So I am very excited to collaborate with you. Thank you for coming here today.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, if you have no other questions, I just want to mention one other thing that came up at our Transit Committee. So I am now the chair of appropriations, and I'm working on the budget. And during our Transit Committee, I brought up that as I work on the transit budget, one of the things that I want to consider for us, and look, it's a difficult year for everyone, so I'm sure you're looking at your priorities too. I'm focusing on ensuring that this budget is about the core services that we provide, not the fringe that we have been providing because we had more money in the past. So one of the things that I'm looking at putting a pin in is some of the programming that we do for first and last mile, specifically Metro Connect and some of these modalities, because I would rather do that than increase transit prices. I don't think this is the moment to increase transit prices because in our corridor, we're having more use than ever, and we've made this enormous investment, and I think that would be counterintuitive. So one of the things that I brought up with the committee that has come up at the TPO, and I know JC Bermudez has talked about this, but I want to talk to you about it directly, is providing greater connectivity with the trolleys. So as a resident of the city of Miami, I use the trolley and I have to get off on 37th Avenue to then cross the street and get on a Coral Gables trolley. And that we've always talked about how that is absurd.
It used to be worse.
Yes, it used to be worse. It used to be worse, Mayor Lago. I know we've talked about this at length, but I think that this is an opportunity. 5 years ago, Commissioner then Sally Hayman and I worked on an item that gave more flexibility to the village of Key Biscayne and to the city of Aventura. Gave them more flexibility in terms of how far they could use their half penny. So you all use the half penny for your trolleys or whatever mobility. And what we did is we focused on those two particular cities. They had a drop-off point that was more than half a mile or a mile from their boundaries. So at a time where we all have to tighten our belts, I think it's an opportunity to get a little bit smarter. The answer to everything is not always to throw money at it. Sometimes the answer is to throw flexibility at it. And that's one of the items that I'm working on, and I would like to partner with you all. I know that you've been working with the city of Miami, but a lot of these limitations come from the county. So I think that if we can provide you with more flexibility that would allow you to then combine these systems, I think it would provide a tremendous amount of utility, cut down on some of the pedestrian issues that we have, and really incentivize people to use cars less. Your trolleys have been really successful, as have the city of Miami ones. But I think at some point, whether we have like a joint meeting, whether we do it individually, however you guys want to do it, but whatever your concerns are, just reach out to us, and then we can tweak it and figure out what's the best way to do it, because this is the moment for us to do things a little bit smarter. And I think we have an opportunity and a desire to do it. I think we all want to end the duplication of services and this like red tape situation that we have. And I think that at least I have the votes on my commission to do that, and there's an appetite for that. So I would love to partner with you on that. I know it's one of the things that you're going to be discussing as you look at your budget.
Commissioner, thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure, your collaborative spirit and your transparency to come here to discuss the issue, to be upfront. You never shy away from a few bullets. We're not shooting bullets at the end of the day. But we're grateful. We're grateful for your hard work at the county. And thank you. I know this is not an easy topic. The RTZ brings out a lot of emotion. But at the end of the day, we all want what's best for the city. I would like to sit down with you. I'm going to sit down with Mr. Escarra and see if we can get together and talk a little bit about the RTZ on just two fronts. My issues are the setback and the design, the actual design, to see how we can add a little Coral Gables flavor to it.
Happy to do it, and always a pleasure.
I think it's simple. I mean, I know that we have our asses a little bit different, but just a little bit of, let's tinker a little bit with RTZ and see if we can make it a little bit more Coral Gables.
Always happy to do it, and always a pleasure to serve you all and our wonderful residents at City Beautiful.
Thank you, thank you,
So
thank you
Mayor,
so
I
much.
just want to add one thing, since you were talking about trolleys.
Yes.
We did have a meeting between the city of South Miami and City of Coral Gables with some of the folks from the county there as well. And we were doing a collaborative trolley between the two cities. So it would come from downtown Coral Gables, and connect people from Douglas all the way across through Biltmore Way, take people to the Biltmore Hotel, go past the rail so you can have connectivity from the rail to be able to get to the Biltmore, and then make its way all the way to downtown South Miami. So just to highlight that for you.
I know it's going well with South Miami. That's why I mentioned the city of Miami. South Miami already gave me a report. They said that your conversations with them have worked beautifully. So if you need a little help with the city of Miami, and if we need to figure out those parameters, let me know, and we can see what we can do. But it would be fantastic if we can have City of Miami, Coral Gables, and South Miami have a joint trolley system. I think it would really show the rest of the municipalities a proof in concept that I think would be transformative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Have a wonderful day. Commissioner Navarro, we're back.
Thank you. So, in the spirit of creating projects that are pedestrian friendly, I would now like to present you the 299 Minorca Avenue project. So we're going to just fast forward ahead. This project is a very small project in terms of intensity from what you normally see in downtown. Devin, if you go to the next slide and the one after. So here we go. So this project's only 45 units. It has 4,500 square feet of ground floor retail. So it has a significant retail presence in terms of the pedestrian environment. It is 8 stories, 97 feet, and we are proposing through remote parking to park 56 spaces off-site. Your zoning code for residential requires only 50 spaces. However, the Planning and Zoning Board, when they reviewed this, wanted us to provide some additional spaces for remote parking just to make sure we had plenty of parking, even though we don't suspect we're going to need it with a project like this in a downtown where it's a very walkable area. But we are proposing 56 remote parking spaces, which I'll go into in my presentation. So let me walk you quickly through this project, Devin, if you could go to the next slide. So the plan on your left is the December 2024 plan as opposed to the plan that's before you today. These two dates are key. The plan on the left is the first plan that we went before the Planning and Zoning Board to. The one on the right is the one that the Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended approval of. And I'd like to walk you through the ground floor site plan and also the changes that the Planning and Zoning Board recommended. So one of the things that we did is on the right side of your screen, on the east side, even though it is not required, we have provided I'm going to call it a paseo. I don't think it's technically a paseo, but for ease of reference, I'm going to call it a paseo. We created a vehicular thoroughfare through our property that connects to the existing alley in order to make sure that any vehicles that are coming to this site, even though there's no parking on this site, but those that do are taken off of Minorca, considering that the police station and the public parking garage are directly to the south of this. So during the Planning and Zoning Board presentation, I know that the police chief mentioned concerns with loading of vehicles on the right-of-way along Minorca. It's not allowed, but appears a lot of people in Coral Gables do it. So what we did is, at the direction of the Planning and Zoning Board, we widened that paseo in order to have a dedicated lane for drop-off vehicles, rideshare, and visitors coming to this property. That way, there is no impact on any traffic circulation along Minorca from this project. Another change that we did, and it goes to this creating that street life for downtown, is that we increased the width of the sidewalk from 10 feet to 15 feet along Salcedo, and we created additional landscape and planting areas. So we're really beautifying that quarter, continuing with the great work the city did on its frontage to the south. And those are two key changes that I think really made this project better. Devin, if you could go to the next slide for us. So this is the ground floor, and you can see it's a double height building. So we have a mezzanine where there is storage to serve the retail below, fully internalized, but it's also fully activated at the ground level. You could see, the retail goes along Minorca up through Salcedo. All of the back of the house uses are fronting the alley, so there's no dead space along any of the street frontages. As you go to the upper levels, this is something that usually here's where you're going to have the parking. This is a fully activated building along all the street frontages, so you're going to have light, you're going to have activity. Normally in these mixed-use buildings, you have the step back occurring at 45 feet. Creates a much larger podium. Our step back, we've been able to provide it at 36 feet at the third level. You could see it here, and that creates a much smaller podium for this building. It reduces the massing. It allows more air and light to get to the pedestrian at the street level. I'll walk you quickly through the other floors. These are our typical floors, 4 through 7. At the rooftop, we have a very small amount of units with an amenity area, a lounge for the residents, and the rooftop deck. So I think we have some renderings of the project coming up next here. This is facing on Salcedo, across from Bashur, directly across the street. You can see the change in the streetscape with the landscaping and the active retail uses, and what a difference that makes than a surface parking lot or ground level parking as you used to find without remote parking. If you could go to the next slide, this is the another view from the intersection. You can see all the glazing and glass, and in order to create this activation of the building, we are requesting the use of 9,000 square feet of TDRs. Those TDRs we are proposing to purchase from the city. If this project is approved, we have an item on the agenda to purchase these TDRs from the city, so that in the amount of $360,000 for the city to use towards its historic preservation efforts. The 56 spaces that we're parking for this project are going to be located at the 255 Alhambra Garage. So as you could see, this is the garage on the other side of Alcazar, south of the police building, but your code requires for this to be within a minimum of 1,000 feet. We are half of that. We're only a block away. We're 500 feet. There's great sidewalk connectivity there. So this is a perfect location for remote parking. We've done a parking study that was reviewed by your staff. It shows that there are over 215 spaces available in this garage, which our project will only require a quarter of that. So this is a garage that, you know, when the city did its remote parking ordinance and was studying these underutilized garage, this is probably the poster child for that. This location was also reviewed by your parking advisory board, who identified this garage as their preferred location for remote parking. Your code outlines 3 requirements to qualify for remote parking. As discussed in your staff report, we meet all of these requirements. I mentioned the distance being less than 500 feet away when 1,000 feet is required. Secondly, if approved, we will be making a $700,000 monetary contribution to the city's parking trust fund at the time of building permit for the use of remote parking. So collectively, this project is contributing over $1 million in public benefits to the city for the use of TDRs and remote parking. Lastly, we have an agreement with the owner of the 255 Alhambra Garage to enter into a lease for these spaces. That lease is for a minimum of 3 years. So your code normally requires a 1-year lease, and then it gets renewed. We have committed to a 3-year lease. This was another recommendation from your Planning and Zoning Board. It provides additional certainty, not just to the project, but to the city. And if we could go to the next slide. This project has gone through a very lengthy review process. It has been well received at all levels. I don't recall if there's one board that has not unanimously approved it. They're made, but this project was approved by your Board of Architects, by your Historic Preservation Board, by your Parking Advisory Board, and by your Planning and Zoning Board. Staff is also recommending approval of this project. We reviewed the conditions and are in agreement with that, and we would kindly ask for you to approve this project in accordance with the staff rec. I apologize for technical difficulties earlier. With that, I'll conclude, and I'd kindly like to reserve a few minutes for rebuttal.
Jennifer, good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us.
Of course. Good afternoon. Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. Good to have the PowerPoint. Wow, you guys are fast. All right, so we are here for 2 requests for 299 Menorca. It's a conditional use for remote parking as well as TDRs, the transfer development rights receiving site. As we know, the location of this is on the northeast corner of Salcedo and Alcazar, in Menorca. Looking at the site, you can see that it's surrounded by our Central Business District. We have restaurants, apartment rentals, condos, more offices, the police station. It's surrounded by, our built downtown. The future land use is commercial mid-rise intensity. It's just south, again, that CBD, the central business line, just south of that line, and the zoning is MX2. This is a picture, an image of what the site looks like. Right now it's a service parking lot. And the first request is for the remote parking. So as you can see, the red part on the very right side of the site plan is where the pickup and drop-off activity will happen. The queuing, of course, has been studied by their traffic engineer to make sure it's not going to impact Menorca. The existing alley will remain as westbound. The on-street parking will remain on Salcedo, and there's going to be ground floor commercial that's shown in yellow to face both Salcedo and also Menorca. So the density in the CBD is unlimited. They're proposing 45 units with 4,500 square feet of commercial space. They have 35 one-bedroom units and 10 two-bedroom units. So they're requesting 56 remote parking spaces. So the request is 330 feet away from the property line, just south, very quick walk to retrieve your car. The location, I should say, location at 255 Alhambra Circle. Second request is for the TDRs for receiving sites. So they received Mediterranean bonus back in last summer, I think, from the Board of Architects. So they have 3.5 FAR. They're requesting to receive a little over 9,000 square feet to maximize the amount of TDRs, and square footage should be 4.375 FAR, or 44,000 rough change of square footage for the building itself. So again, as a reminder that the TDRs do not impact the height of the building. It's really just to make the building larger as far as the square foot goes. So they are only requesting, of course, the 8 stories, which they're allowed by code, as at the 97 feet in height. This is a rendering of that building, so you can see that they are meeting all their step back and height requirements. The square footage for the TDRs of 9,049 square feet is just to fill up that building envelope. You can see that meets the context. It was approved by the Historic Preservation Board for not impacting the historic structures that are within 500 feet of this building, and also recommendation of approval by the Planning and Zoning Board. So the project started at the DRC, Development Review Committee. Staff had reviewed this back in June of last year, 2024. The Board of Architects reviewed this and approved it for both preliminary review design as well as a Mediterranean bonus in September of last year. The Historic Preservation Board approved the project in October of last year. Neighborhood meeting they had later that month in October, and those meeting minutes and summary are found in your staff report as one of the exhibits in your packet. The Parking Advisory Board reviewed it in November as well as in January again. I believe they recommend approval of the project as well, as it didn't impact the public parking system of the area. Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval in January of this year, and then it was reviewed by this School Community Relations Committee in December of last year as well. And here we are today. So they have sent out mailers within 1,000 feet as required by the zoning code. And that was done 6 times for neighborhood meeting, the Historic Preservation Board, 2 Planning and Zoning Board meetings, as well as these 2 commission meetings, one in February that was deferred by the applicant, and the one that we are here for here today. Property is posted 5 times, the website was 8 times, as well as advertisement in the newspaper was 5 times as well. So staff has determined that that is consistent with the comp plan as far as redevelopment and infill in our downtown and creating more units and residential spaces in our downtown. So we recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions are outlined in your 2 ordinance for the TDRs as well as for the remote parking. But in summary, they are required to maintain sidewalks and alleys to be clear during construction. They can't block those pedestrian and vehicular spaces on the alley and the sidewalks. They are going to work with the county, again, crosswalks, as well as a 4-way stop at Salcedo and Minorca. As well as with landscapes and trees along Salcedo and Minorca and bump outs. Alley improvements as far as undergrounding adjacent utilities and signage cleanup. That alley, if you are familiar with it, is in bad repair, so they're going to help take as far as making sure that the flow of traffic in the alley is westbound, and then also being very clear that deliveries and loading and pickup and drop off are prohibited in the alley itself. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney, do we have any other comment from staff? Anything else?
From staff,
Yes,
not
okay.
that I'm aware of.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it, but I have some questions.
So we'll just start the conversation.
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, perfect. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, I have a few questions for the applicant. Google Maps is a wonderful thing, so.
It's a dangerous thing.
It is a dangerous thing. Took a look at the parking garage, and its height at the entrance is 6.25 feet. And
This is the 255 Alhambra garage.
the one, that 500 feet away.
Yes, that one, okay.
So Google Maps, I can drive and I can look at the, the minimum, the maximum
Yeah,
height of going in, because they have the little bar at the top.
You do, it's very handy.
Yeah, and it's at 6.5 feet. So my question to you has 2 parts. One, knowing that a high-top van, or an accessible van, is 7 feet tall. And individuals with disabilities drive sometimes vehicles that only have hand controls, which valets are not necessarily trained to handle. And some folks are very protective about their vehicles. Is your applicant willing to take one of the spaces that the city has and put the handicap, signage on there? There's already a curb cut, I noticed, on one of the locations, optimize its location, keeping in mind you have drainage there, and provide the city a handicap spot that it kind of needs to put in that neighborhood anyway.
Would this be on the Salcedo frontage or the Menorca frontage? I think the spaces are on the Salcedo side, if I'm
They're
not
on the
mistaken.
Salcedo side, so that
so-
dovetails in one other question. Where is the entrances to the, where's our door to get inside the building? Are they on, is there one on the corner of Salcedo? Is there one near the alley?
There is an internal door for where we have the drop-off area, internal to the building. On the external, we don't have the retail spaces drawn out yet, but the way that they're currently oriented is that the entrance doors are proposed along Salcedo. So we're mirroring the retail that's currently on the west side of that street. So you'll have doors entering into the retail along Salcedo.
So if this was your mother in a wheelchair, and she had a high-top van, where would you want her to park, other than giving the keys over to the valet?
I would say along Salcedo, probably central to where those doors are. So
Would you want her to, is there a pathway other than the alley for her to travel through that would be a safe path?
they would be getting out of the driver's side, right?
Well, not necessarily. If you have a van, typically what the driver does, this is what phones are good for, pretending it's a van. The driver's here, and you turn around in your chair, and you transfer into a wheelchair, or you unbuckle the wheelchair and you come out the side door with a lift. That's for that type of aspect. So wherever that parking spot is, that's what they could do. I mean, all of us should enter off the passenger side of the vehicles, but few of us do.
So I think what makes it very convenient is if you look on the left side of that screen, that is Salcedo.
Right.
We are doing additional landscape areas, but there is surface parking proposed within those spaces. If the city were to allow us to, donate us one of those spaces, we, as part of our improvements, can make those ADA modifications to one of those spaces that's going to be there on Salcedo.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be dedicated to the building, but
No, it would just be to the public.
It would be to the public in general, so at least we have within a radius.
No, I think that's a
by.
great idea because I can't think of, because I frequent Bashore often, but I can't think of another handicap space for the public within that area that is street friendly.
Right, that's within, 100, 200 feet, as opposed to having to go in all the way down to the city Menorca garage.
Yes, that would not be convenient. So I think we would be okay with that. I think I got a nod from my client that's something we could definitely do.
Okay, so the next thing I wanted to bring up to you in order of priorities is having a four-way stop at that corner, good markings for pedestrian walkway, maybe some textured pavers in the middle of the box to help alert people that this is a pedestrian area.
Yeah, we know there's a lot of foot traffic through that. And I know that the city is, their public garages right there. I think it's starting to, probably going to get a lot of customers. So definitely we see that intersection. I know that one of the conditions in your staff report is we have committed voluntarily to construct the four-way stop. I believe your public works director, I spoke with him just the other day, the county has finally completed their trip generation or their trip calculation for that intersection, and we should be hearing back shortly. So one of the conditions in your staff report is that we would, once we get the okay from the county, construct that four-way stop at that intersection.
If you're unable to get a four-way stop, because we always have to deal with hypotheticals, right?
Correct.
Can we get?
We should have asked the commissioner when she was here.
That's true. Can we get the button for pedestrians to cross? With the flashing yellow lights?
Yeah.
Okay. I've also heard a number of concerns about the amount of traffic with now, as you may have heard, we have the tax collector coming with the driver's licenses, et cetera. Is that something your traffic study has addressed?
So we have, I know Tim Plummer has worked on several studies of this area. I'm gonna have Tim come up as our, go-to traffic expert to address that.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Tim Plummer, President of David Plummer and Associates with offices at 1750 Ponce de Leon Boulevard here in the city. Beautiful. Commissioner Anderson, the traffic study wasn't required for this project. The code was changed a couple of years ago, where if a project has less than 50 peak hour trips, no traffic study is required. This project has about half of that threshold. In order for there to have been a requirement for a traffic study, the development program would have had to double. So we have not taken that into account because there is no traffic study other than a trip generation study. When the city did the public service building, they certainly took into consideration all the different uses that could be coming forward in that building.
Okay. I don't know if staff has anything to add to that before, but Mr. Plummer, thank you for being here.
Okay, so George asked me is there a difference between a tax collector's office and a general office? There in the ITE trip generation manual, there is no category for tax collector's office, so we would do that under a general office, so it would be considered a general office use.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Excuse me, just one, Mayor, I'm sorry, just one, was Mr. Plummer sworn in?
I think he was, but I don't think he put his name and address for the record. You just did? Okay, perfect. So,
Madam Vice Mayor, any other further questions?
One last thing. I noticed that you have some of the older versions of the landscaping, and our department no longer, or I should say our landscape department no longer recommends the green island ficus. Could you please work with Ms. Dina Bell-Lewin and find an appropriate plant other than green island ficus?
definitely, we'll try to bring in some native species in there.
Thank you.
And if we don't show it now, you got a great landscape team here that catches us during building permits, so.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Anyone else on the commission have some comments?
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to congratulate you because you have a very, very nice building structure, architecture, very nice. I also want to thank you for bringing this type of project to the commission. I am very appreciative of the type of developers that you guys are, and I want you to know that. However, the chief has brought up several concerns to me, and I'm glad that he's here to clarify some of them. But I think that there was and maybe you can go ahead and clarify, but I think there was something done on a Thursday, an analysis of traffic on a Thursday. What was it that was done on a Thursday on just one day?
So again, there's no traffic study. So what we did was a parking occupancy study for both the public safety building on a weekday and on a Saturday, and the 255 Alhambra parking garage on a weekday. Since that's mostly office, there was no reason to do anything on a weekend to check what parking was available.
Okay.
But yeah, I think from what I recall, the industry standard is to do it on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday as opposed to a Monday or Friday.
Given the fact that we have a public safety building where fire and police is, I mean, do we not think it's adequate to go ahead given the fact that we have emergency vehicles coming in and out all the time and it's unpredictable. It's not a fixed schedule of cars coming in and out. Did we not think maybe that it was appropriate from the city's perspective, I would say, to go ahead and, even though it's not required, to do one?
So I'll address that because I think your colleagues at the Planning and Zoning Board had a similar question. So this project only generates 25 trips during the peak hour. It's half of the number of what you would need to even trigger a traffic study. So we're talking about a very small amount of traffic. Second of all, it's in downtown. You know, it's reasonable that no matter what you build in downtown, there is going to be traffic. You know, it's just part of the nature of developing in an urban environment. But to show you the things that we have done, right? I mean, we're talking about property that is doing everything per code, but we have tried to be a good neighbor, and we've talked to the police chief many, many times. The first thing we did is we dropped the number of units. We started the project with 57 units. We dropped it down to 45, you know, just to try to reduce any potential impacts with what we were doing. Secondly, almost, you know, a few months into submitting this project, we had chosen the city public parking garage as our preferred choice. It's right across the street. We thought it was very convenient. The chief did raise concerns with if we had that type of circulation going across Menorca, it could impact the ability of police vehicles from exiting the garage, which either way, there's going to be traffic there. It's a public garage. It's going to be happening. We didn't think it was going to be that significant, but we moved our garage and started working with the 255 Alhambra garage. So we have, you know, from a traffic perspective, what generates the traffic is the parking podium. And we've picked up the parking podium across from the police station and moved it a block away. And that garage has multiple access points. It also has an exit and entrance on Alcazar, but the difference is that Alcazar has a dedicated emergency signal light there, that in the event a vehicle needs to come out, that light triggers, and it's a very good traffic moderator. We also, you know, got all the cars off of Menorca, those few that are going to be coming there. We've created this huge pickup and drop-off area. It's probably as big as our retail area. Committed to the four-way stop. You know, so we've done on our end everything possible to mitigate any potential traffic impacts, knowing that those traffic impacts from the get-go were very, very small.
Okay, it's not very, I think it's not many times that the chief comes to me to address concerns that he has, especially when it comes to public safety. And I think I take those concerns very seriously. I don't know if maybe he could put some of his concerns on the record so maybe people understand what I'm worried about.
I need to be sworn in.
Does he have to be sworn in?
Yeah, if I didn't swear in, yes.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
So help me God? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, with your, here's the concerns that we have had, and we've, I say we, the police department talked about this from DRC on, because these conversations were had at the Development Review Committee and the concerns of the police department. That does not change the recommendation. Here's my issue as the chief, and having sat here for a few years and sat on DRC. The A-Loft Hotel was something that we went through the process and it became a problem. I have all the respect in the world for Plummer and Associates. I have all the respect in the world for all the engineers in the world. Because if we listen to engineers, everything that we've ever approved should work perfectly, except when we insert humans. Once we insert humans, the perfect engineered issue becomes unmanageable. And when it becomes unmanageable, then it becomes a police public safety issue. The delivery trucks that we see on this area now, and not specifically about their project, this area now is that If you are actively unloading or loading a tractor trailer, you can stop in the middle of the street and continue to do that. This happens every day in and around the police department. The issue that we have from the police department, when I say we, is we do need to look, in my professional opinion, to look at what is the impact going to be. Even to move this pedestal, you're now going to either somebody get dropped off and that car has to get moved to the south side of the station. The south side of the station is where the fire department automatically always leaves from the south end to everything in the north end. So that automatically becomes a problem. We know that because before the garage was built, we had to off-site park employees from the police department and leased spaces in the exact same 255 Alhambra. So we know what the impact was of that. Going forward, the only way to go north for a police vehicle or anybody else from Menorca to the north end of the city is on Salcedo, which is going to be the exit part of this alleyway that comes out, because at Menorca and Ponce is a right turn only into a school zone. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is during those drop-off days, during those high-impact days, the school board automatically, for safety reasons, stops one of those lanes going northbound on Ponce, and then again in the afternoon for pickup and drop-off at that school. The issue that we are seeing is that when the congestion starts, any kind of addition to that area becomes a public safety matter someplace else in the city if we are starting our locations there. It's a 24/7 operation. Fire guarantee starts from the south end of the station. They do not go out to Lejeune Road going out Alcazar. They have to go down to Alhambra and to try and get across Lejeune Road. We cannot go out Menorca about during rush hour times from 7 o'clock in the morning until 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We cannot get on Lejeune from Menorca because of just the traffic congestion, the parking that's there. I understand, and I say, speaking for the legal, I understand this is an issue of right or however you want to say it, but looking in the totality of the public safety for the rest of the city, I do believe we as a government need to do our best due diligence, so to speak, to see what is the impact of people coming into, maybe it's not off-site parking. Maybe if this body decides to put all the parking on this location, I'm dealing with 1 or 2 trips in, but it's all coming by. There are 4 parking garages right now that enter and exit on Menorca. So it's the police department, the municipal garage next to it, and there are 2 other high-rises that enter into Menorca. And if you want to go north from those locations, you have to go to Salcedo. You have to queue up in front of the emergency entrance and exit of the police department. The second thing on the traffic counts are, and I know we have been working, I actually put in my official request to get a stop sign at Salcedo and Menorca 3 years ago, even before we opened. And again, it was held off by the county, rightfully so, till we got the traffic counts and the garage was done, construction. On average, in talking with the city clerk, and we do a great job with passports, we were averaging 100 passports a day, I believe was our average appointments. That's 200 trips a day on Menorca. Today, this body approved the tax collector. I understand the tax collector. Driver's licenses, along with other things, are going to come from the tax collector's office, which is by appointment for the most part. If that changes, if they do 150 appointments, that's 300 trips a day into our public garage, coming in and out while we're still trying to respond. So our concerns, and this is just the traffic side, I'm not even talking about some of the other security issues, but our recommendation to be rock solid would be, we need to take a look at this entire area and how does it affect the traffic. When we start putting in, and later on today, we're talking about how we're going to be able to use speed enforcement on ponds, because that's a school zone. How is that going to impact during the school zone area as we look at everything else? So, saying something this gravitas would be, I'd like to make sure we get it right. Because if we don't get it right, and I'm not saying anything about the engineers, I've known Plummer and Associates for many, many years. I was also involved as a major when the mayor and I, when he was a commissioner, and we realized that traffic accidents went up on Ponce de Leon Boulevard 170% if it wasn't for the mayor getting involved, where we were able to adjust what was being built there. So, we can't put this genie back in the bottle, so to speak, after the fact. And that's why I just want everybody to be aware of what our concerns are of coming in and out of that building.
Thank you.
And Chief Hudak, thank you so much. As much as I do love the project and I really do appreciate the developers, I cannot put a development before public safety, given your concerns. This is the first time you've approached me when it comes to development with your concerns, and I don't take it lightly. As I said before this item, safety to me is a priority, especially the safety of all my constituents. So that's really where I stand right now. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you. Anyone else in the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I share the concerns of the chief. In fact, in the conversations I had with the chief recently, we spoke about 2 pedestrian incidents we had at that intersection in the last year. One was a member of our staff, another one was a resident that was walking on that intersection. So I do share those concerns. This is where the residents of this building are going to be walking through on a regular basis. Chief, you mentioned that you had put in the request to the county for the stop sign 3 years ago. Has that stopped? Is that still in process?
My understanding is that we've resubmitted it again. We started originally with the police department. It's brought up several times. The first, not denial, but the first extension from my side was they were waiting for the traffic counts, which is important, until the garage was done, the Menorca garage was done. Once that was done, and then we instituted it again on some of the issues and near misses that we're seeing at that intersection. So my understanding is it was turned over to Public Works and where they're at.
Maybe we can enlist the tax collector to see if they can apply some pressure on the county to get that accomplished as well.
Yeah, and I guess this is, and here's the dance. Until we know when the tax collector's up and operational, what kind of traffic counts we're seeing, we don't know what the impact of even 67 cars, employees, and that's just people parking there. Commissioners, I've talked to every one of you about the way, and this is not on the developer, how Uber drivers stop, drop off, the queuing issues. We see it on Miracle Mile and the complaints we get just for our own contracted valets when they start stopping in the road. That's minutes. That's what we're concerned about, especially on Menorca. But moving that queuing or going to the other side, as the vice mayor put out, our folks in the fire department stations, much bigger apparatus trying to leave, much more of it, so.
Yeah, I think that's my main concern. I agree with Commissioner Castro. I think the developer has done a great job of designing something that fits in with this neighborhood. But my concern would be the safety of the pedestrians who are going to be walking to and from this building. If you were in my shoes, Chief, what can we do to address the concerns?
Look, I would feel much more comfortable to give you all a recommendation if I knew exactly what the traffic flows are and were going to be. We know that there's another construction 3 blocks up, right? Here's what we do know. We know after today that we need to see what the increase in the traffic counts on Menorca specifically are. How the traffic or how solid waste is going to be getting. The solid waste is on average every other day a 30, 35-minute blocking of trying to get the dumpsters out. If there is a large encompassing traffic study, because I know it wasn't required, I understand that. Once that's up there and we know school's in session and we're seeing what's happening in that area, that would probably be the best. I mean, I hate to say to delay anything moving forward, but that way we would have the data to say, listen, this is what we have to worry about. This is just about the traffic issue. That's all I'm, addressing now. So if we were to get that done, I think that would give us the data, what we would see happens every day of the week, because I'm a 24/7 operation, as is the fire department.
Is that something that you're?
I just need to put some things on the record, because I think your city attorney will know why, but this project does not generate traffic. It doesn't have a parking pedestal. It generates 25 trips. A lot of the issues that the chief has mentioned is what happens when you build a police station in downtown. It's unreasonable to think there will not be traffic in downtown when you build a police station around a bunch of privately held properties that are zoned for mixed-use development. I mean, this is nothing new, just thinking the City of Miami Police Department is in the middle of downtown, and they are surrounded by high-rise buildings. The fact that the police station was constructed here, and the fact that the city has moved to move a tax collector here should not be a reason to deny or think about this application differently. There are certain inherent rights that someone who buys a property in downtown has to expect that they will be able to develop their property in accordance with the criteria that the city has. And we have satisfied every element of that criteria, and there has not been one inclination that there will be a traffic issue here. In fact, all the studies and reports that we've done and that your professional staff has done and your parking advisory board has looked at, all the professionals, no one has said there's a traffic issue. There is a traffic issue because this police station is in downtown, and that will not change regardless. But property owners have certain rights to be able to get in and out of their property and to be able to develop in accordance with the existing zoning. And just to give you just an idea, on this property today, if we get rid of remote parking, we could build a 10,000 square foot restaurant with a surface parking lot there with zero parking by right. It's in your code, below the FAR threshold, below the minimum lot size requirement. Can you imagine, in terms of traffic, what a 10,000 square foot restaurant would do? I mean, we don't need a traffic study to know that of all the uses you could do here, 45 units with a small amount of retail at the ground level is probably the best use you could have for this particular property, especially since it has no parking. And that, we all know, what generates traffic on a street is a parking garage. And just to close out, when this police station was built, there is a 400 space parking garage parked next door. Why would there be traffic on Menorca? Because cars are going on Menorca to go into the parking garage. This has nothing to do with this project. This project is not generating traffic on Menorca. Downtown is, because of its inherent nature and the fact that there's a 400 space parking garage next door. So I don't see what a traffic study would do and how this discussion is actually relevant to where this project meets the criteria. And that's all I want to put on the record because I think it's important.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else from the commission? Commissioner Lara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Chief, is there anything you wanted to say in, I would call it like sir rebuttal, I guess, to what Mr. Navarro said?
No, I can appreciate everyone's right to develop. And I can appreciate what people want to build. My job and the oath that I took is to make sure people in this entire city can get there safely and efficiently. I have a concern about this project across the street, one from the police department, as a mixed use, or there aren't going to be, it's not like a condominium, my understanding. There's going to be short-term rentals, whether that's irrelevant to this issue of the parking, but if we're going to add 67 cars, why not just put the 67 cars in one parking lot in and out instead of now affecting the south side where the fire department is? I don't, and again, I'm the novice here. I don't understand why I have to do that. If everything fits on this property, and if it's a 10,000 square foot restaurant, they're parking in the city garage across the street, the pedestrian friendly, it still takes that vision or that trip off my equation of when we get out. There is going to be a lot of other uses or visitors to this project as it's drawn. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm not talking about the 67. I'm talking about 40 whatever units that's getting either picked up, dropped off, ordering things that is going to, and we've seen this because we've been there for 3 years, congest the area. I think we need to, as a city, look at a traffic study in the area and what that impact is. Do we need to look at one-way streets? Do we need to look at other areas? Whether we were here or whether we, being the police department, was put there first, this was a decision by this commission to put it there. So I think we need to do what it makes, whoever does it, and I'm not saying put it on them. I mean, I'm as frugal as anybody with what you allow me to have. We need to do a traffic study. Something that I can come back and say, you all, commissioners, if we do this the way this is drawn, we're good. But I have been around a long enough time where we build the A-loft and things like that right next to neighborhoods, and there's a huge impact for years to come. And years later, the original thing that I objected to was the Publix renovation many years ago on Salcedo, that they wanted to do things on Salcedo. We had a problem when I was on the traffic side. And it's still coming now later, only because I've been here so long. So that's why I think we can take, if the commission desires to take a pause on this decision, and then I'm not saying say no to it, and let us at least look at what the impacts are so we can come back and say, if we're moving these 67, because we may end up to come back and talk to the tax collector about what the lease is, whether that's all you.
Commissioner, do you have anything else you have to say?
No.
Okay, so I'd like to say a few
Thank
things. Please, no, don't leave. Okay. I was never afforded a meeting with you to see there was a concern in regards to police. I never got a meeting. I would have liked to have gotten a meeting. I think it's good to have that information coming in here. People have property rights. Well, we knew what we were doing when we built this facility in the middle of our downtown. It's very simple. If the developer would like, they can build it with parking in the same location. They can fill it all into the box, and they can just build it as of right. They can do it. They're not asking for anything additional. They're using existing items in the code, which allow them to do off-street parking, which in my opinion, like the building that was built in front of Neiman Marcus, it's a much nicer quality product instead of having a parking pedestal. If we're gonna do this to this building, then the next building that gets redeveloped across the street and the next building that gets redeveloped across the street, it's gonna be, nobody's gonna have development rights in the neighborhood. Everybody's gonna have to basically stop construction and basically they cannot build within a few block radius of the public safety building. I didn't know there was an issue here in regards to that. This has gone through all the different boards and has met all the criteria. Madam City Attorney, am I wrong? It's passed with flying colors, correct?
It's received the approvals necessary through the process, and staff's recommendation is approval.
Okay. So is there something here outside of the chief's concern that warrants a no vote on this? Is there anything you see, Mr. Manager, that I'm not privy to?
No, Mayor, I think obviously the chief raised his concerns. And I think the issues of traffic, we can come back at a later date and look at a traffic study of the area. That's something that we can do. To the chief's point, I don't think that should be on the developer. I think that as a city, something that we can undertake at a later date and look at operations overall. And that's always inherent upon our city to look at in order to improve the circulation and all that. So.
What I want to understand for the future is I had a pre-agenda meeting. We had it at 8 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Multiple people here in the commission said they had meetings with the chief, that they were concerned, that they had conversations with the chief about this issue. I don't know anything about this. I'm learning about it on the dais. So if this is an issue that's going to affect the public safety building, then we should know. Are you talking about potentially downzoning the entire adjacent neighborhoods? Is that what's going to end up after happening all the way to, let's say, to Lejeune and to Ponds, so there's no more traffic on Minorca? I'm trying to understand what is going to be the end goal here, because when you look at the project in itself, I don't see why not to approve this project. This project is within the confines of the zoning code. Absolutely. It meets all the criteria. It's not asking for any special variances. Jennifer, am I correct? Correct. It's not asking for anything outside of the code, not asking for additional FAR, intensity, density. So that's what I'm a little bit concerned about. Yes, sir.
May I?
Of course.
So I just wanted to say, Chief, that you're absolutely doing your sworn duty, right? You're bringing to us, the commission, concerns you have about public safety and the ability for you to discharge your mission leading the police. That said, and you've done that exemplary, but that said, what I have heard today is extraordinary on the development side, that being unanimous, if I understood it correctly, on all the boards that reviewed this process and are a tough crowd to get unanimity in the review process. So my view is I don't want to come across as somebody who's not giving you full credit for what you've been sworn to do, because you've been doing it very, very well. But what I see is that perhaps what your concerns come from is something else that has already been approved by prior commissions and through our legislature concerning what can be done within the commercial business zone, the commercial business district. The developer has met and exceeded, in some instances, what our requirements are for building the project that they want to bring. So it would be difficult to see this particular vote be one that is going to result in the developer having to go back on the belief, the suggestion that there may be a problem, because we don't know it yet with respect to traffic. But if there were to be one down the line, I'm not saying an increase in traffic, that's to be expected, but a problem with respect to traffic, then I think it's upon all of us here to be addressing that at that time, should and if it arise in the future. But again, I don't want you to mistake what I'm saying as somehow not giving you full credit and an appreciation for what you're doing coming forth and saying what your safety concerns are. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our concerns about this project were last year. So I want to be clear that when this project went in front of Development Review Committee, the police department documented their concerns very early on. Whether that got extended, I don't know.
So, through the mayor.
Yes.
Couple things, Chief. Looking at the parking garage, the existing parking garage that's directly south of the fire station. Okay. You have one entrance for access card holders only. And there's a direction on there that visitors must use Salcedo Street. Okay. This parking garage clearly has been there for a very long time, clearly predated our fire station going in. So the concerns about traffic in and out of that parking garage, they're utilizing existing capacity for parking. The number of spaces that are there are the same number of spaces that have always been there. And the potential for generating trips has always been there. I did not hear you express this concern, however, when a tax collector was here. Something that, potentially going to generate more than
Commissioner, the tax collector's parking was in Menorca. This group was not going to be parking in Menorca.
I understand that, but you're talking about traffic on Menorca, okay? Because I've already addressed the existing potential for parking and traffic.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about Alcazar at this time.
Alcazar. That parking garage pre-existed the building of the public safety building, pre-existed the entrance and exit choices for the fire station there. Concerns for that should have been addressed in the design of our public safety building. It's difficult to understand why trip generation of 25 more vehicles is going to tip the scale. especially when there's zero parking that's going to be happening on the south side of that property. None whatsoever. So you have the complete street there on that side, sans any parking whatsoever. And the only parking space on Salcedo that I've, added in there that they have to have a handicap space, it's not going to be filled all the time. So you're moving essentially one more car at that point. That parking lot that currently exists looks like it takes a lot more than 25 parking spaces. Okay?
So, Madam Vice.
So I'm having difficulty understanding why now that we've already approved the tax collector's
It's not the
office.
parking, Vice Mayor, what we're saying is there's more traffic by moving, if they're dropping off at one and going around, it's the traffic circulation of the area. That's it. That's it. The parking spaces, we used those same parking spaces before the Menorca garage was done. We have more people in the public safety building now than we would have if we didn't have other departments in the building. So that was part of it. The part of the traffic on Menorca is we can't get a definitive answer until we see what's coming in the future. My concern is, and that's what I've voiced throughout, is the egress and ingress from both sides of the public safety building, and what does that do? That's it. And if nobody else.
So, you have something else you want to say, Madam?
No,
Okay,
no,
okay,
just
so-
wanted to bring up those facts.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to put on the record and to be fair, that I was the one who called you. You didn't set up a meeting with me. I was the one interested in the safety of our public safety building. Let me just put that on the record. And I think our responsibility as a body, as a commission here, is not only to look at what is before us, but also to see if it harmonizes and it's in the best interest of the neighborhood, right? We cannot just say, okay, check the box here, check a box here, check a box. That's not realistic. I know that we're only looking at this case right now, but at the end of the day, we also have to have a broader image of what's happening surrounding the neighborhood. And I think that's when the concerns come in. The project is beautiful. I love it. The developers are amazing. But your concerns, I don't take lightly. And I think the best idea moving forward here would be to, and it would make me probably be a yes vote, not today, but in the near future, if we would do a traffic analysis and actually see how the concerns that you have are not as substantial as maybe what we think they are. So where I stand and when we do come for a vote, my vote could be yes in the future when your concerns are cleared. But for right now, I cannot put a development above public safety.
Okay. So, does the commission have anything else they'd like to express? Now we have a motion and a second on the floor.
We do, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Just for clarification as well, I reached out to the chief after hearing that he had concerns that were brought up to Planning and Zoning Board. So that's the reason that the chief and I spoke. I think it's a great project, but I would like to see these concerns addressed. So I'm a no vote today.
Commissioner Lara?
So I think the project is great, and I think everybody involved in it did very difficult and successful work in trying to get the approvals necessary to not only comply with what our code requires, but as we sit here today, there are no present safety concerns known. And while I respect the chief immensely, without limit, frankly, I appreciate your commentary on this, which is valuable. But on balance, I believe that this project should be given an affirmative yes and proceed. So yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
For similar reasons, yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item G2 before we go to lunch.
Mayor, we had two items.
Go
So
ahead.
that was E12, which was on the receipt of TDRs, and the next one is E13, which is the remote parking.
Can I have a
Move it.
motion? Can I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item G2.
Mayor, E14 is the one where the city would be selling the TDRs for
Okay,
this
you want
property.
to
Do
do
you want to do
Fine.
that one?
E14.
So E14 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Coral Gables, a municipal corporation existing under the laws of Florida, and Menorca Ventures LLC, a Florida limited liability company, for the transfer of development rights as defined in Article 16 and Sections 8-114 and 14-205 of the zoning code from the city-owned building located at 286 Miracle Mile, Coral Gables, Florida, and directing that all proceeds from the transfer of development rights be placed in the city's historic building fund, providing for repeated provisions of ability clause and providing for an effective date. This does require a forfeits vote.
I'll move it.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Last item before we go to lunch, G2.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing members of the City Commission to serve as ex officio members in the following boards: Coral Gables Bar Association, Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, Coral Gables Community Foundation, Coral Gables Museum Board, Beacon Council Advisory Board of Trustees, the Green Corridor Task Force, and the Miami-Dade County League of Cities for a 2-year term beginning June 1st, 2025, continuing through May 31st, 2027.
All right, thank you. I would like to see if my colleagues would accept me being appointed to the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce and the Miami-Dade League of Cities.
Sounds like a wonderful idea.
Sounds great.
Would anybody else like to serve on any of the boards?
I would like to continue on the Community Foundation.
Okay.
I'm on the Green Corridor. Commissioner Lara, would you like to do the Bar Association this time?
I would like to do, if I could, two.
Mhm.
Bar Association and Museum.
Okay.
Okay, so which ones are left for Commissioner Fernandez and
I would
for
like
me?
to stay on Anti-Crime Committee.
Well, that's not part of the committee here.
Yes, it should have been added. It was added after that point. It should
You're
be on
right,
the
it
list.
was not here. It was done, last time we did it as a separate
Correct.
item, but we can definitely include it, Mayor, if that's the will of the commission.
For the commission?
Who has the Beacon Council?
I do, and I have the chamber. No, the Beacon Council is open. You can have it. I have the Miami-Dade League of Cities, and I have the chamber. So if you like the league, if you like the Beacon Council, you can have that.
Perfect.
Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, give me 1 second.
No,
here.
I just want to make sure you caught that.
So the Green Corridor is going to continue to be Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Correct.
And Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, what was the second one for you?
Foundation.
The museum was who?
Commissioner Lara.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, which one was yours?
The Crime Watch.
Crime Watch.
And Commissioner Lara is going to take the Bar Association this time.
Thank you. May I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
We can do lunch in 15 minutes. We got a long agenda. Is that enough?
No, it's not.
All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
I just had 25 minutes.
Yes, E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code by creating Chapter 2 Administration, Article 7 Finance, Division 1 Generally, Section 2-352 Fund Balance and Reserve Policy, to codify the fund balance and reserve policy established pursuant to Resolution Number 2016-34, and to require a forfeits vote of the City Commission prior to spending general fund reserves except during a declared state of emergency, and to provide that the policy may be amended by ordinance approved by a forfeits vote of the City Commission, providing for repealer, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
I'll move it.
I need a second. Do you have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mr. Mayor, just for the record, there have been no changes since first reading.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I just have a brief comment. As you all know, this was one of the items that people spent over a year trying to get signatures, and most of the signatures were not certifiable, so obviously it didn't go well. I just want you to know that even though some of you may think that this is what the people want, they had an opportunity to sign the petition and they didn't.
All right, Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's close it. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? None? Please call the vote.
Commissioner Fernandez?
For the reasons stated last commission meeting, no.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
For the reasons stated last commission meeting, yes.
Mayor Lago?
For the reasons stated last commission meeting and the reason why we need to protect our reserves after years and years and years of belt tightening, I say yes. Thank you. E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, City Commission, Section 2-29, Compensation of Mayor, Commissioners, Travel Allowance, to adjust the compensation and expense allowance of the Mayor and Commissioners, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Move it.
Are there any changes?
There have been no changes. There was a slight typo that was fixed, but it makes clear that the adjusted compensation amount begins with the pay period that began yesterday, May 19th.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, who seconded?
I did.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'll follow the lead. For the same reason given in the previous item, this is not what the people, they chose not to sign, so you do whatever you want.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Section 2-79, Order of Business, to clarify and amend public comment and commission sponsorship procedures, providing for severability clause, repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, there have been no changes since first reading. As previously discussed, this changes a little bit of the public comment opportunities and clarifies when public comment is and is not going to be taken by the Commission.
Okay.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Just a very simple comment. I remember sitting in somebody's living room, dining room, how much he wanted people to be able to talk whenever they wanted to talk. I guess the ideas have changed. We have become king and now we want our people to follow the lead and do what I tell them to do. So, in honor of King Vince, I say it's a good idea.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion, a second.
Commissioner Lara?
Well, just want to say that the ordinance provides for orderly and reasonable discourse between the residents and the commission as a whole. I believe that, as I said before, there's nobody on this dais that is king or queen or dictator, but I do believe that our mandate is to bring order, reasonableness, decorum back to this dais. So, yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
For those reasons, and in addition, we should not be encouraging endless comment or filibusters in our commission so that we can accomplish business and get things done. Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
I understand the comments that Commissioner Lara and Vice Mayor Anderson said, and I concur. However, I also feel that I got elected here to give the people a voice. And that's really restricting some individuals in particular, because I think this is a little targeted. It's my opinion, not a fact. For that reason, I say no. I'm here to represent the people, give them a voice, and this really enables them to do so.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm against thwarting public comment, so I'm a no on this item.
Mayor Lago?
Madam City Attorney, quick question. When you look at the city of Miami, you look at Miami-Dade County, Miami Beach, South Miami, is every other city using the same protocols for public comment?
So Mayor, yes, generally they allow public comment during a public comment period or when there's public hearing items during those times when it's required by law. And of course, even with this change, anyone can come and speak on any item on the agenda during the open public comment period.
So the reason why I bring that up is because I think Commissioner Castro made a good point. She goes, it's not fact what she's saying, it's just her opinion. We have to remember that because again, you can say a lot of things here and they're not the truth at the end of the day, but these are facts. The ordinance is the same as every other city. And the whole point is to be about being efficient and being considerate of other people's time so that everyone can come in and join public comment. My vote is yes. Moving on to E5.
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Section 1, creation, composition, election terms, vacancies, qualifications, and Section 1.1, runoff election of Article 1, City Commission and Mayor of the City Charter to change the date of the general election from April 13, 2027 to November 3, 2026, and to change the date of all subsequent elections, providing for a 4-month reduction of existing terms of office, moving the runoff election to 4 weeks after the general election, and moving the swearing-in date to 5 weeks after the general election, amending Section 3, election to office, commission as judge of qualifications, requirements, ballots, canvassing, and qualifying periods, amending the qualifying period, adopting such charter amendments pursuant to Section 100.3605, 101.75, and 166.021, subsection 4, Florida statutes, providing for a repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. This is returning to you. This item amends our charter as permissible under state law to move the election date from April 13th, 2027 to November 3rd, 2026, and changing the date of all subsequent elections to November of even-numbered years. This would result in a 4-month reduction of existing terms of office. Rather than being sworn in April of 2027, members would be sworn in December of 2026. We believe this is permissible under various Florida statutes that allows the commission to change the date of their election, to either extend or shorten terms of office, and to provide for the orderly transition based on that election change. So this would change the charter itself to those November of even-numbered years elections.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz? And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, while Mrs. Cruz is coming up, I did not get a motion.
Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll make one comment before we vote.
Second.
Thank you.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Once again, when we used to sit at somebody's dining table in the city of Coral Gables, we always bragged about the fact that we were not the same as every other city around us or near us or whatever. And for obvious reasons, because this was one of the items that people weren't available to sign, and they couldn't come up with a lot of certifiable signatures. I think that, I guess we forget that we're living in the city of Coral Gables. Maybe we should be incorporated or annexed by Miami, and we'll do the same way.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Quickly. I originally brought this item, almost a year, and a half ago? Memory serves me correctly. And I had the choice to make whether it would be proper for me, myself, and I to lengthen my term in office by moving the election or shorten it. And I say the people didn't vote for me to have a longer term. So the proper thing to do is shorten by just a few months. Now, the lengthening of the term, and City Attorney, you know this off the top of your head better than I do, was a year plus, wasn't it?
20 months would be to extend the term from April 27 to November of 28.
So almost 2 years, as opposed to just shaving off 4 months.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. The other thing is, the voters have spoken in many different ways. When they came forward and spoke in favor during the time that this item was under consideration, there was overwhelming support by people and mothers holding children on their hips, talking on Zoom and otherwise, that let's make it easier for people to vote. The other thing is, we just had an election. I've knocked thousands of doors. Overwhelmingly, even people that had previously wanted to keep it in April when they heard that the turnout for elections is so much easier. And it's not a partisan issue. We elect our county commissioners at the same November elections. So we have nonpartisan elections in the same time period. We shouldn't have to go through the hassle of having people knock our doors and put flyers on our windows and signs all over the place. We can enjoy April. We can take vacations in April. We can go on vacation with our kids when they're on spring break, go visit our grandchildren, instead of having to worry about whether or not we're going to be able to make it back and have an election done on a timely basis, because you're already going to be at the polls. 3 more bubbles. It's not that difficult. We have a very highly educated electorate, and we should be encouraging people to vote, not discouraging people to vote, because if you're discouraging people to vote and trying to place elections in a time period that is less convenient for people to vote, you're suppressing the vote. And I don't believe that our government should ever try to suppress the vote. So, are you starting the roll call?
Not yet. We're just in public, we're in discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was on a roll.
No worries.
Through the mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When the vice mayor says residents have spoken, I remember this item coming up to the commission, and if, I don't know, I'm probably too late right now, but we could probably get a public record with the amount of emails, because I remember me printing out the stack of emails saying, please do not change our elections to November. Keep our elections in April. And then suddenly things have changed, but I really don't see the residents speaking as far as change at least they haven't spoken to me. They haven't reached out to me. The people who have reached out to me are the people asking me, which I can have proof and on the record, emails, do not change, leave our elections in April. We all know that this is not really about saving $200,000. This is about drowning the voices of the people. This is about only letting well-funded candidates run city government. I have spoken about this, I don't know how many times. I wrote an opinion in the Miami Herald. I wrote another one in the Miami Community newspaper. I have addressed this in town halls with residents numerous times. But for some weird reason, this keeps on coming up and coming up and coming up. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's in the best interest of the city. $200,000 is almost nothing compared to our budget. So when we're really saying we're here to save $200,000, I find that's very dishonest. And I'm done. Thank you.
Sir?
May I? So, to your point, Commissioner, right, that you say you have not heard from the people whether or not it's a good thing to move the elections to November of even dates. You know, we had the largest runoff election turnout in the history of Coral Gables on April 22 of this year. 4,358 people voted against the concept of leaving it in April of odd years, because I ran on this point. My clear, over a year platform was we must move the elections to November of even years because Coral Gables votes. It is not quantity over quality, but Coral Gables votes over 80% in November of even years. And in a good year, you might get somewhere between 17 and 20% of the registered electorate that turns out in April. So clearly, there is something about April that makes it a hardship, I would say, for single mothers, for example, who have to deal with children during spring break or when it's Easter, as one of the runoff early election days fell this year. I had residents who were coming off of a cruise ship, catching a plane, because their spring break and private school spring break was that same week, desperately trying to get their vote in, which would not have occurred in a November even year scenario. So I think that the point is, rather than saying that you're looking at this as drowning out the voices, I see it as making it easier for those voices to be heard by providing the most accessible, broad-based, and convenient way to be heard. And when you have more people voting, you have a clearer image of what it is that the people really want. And when they come out in record numbers that they did in this last runoff election, it is not because they wanted more of the same, I would submit, but rather they were looking for change. So a promise was made, and a promise is being delivered here today.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we need to rehash everything that we discussed last time. My vote is no, simply because I think this is a decision that any charter change should be made by the voters. And this question should be answered by the voters, whether they want to make that change or not, should not be made up here on the dais.
My vote is going to be to support this, and it's very simple. We're not drowning anyone out. Just think about it. When Eric Fernandez and Melissa Castro were elected, it was the lowest voter turnout in 25 years. You had immense lower voter turnout. The whole point is to get more people to come out and vote, because I trust the voter to make the right decision. We have a very educated voter base here in the city that takes pride in engaging and serving. So the idea that we're drowning people out by more people coming out to vote just doesn't make sense. I was very thoughtful during the election, and I didn't use, for example, like a People Count USA type model to go after polling data. I actually hired a national company from Washington to be able to review what the individuals in this community thought about a November election. Over 70% of individuals were in favor of a November election. And that was validated, as the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Lara said, when we walked thousands of homes where people said, why are elections in April? So maybe for you it's not about the $200,000, but it is about $200,000. It's a lot of money. That's the people's money. But it's about more involvement, not drowning people out. I want people to be engaged, to participate in the process. So my vote is a yes, very clearly.
Mr. Mayor, before I call the roll, I did receive a message from a resident on Zoom, which I missed. If you would allow for them to speak during public comment. is from Mr. Robert Ruano, and he is on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners again. I just wanted to, I wasn't going to talk about this, but I did want to bring something up, and maybe it's more of a question than anything. We assigned a charter review committee. I wasn't on it. I really didn't follow them. But I was curious as to what the charter review committee said about these issues. Personally, I support November election. I don't have an issue with it. But we did put a charter review committee together, but I've seen a lot of items, including this one, that are making charter changes when we've already have a process in place. We brought this committee in, and we should be listening to them as a recommendation. And I don't hear in any of these saying, okay, this is what the charter review committee thought. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Clerk, will you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Will you please send Mr. Ruano all the charter review videos so he has them at his disposal and he can review them? And again, be clear, the charter review was compromised because this commission, 3 votes out of the 5, removed 2 votes on that charter review. They went from 7 to 5, and the intent was to have more control. The last 3 charter reviews had 7 members, and this was done every 10 years. This was rushed to have it done now in 8 years. So I welcome the charter review. They have yet to complete their review. They're more than welcome to give us their guidance. I welcome it.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more speaker, Ms. Elaine Dovay. Ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First time I speak at a commission meeting. And it's because I had a question after the last commission meeting about this item. I've asked it of the city attorney. I've asked it of the, several city staffers, and nobody seems to be able to answer me. So maybe you can answer me here in the public forum. There is a whereas on this that says that there will be a public vote at a later date for affirmation. I guess it's a 2-part question. Is affirmation necessary? And if the public votes no, what happens then?
Madam City Attorney, can we please close the public comment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, as we've discussed on multiple occasions.
So, Mayor, I think that the intent has changed a little bit. It's no longer putting into an affirmation of the voters, but there is another related item. It's F14, which does call for a special election and a ballot question put to the voters. And obviously, when we call that one up, we will explain what the question is and what the impact of it will be. But if this ordinance is adopted today on second reading, the one that we are considering right now, it will change the date of the election. Unless there's subsequent action by the commission to undo that, but as of today, it will be a change to a November election.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E6. Madam City Attorney.
E6 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting approval of a site plan amendment pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-203, Conditional Uses for a country club originally approved by Ordinance Number 2016-34, as amended by Ordinance 2022-10, located within a special use district for the property commonly referred to as the Riviera Country Club and legally described as portions of Tract 1 and 5, Riviera Country Club, a portion of Miami Biltmore Golf Course of Riviera, Section Part 4, and lots 10 to 14, Block 112, Country Club Section Part 5, Coral Gables, Florida. All other conditions of approval contained in Ordinance 2016-34 shall remain in effect, providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial matter. Mr. Clerk, please swear in those who will be testifying today.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So good morning, Jennifer Garcia, Planning and
May I
Zoning
interrupt
Director.
for just one moment? Apologize.
Of course.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Question for the city attorney. I was unaware of this until I received the agenda item that, and for the sake of just absolute clarity and transparency, I happen to be a member of the Riviera Country Club as a tennis member. It has no impact whatsoever on what I'm about to hear or how I will vote in terms of bias, but I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
So generally, I think it's just as a regular member who's not a board member, there are many members, and you're just one of many members. I don't think there's an issue there. But I will say, since you were not here on first reading, we did discuss that you would be reviewing the discussion from the prior one in the materials, and so if you could just confirm that.
I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Director?
Yes, of course. So this is a applicant's request for a major site plan amendment for their site plan for Riviera Country Club. It is an addition of demolition of the existing tennis building, construction of a new tennis building, and reconfiguration of the 8 courts there. There's been no changes since first reading.
None? Okay. Do we have anything that from the applicant or no? Got anything?
Good afternoon, Mr.
Besides
Mayor.
the fact that you're a great architect and I really admire your work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What else do you want me to say?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff, thank you. Nelson De Leon of Locus Architecture, Inc. at 500 South Dixie Highway, Suite 307, Coral Gables, representing today the Riviera Country Club. There are no changes, as Jennifer Garcia said. The scope of the project is, in essence, changing like for like, so a 2-story existing tennis building modernized and replaced with a new 2-story tennis building, 8 tennis courts, some of which are undersized from regulation play being increased to regulation size, along with landscape improvements and additional site improvements. And one thing that's very important is that we designed the tennis facility itself to fit within the context of the residential neighborhood itself. So the height of the tennis building is no higher than the adjacent neighbors. And additionally, the footprint is rather small, air-conditioned, 3,700 square feet. It has wraparound verandas, which bring the total up to about 6,700 square feet under roof. That second floor veranda is designed as an observation level looking down upon the courts.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any further comment from the commission? Can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to item E7.
E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Section 78-101, compulsory connection required where sanitary sewer available, to provide for city responsibility for sewer laterals located in the right-of-way under certain conditions, to establish circumstances under which the property owners remain responsible for repairs, to establish triggers for mandatory lateral replacement during new construction or substantial improvements, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Ceballos will present the item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So E7 ordinance does make a couple changes to our sanitary sewer. The biggest point of it is to shift the burden and the maintenance of the sanitary sewer lines that is currently in the right-of-way that attaches to the resident's property onto the city. Obviously, there's some certain caveats. I'll let the Public Works Director speak to the specifics of it, but there's a few changes. I'll defer to the Public Works Director. If you have any comments, you're not getting changes, I'm here to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. So this ordinance does a few things. It's modifying section 78-101 of the Code of the City of Coral Gables. The first things that we're doing is that we're increasing, according to the current code, a property owner that has a property abutting an existing sewer line has 120 days to connect. So what we're doing is that we're increasing that 120 days to 365 to put it in accordance with Florida statutes. There's a caveat there about in cases where the septic tank is imperiled, and then that time frame shrinks to 90 days, and all of that is almost verbatim from Florida statute. So we're modifying our code to match Florida statute to allow residents who are abutting an existing sewer but still have a septic tank, we give them more time to connect. So that's the first thing that we're addressing with this code revision. The other thing that we're doing is we're addressing something that is relatively unique to the City of Coral Gables. On the City of Coral Gables, the maintenance of sanitary sewer lateral, including the portion that is in the public right-of-way, that is the sewer line that connects your house to the main sewer line on the street, it is the responsibility of the abutting property owner. So what we're doing is that we're eliminating that provision. You go to Miami-Dade County, almost any other municipality around, at least in this vicinity, the portion of the right-of-way is the responsibility of the city, the municipality, the agency who's in charge of the sewer. So what we're doing is that we're taking over the responsibility of the portion of the sewer lateral that is within the right-of-way. We're going to be proposing to increase the sewer fee approximately $2 to $3 for your moderate user per month to cover the added expense for this item. And there's some additional caveats here, like for example, if the lateral is damaged by a tree on private property, then the owner will still be responsible. We also making sure that we have provisions that if somebody's doing a significant improvement to the homes, that they're still responsible to improve the lateral abutting the property if it's in poor condition, more specifically level 2 or level 3 activation. Besides those conditions, the idea is that we'll be taking over the responsibility for maintaining the sewer line in exchange for a very small increase on the sewer bills.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it, but I do have a couple questions.
Do I have a second?
Second. Couple questions. You said $2 to $3 per month. Our bills come out quarterly. Did you mean quarterly or per month?
No, per month. It will be $2 to $3 per month, so quarterly will be times 3.
Okay. And you mentioned level 2 or 3 alteration. Can you put that into layman's terms for us who don't know what a level 2 or 3 alteration is?
Those are significant. Those are significant alterations or modifications in accordance to the building code, and more specifically, it talks about an amount equal or exceeding $150,000 or an addition of 1,000 square feet or more, or obviously brand new construction. Okay. So you're looking at a significant. You're redoing your roof. We're not asking you to redo the lateral, right?
Right.
So that's what we're talking about here.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Anyone else? So before we vote on this, the reason why I brought this forward, and I'm not sure if I have an old agenda, but I was the sponsor of this item, was because we went on site, I remember, with the manager, probably, what would you say, about 3 or 4 months ago?
About 3, yes, sir, about
3 months ago. And we were looking at a retiree, I don't want to say an older lady, but a retiree, and she was faced with this exact hardship. And it didn't really make much sense, because you look at neighboring municipalities in Miami-Dade County, correct me if I'm wrong, or
You're correct.
The municipality is responsible for the right-of-way improvement. So this is why I'm bringing it forward to you. There's not many cases where this happens, but it is once in a while. And it was a pretty significant financial burden on this older lady. And I wanted to bring it before the commission just to see that maybe this fell through the cracks, and maybe we corrected this measure. So we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Thank you, Mr. Ceballos. E8.
E8 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 1, generally by amending Section 2-52, Qualification and Appointment of Members, in order to offer members of city boards access to pickleball facilities at the Biltmore and Salvador Park tennis centers, free of charge, providing for a repeated provision, severability clause codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Friedman, please present the item.
Sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Cliff Friedman, Assistant City Attorney. This item simply amends the city's past policy for members of boards and committees to add pickleball as an acceptable use of their board benefit. So this would make eligible board members, a board member, spouse, or domestic partner, and immediate family members who are 17 years of age or younger and are registered as part of the board member's household eligible for Biltmore and Salvador tennis and pickleball, Monday through Sunday, including holidays, at no charge.
Great piece.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Gurley, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, close the public comment. Any comment from the commission?
Great piece.
Yep.
All right, well, I brought this forward. I thought it was a good idea as a result of all the new facilities we're going to be having now in regards to pickleball, so that some of our board members can get to use this great new amenity here in the city. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E9.
E9 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Chapter 2 Administration, Article 2, City Commission, Section 2-22, Mayor, Duties and Powers to clarify the mayor's ability to designate city representatives for city delegations, providing for severability provisions, repeater clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. Ms. Throckmorton will present the item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Currently, the code provides under mayor's duties that the mayor has the ability to represent the city commission in negotiations, meetings, and functions, and furthermore, to designate other commissioners to represent the city commission in negotiations, meetings, and functions, except as otherwise designated by the city commission. The item before you today clarifies that those meetings, functions, and negotiations also include city delegations, including those delegations for lobbying at the state and federal level, and that when the mayor designates commissioners to represent the city in official city delegations, the mayor shall designate those other commissioners during a public meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Just a comment. I guess those of you that do not agree with the mayor don't expect to be appointed.
Can I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Second.
Can I have some public comment from the commission?
I think this is appropriate for orderly delegation up to Tallahassee in particular. I think Tallahassee appreciates us being more organized and moving forward.
For the mayor,
Yes.
what is the intent of this resolution, of this ordinance?
The intent is simple. I've spoken to many state representatives and many senators. They're not interested in seeing 4 or 5 individuals in a room representing a city. They want to meet with 1 or 2 designees, and also the cost associated with it is pretty significant. I have all the costs associated here with traveling multiple times, and for example, last year we received 0 in appropriations. When I went up to Tallahassee 4 times, we received almost $4 million on 2 times. Last year I did not go to Tallahassee, and we received 0 appropriations. So the point is, number 1 is to save money, and number 1 is to be a unified voice and get the work done. That should not be a social trip. It should be, or a business trip. It should be you're representing the city, and we can do this. And I've heard this from multiple elected officials, and it's not only myself. It's the vice mayor who also heard it from state representatives and senators who said that we're one of the few cities that brings an entire commission up there, and it could be done a lot more efficiently.
Okay, well, I think that for you to go ahead and sponsor this legislation to increase your powers is inadequate, but it's done. Okay, that's fine. I know that you're also trying to prevent me from going to Tallahassee. In that case, that being said, I will pay for it on my own. I'm still going to continue to go up there. And my answer, my vote to that's going to be no.
Through the mayor,
Yes.
a question for the assistant city attorney. Does this ordinance add any authority or power to the mayor, or is this a clarification of existing?
I would see it as a clarification, meetings, functions, and I'm going to get the other word wrong, functions. Meeting functions and negotiations are currently in there. Arguably, trips to Tallahassee are meetings with other legislative officials, so those have arguably always been meetings that the city mayor could have delegated commissioners to attend. So it's written as a clarification to the existing code and the existing authority, and now it requires that delegation happen at a public meeting.
Thank you. As proposed, does this mean that if a commissioner that was not so designated by the mayor to go to Tallahassee wishes to do so in any event, is that something that would be for the commissioner wanting to go but not designated outside of their authority to do so, representing the city in Tallahassee in an official capacity?
The commission as a whole can always designate somebody. If the mayor chooses not to, the commission as a whole can act as a body, can authorize the city manager to expend funds for an individual commissioner to make a trip. And a city commissioner always retains their title and their ability to use their title. But the commission as a legislative body adopts legislative priorities every year, particularly for Tallahassee. And generally, the commissioners speak to those priorities when attending city delegations in Tallahassee. I'm not sure if that answers exactly your question, but a commissioner is always in their private life able to do exactly what they would like to do within the bounds of.
Almost. What I'm asking is, when a commissioner travels to lobby on behalf of the city in Tallahassee, can they do so without having been designated to do so under this proposed ordinance? Or can you have lobbying efforts done sui juris, ad hoc, as one wishes?
On behalf of the city, it's either the mayor as set forth in the code or as otherwise designated. On behalf of the city commission as a whole, a city commissioner can always lobby on their own behalf or their own interests, but when representing the interests of the city or the city commission as a whole, they should be designated by the mayor or the commission as a whole.
Okay, that's clarifying it for me. Thanks.
So if I may add some color to your statement, Commissioner. Before I became mayor, we had never received over $1 million in appropriations. For 2 years straight, we reached well over $3 million, $4 million. That took a unified front. That took a real methodical approach. We had to be very thoughtful and be very careful on how we did things. I've never gone to days. I've never been up there and done that type of experience. It's always been to go and work on behalf of the city and accomplish a goal of bringing appropriations down here. We failed miserably last year. We fell on our face. The vice mayor and myself did not attend last year as a result of politics that were being played. So my point is this: we can either lead or we can go in 50 different directions. I'm a believer that we should attack it one person, two people, sit down with the senators, sit down with the state reps, get the business at hand that's done, shore up our appropriation needs, and move on. That's what I think is critically important. And that's why I'm putting this forward. It's a clarification. It's very simple. It shouldn't be taken as a personal jab or attack. It should be just move forward. Keep moving forward. Keep progressing in the city and hopefully bringing back money for example, the gondola building, where we brought back over $900,000 for the renovation of the gondola building. And I think that's a good thing. It's going to help us out in the near future now when we commence that project. So,
Through the mayor, I was the only one in the commission to go ahead and represent the city this whole session. And those appropriations still haven't been approved. Okay, but the previous session, where Commissioner Ariel Fernandez and Kirk Menendez did go with me, I just want to go ahead and let Commissioner Lara know that our mayor was making phone calls so that selected elected officials would not see us. I saw with my own eyes. It's not a fable. It's true. And some of them got confused and actually canceled the meetings for the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce instead of to the elected officials. So that was definitely not in the best interest of the city. And somebody was working against us, politics, instead of working for what's in the best interest of the city, which is really sad, really, really sad.
okay, so now that we've heard, like she said, a fable, now we can move on to the business at hand. So we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
I had some comments.
Say through the mayor.
Well, no, I was letting you finish. The approach that we've taken over the last 2 years has been an approach that was set forth by our in-house government affairs team and our 3 lobbying teams in Tallahassee. That approach was changed this year at their recommendation. We changed their policies. In fact, I had numerous conversations with 2 of our lobbying teams about what the right approach would be moving forward in Tallahassee. Their recommendation was that every member of the commission should make at least 1 trip, which is the trip that I made this year. They went as far as saying the mayor and the vice mayor should also come up. You guys did not come up this past year, because it's important for the legislators to see every member of the commission is on board with these principles and these policies, and that we are a united front up there. So That was part of the approach. We made it through the House and the Senate with $1.8 million last year. The governor vetoed that as part of a restructuring within the governor's office of infrastructure projects that he believed should go through a grant process, which has now been set up for this year. So it's not that it wasn't successful. We were able to get it through the legislature. The governor's office was the one that did not move forward our project like it did in South Miami's, like it did in West Miami's, and other neighboring municipalities who also were on the chopping block because there were infrastructure projects. So it's not about who went, it's about what was presented and what the final projects were that he was or was not on board. We had very productive meetings with the Historic Preservation Department in Tallahassee, who gave us ideas that we pitched to our Historic Preservation Director on different ways that we can utilize their department, grants that we would be able to apply for that in the past the city has not applied for. I had conversations with our federal lobbyists, never made a trip up there, but I did have conversations with our federal lobbyists about ways that we can start tapping into additional resources in Washington as well. They're working on potential ways to do it. Having been in Tallahassee for many years lobbying, I can tell you there's no magic sauce. Every session is different. Every session's priorities are different by the legislature and by the governor. Right now, we have a very interesting dynamic. They don't even have a budget going forward. They're so far apart on what they're going to pitch. So I will be voting against this because I do not believe we should be delegating more responsibilities to the office of mayor. I believe this is something that's up to the commission, and we have done so very well, even last year, voting on delegations, who went, who did not. Whoever was available would make the trips. Whoever was not did not make the trips. So I don't see this as necessary.
So I'm gonna respond, okay? And then we'll take the roll call. The proof is in the pudding. The first 2 years that I was mayor, we hit record numbers. Last year, you can ask for a public record. Commissioner Fernandez said, don't worry, the mayor needs to go, I'm gonna take care of it, I'm gonna deliver. You delivered 0. I will tell you, the vice mayor heard it also. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Multiple state representatives and senators said, you will get appropriations when you lower your salaries, when you remove your car allowances, when you make a November election. That was a stigma that you went up there with, and you had a goose egg. So at the end of the day, you can shine it any way you want. The proof is in the number. You can blame it on the governor. When I was up there, I had meetings with the governor in an effort to not get vetoed. The first 2 years, we didn't get vetoed, but you got vetoed. I know it's tough to swallow, but at the end of the day, why don't you let the professionals handle things and let things moving forward get addressed as they need to be professionally handled? Because I have a proven track record in Tallahassee of getting things done. And when I speak to my lobbyists, our lobbyists, the 3 different companies, and the state representatives and the senators, they say, less is more. You don't need to bring a whole bandwagon of people up here at the end of the day, and it costs the city more money. You've been ineffective. The proof is in the pudding, as I said. Last year, you got $0. So I think this is the way that it works. It's more concise. It's more to the point. We are, focused. Yesterday, I had breakfast with a state representative dealing with these issues, preparing for this year. But if you think you can handle it again this year, then go ahead and handle it. And if you actually believe what Melissa Castro is telling you, that I went and worked against the city, I mean, then I have some swampland to sell you.
I have proof. I have proof.
You're interrupting me.
Think about really good what you're saying, because I have proof.
You're interrupting me.
Okay.
You're interrupting me. I have some swampland to sell you in the Everglades. So please call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E15.
E15.
We did that already, right? We do E15?
We missed E10. I don't know if
I'm
you
sorry,
want to do
E10. I apologize. Go back to E10.
E10 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving a purchase and sale agreement to include certain key terms with Eugenia S. Schmid as trustee of the Eugenia S. Schmid Declaration of Trust dated August 7, 1998, for the purchase of an undeveloped parcel of land located at 1031 Valencia Avenue, waiving certain requirements pursuant to Section 2-1089 of Division 12 of the Procurement Code, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Do we have anybody from staff? Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, Mr. Mayor, this is the empty lot adjacent to Salvador Park. We entered into negotiations with the property owners. They came back with a final offer of or what we thought was a final offer of $3.2 million, and we came back and countered with a firm and final of $3.1 million, and they accepted our offer. So,
Mr. Manager, thank you very much for your hard work. I appreciate that. You and I have been working on that for probably the last 2 months. And at one point there, we thought we weren't going to be able to get the property. They had it on their contract with somebody else. We were going to be able to get it back. I think it's a wonderful addition for the city, especially a park that needs a little bit more space. And this is a key piece of property that is perfectly placed, and hopefully we can expand on this piece of property in the near future. And my vision would be to vacate the city and just, excuse me, not the city, I apologize, vacate the street and then be able to even make the piece of property even larger. So again, this is a two-step process. Maybe in the near future, another commission will be able to address the other adjacent piece of property. And then we would have something, again, that could really be made into something really, really special. So again, this is the reason why we're doing this here is because I wrote a piece of legislation a few years ago where we were able to get park impact fees. 0.5% is on a permit, and you have these monies there. This is not coming from tax revenue, from tax dollars from residents, correct? This is coming from park impact fees. So I want people to understand that. Madam Director, am I correct or no? Am I correct? This money, where's it coming from? Just want to be clear on that. So I'm very proud of that legislation.
Paula Rodriguez, Assistant Finance Director for Management and Budget. Yes, the funds that we have are coming from our purchase of land, which for the majority comes from impact fees that are dedicated to be used for the purchase of land.
And also from the permit fees, correct?
And all from the permit fees, impact fees that are collected as part of our building permit fees.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I can just add, the key terms that will be incorporated in the PSA are attached in the letter of intent that was signed. We have sent a PSA to the seller, and we'll be finalizing that between first and second reading. So when it's approved on second, we'll have a final PSA for you all to review and consider.
Perfect. I need a motion and a second.
I'll move it. I'm thrilled.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor, but can I clarify who seconded?
Second.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any public comment any comment from the commission?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Attorney, these funds, just to add clarity, can only be used for the purchase of parks, of land for parks, correct?
I will defer to the finance director and the budget director on that. He has a question about the funds. So the funds in this account are just the park impact fees?
So and also, can you explain to the commissioner, when we wrote this legislation, that then Vice Mayor Mike Mena amended it and made it a blend of 65-35, am I correct? So that he understands exactly what this money
Yeah,
is.
so the park impact fee is a split of 65-35. 65% of the impact fee goes to the purchase of land, and 35% goes to park enhancements. And so the park enhancements goes to the enhancement of parks that are because of capacity, right? So these fees are tacked on to the building permits or development service permits because any development could impact, has a growth to the city and impacts the city. And so currently, the impact fees that are collected, for the parks impact fee, right? Because there's different, we have mobility impact fees, we also have public safety impact fees. And so the portion that is collected for the purchase of land, we, every year as part of our budget process, allocate those funds to a capital project titled Purchase of Land. And so currently we have $1.8 million in that purchase of land project from impact fees, but we have a total of about $5 million in the project. So a portion of those funds in the purchase of land are from unrestricted funds, right? Are from general funds or other fees that have been able to accumulate and be put into that project. We also, and just to report, The most recent number that we have is we have an additional 420,000 that we've collected that has not been appropriated, and typically we would appropriate within the budget process unless another purpose came along. And so during the budget process and our capital meetings, we'll talk about appropriating that 400,000 that we've collected this year to that same project. So in short, of the about $5 million that we have in the purchase of land project, just under 2 million is restricted because it's impact fees, and the other 3 million is general fund revenues that have come in and that we've appropriated to that project over the years.
Yeah. So this is a vehicle that's been used, Madam Finance Director, 10 times already to buy parks. Brian, we bought the one, Dorothy Thompson. We bought the Country Club on Granada Corner. We bought the entrance feature on 37th Avenue. We bought the Venitori piece that was a lot split. Remember that piece? It was a little beautiful, small, 5,000 square foot park. So we've been able to use this mechanism to buy parks in residential neighborhoods. These has nothing to do with the 6 or 7 parks that we're going to be having now in the downtown that are forthcoming. Those are agreements with developers in place at the moment that development agreement is struck here on the commission. So this is the example of the legislation that I wrote, which is again bearing fruit in another opportunity in the future where people are going to be able to see the expansion of Salvador Park in a way that's going to make everybody really happy.
Have we spoken to the neighbors of this property to make sure there's no objection to that property being a park?
I had a meeting with the residents directly across the street because we were also discussing the Salvador Dog Run, and they will be ecstatic if that is maintained as a park.
But I mean, the two adjacent properties. I was still talking though.
Talk to the mayor.
But I was still talking.
I know, but you can still talk to the mayor. Talk to the mayor. Just
I
say
was.
through the mayor.
I got the time. You interrupted me.
It's okay.
So have we spoken to the two neighbors adjacent to the property?
Commissioner, I'm asking you, go through the mayor.
I am going through the mayor. You
The mayor.
recognize
Everybody
me.
else, I didn't recognize you.
You did, and you interrupted me.
Commissioner, I'm asking you nicely, please go through the mayor.
Through the mayor.
There you go. Perfect.
The second time. Don't interrupt me this time, please. So the two adjacent properties, Mr. Manager, have we spoken to those neighbors? Because that is a property that's on a corner and has 2 homes that are adjacent to it.
To answer your question, Commissioner Fernandez, no, we have not.
So I'd be concerned about buying a property when we haven't even spoken to the neighbors adjacent to it about it becoming a part of a park. I also think if we are taking, there's an item on here to take $7.1 million away from a park that is already in the works, that needs to get completed, we should take the $3.2 million that is unrestricted in this fund and apply it to Phillips Park, instead of buying another park that we have no plan for right now or in the near future.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Those are apples and oranges. One thing has nothing to do with the other. We will talk about Phillips Park now in a few moments when we get there. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to expand where we may need parking in the future, or we may be doing something else in the future. This is an asset that you do not let slip away. Commissioner, your vision gets clouded in an effort to stop anything that I do, which is good. And it's a shame because we have an opportunity to bring forward so many good items here to the commission, and you don't have one item on the agenda. So I would concentrate on that. I would concentrate on that instead of just trying to say, find every nitpick and every problem with everything, which, again, this is a piece of property that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy adjacent to a property that everybody will tell you in staff that is sorely needed for multiple different reasons. So we have a motion and a second, so I please call the roll. Mr. Clerk?
Mayor, this item does require a forfeits vote because of the amount in the waiver of procurement.
If we don't get the forfeit vote, we don't get it. It's not on me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy this property. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Very smart move. Thank you. Moving on to, was it E15?
15 we did, Mayor.
Okay, we did. 16 we did too, or no?
16 is the time certain.
Okay, time started 4 o'clock. I apologize. Yes. So we move on to F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city clerk to request that the Miami-Dade County Supervisor of Elections establish a polling place at Firehouse 4.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment on that item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close the public comment. Can I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. I've heard from multiple different residents, been a handful probably have told me, listen, you're building a beautiful fire station on Sunset. We vote on Old Cutler. Instead of forcing us to drive there, Coco Plum and that area, instead of forcing us to drive all the way down on Cutler to the other fire station, can we vote in this precinct? So this is just a request sending to Miami-Dade County to see if we can open another voting place in that location, which I think would be very beneficial for the community. Just a request.
Mr. Mayor, we'll be happy to pass on the request, but keep in mind with the city changing the elections to November, it would be their election that we're
I know.
asking them to change.
It's just a request. It just makes sense for efficiency reasons. That's it. There's nothing else. I have a motion, a second. Does the commission have any other further comments? Can you call the roll?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. I'm going to skip F2 and F3 because they're going to take time. So let's go to F4. This is just a cleanup issue.
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission updating the city's policy regarding the issuance of citywide parking permits to elected officials.
Okay. This is just a cleanup issue. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Good afternoon again. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. A concern was brought to me that when we say elected officials, we expect the elected official and maybe his spouse to be driving the car that has the parking permit. But it was brought to me by a resident that sometimes when elected officials or past elected officials have adult children that do not live with them but drive the car titled to the elected official, they get free parking also. And I believe the policy has to do with elected official and spouse, not adult children that do not even live in the same place. So I would like you to look into that because I do not know who they were talking about, but somebody called me and said, there's a past official that has several permits and the grown children drive their car and use the parking at the same time.
Mr. Clerk, any further comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. I need a motion in a second.
Move it.
I'll second.
Through the mayor?
But before we do that, when you go through the person who made the motion is the person that has the floor first. Would you have any comment you have to make?
No, I think this is a great change.
Commissioner Lara, anything you'd like to say?
I think it's a great move.
Commissioner?
Yeah. Could you give me a little more background? What does the legislation actually say? I think it's great. I'm not voting against it. I want some clarity of like what does the legislation really say about this? Because she's saying it's the elected official and the spouse, or I'm a little confused.
So it doesn't specify, and I think it's just, the way and the parking director's here, but the way we manage these parking passes or exemptions is through a license plate registration system. So I think this legislation will result in each elected official being able to submit 2 license plate, and registration information to the parking department, and those 2 vehicles would be exempt from the parking fees.
So it doesn't matter who drives them or not?
Monica Beltran, Director of Parking and Mobility Services and Sustainability. So, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. The intent for me is that these permits should be used very similarly to a disabled permit. It's issued to a person because of a qualification, which is they're either an elected official or an ex-elected official. And therefore, we do understand that many households have more than one car, and that sometimes you might be driving your vehicle, your spouse's vehicle, your partner's vehicle, even your children's vehicle, but you should be the one using the vehicle. And that's how we see it. Now, The enforcement, when I got here, I did look at the exempt list, and there were a couple of folks that had more than 2 vehicles, and actually brought it up to the city manager, but coincidentally, you folks had brought it up, and this was coming up anyway. But this is actually very good legislation, and it gives us the tool to enforce what should be enforced, because this is not meant to take the place of your residential permit if you live in a home and you have 3 children and whatever. It's not meant for that. It is really meant for your use in light of the position that you have or held. So this is very good, and it gives us a tool that we can truly enforce.
So, anything else?
No. I only have 1 permit, so that I don't have an issue with it. I want some clarity. That's it. I wanted clarity.
Anyone else? So in response to the commissioner, this has nothing to do with you, has nothing to do with anybody in this commission, has nothing to do with anyone. It has to do with the simple fact that for a while I've been receiving people tell me this, how many tags do elected officials have? And there's 2 buckets, past and present. Past and present. This is just basically you making it uniform that the past and the present can only have 2 parking passes for life in their family. You can't ask for additional ones to have in your collector car, or in another car that you may have, a 3rd car. It's just about having 2 of them.
And this does something very good as well, and that is that it requires you to re-register your vehicle every 2 years. Everybody should keep in mind that if you change vehicles, please give us a tag, because that's how we enforce.
This is about accountability. This is about
Absolutely.
transparency. This is about doing things right. If you're going to park for free, you should not have 4 parking passes, 5 parking passes, because you say that you have 5 cars. Well, if you're going to come to the city of Coral Gables, then you should use the car that has the pass on it. So it's just about being as transparent as possible and making sure that taxpayers are being represented.
And to be clear, if ever you have a situation in which your car broke down and you need to use, just advise us. We will temporarily modify the list and then return it to when you advise us that it's back. But it does give the responsibility to the user to keep us appraised of the information.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to time certain, 4 o'clock. You need
We're going to need, how many minutes do we need? We need 5-10 minutes?
5. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we'll do E16, time certain, 4 o'clock. Okay?
Recording stopped.
Madam City Attorney, we ready?
So F16, Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's not, it's E16.
Yes.
Been a day.
E16 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the tree relocation and mitigation plan for the Townhouse Development Project, referred to as the George, on the property legally described as lots 29 through 41, Block 10, Coral Gables, Biltmore Section, Coral Gables, Florida. Mr. Clerk, can you please swear in everyone who will be testifying today?
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm this testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, this item was deferred from the March 11th meeting. And so now we are back, and there's been some discussions between staff, the manager's office, and the property owner. I believe they have a presentation. Do you want to go ahead with it?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Melissa Tapinas with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. It's a pleasure to be before you this afternoon, along with my partner, Paul Savage, and our co-counsel, Mario Garcia Serra and Bobby Behar. We're here today representing the George's Residences LLC. We're trying to get online to prepare a presentation for you. And if you will just give us one moment, thank you. Sorry, they're getting ready for Zoom.
Mr. Clerk, do you want to maybe you start with a public comment?
Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. First speaker I have is Carolina Garland.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carolina Gerland, 718 Valencia Avenue, 406 Coral Gables, 33134. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and respected commissioners. I live directly in front of this property built in Biltmore Park, where the George will be built. I believe the developer's proposal regarding the trees are reasonable and makes sense. Having the new trees and the landscape the developer proposes for the George will enhance and benefit our community and our city. Therefore, I support the developer's proposal, and I am really looking forward to moving on and starting the project, the George. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
That's all we have for public comment?
That's all I have, sir.
Okay, that's a record. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. Sorry, I got caught off guard there.
So I'll just add
a lot more, you know.
I'll just add, for the record, and I'm sure we all have.
Madam Vice Mayor, will you go through the mayor?
Yeah, I'll go through the chair.
Through the chair. Thank you.
I received countless calls, countless emails from a number of individuals on this matter. Okay.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
also have received numerous calls, emails regarding this situation item.
I've also received countless emails and phone calls from people on both sides of the issue. Just want to put it on the record. It's all available, obviously, through a public record request through the clerk.
And through the mayor, and I think we all have.
Okay.
All right, so I see them sharing their PowerPoint.
Are you ready to go, Mr. Clerk?
we are.
Now we're just missing the lawyers. It's all good.
I can
all
always put up
good,
my
it's All
pictures.
good.
I'll take control of this. All right, thank you again for indulging us. So let's get started. We're familiar with the property. It's about 0.84 acres located on Valencia, between Valencia and Biltmore Way. In 2024, the City Commission approved a conditional use, a site plan review, as well as a tentative plat approval. And we're all familiar with the George project, as well as MG Developers and our project architect, De La Guardia Victoria Architects. They are the creators of very significant projects in the city of Coral Gables, including Beatrice Row and the Biltmore Row. They're very invested in this exact neighborhood and community. Our landscape plan, which we'll talk about in a lot of detail today, proposes 6 new oak trees at 22 feet along Valencia frontage. We're all aware in George Merrick's vision of street with tree-lined streets, and that is definitely the goal as part of this project. As part of our community meetings, many of our neighbors were concerned about the varying elevations of the project and how the landscape plan was intended to improve on those actual, remove this, no, on those elevations. So here you have the elevations of what is the north elevation at the alley cross section and that side view. In real life, it was very beneficial to have our last community meeting at the site where community members and nearby residents were able to see how the alley treatments will actually take place here at the George, including by visiting the Beatrice project. And this is what it's very similar to the George project. This is the north elevation and specifically the alley from the David William. We did have many residents who attended from the David William that we were able to answer questions related to the proposed landscape plan, and it was well received. We're very pleased to share with you that we did earn a favorable staff recommendation as it relates to the landscape plan. They are supportive. We are providing 24 shade trees. In addition, those are what's required, and we're providing an additional 26 for a total of 50. So this will be a well-landscaped and community with significant canopy. We're also, regarding the actual street trees, rather than doing the minimum required by code, which is 16 feet in height, we're proposing 20 to 22 feet with double the canoper. So these will be significant trees that will be at the time of planting. So why are we here today? That 2024 resolution that I mentioned included within a condition 3C that provides for the on-site trees. And specifically, it provides for the applicant to coordinate with the Public Works Department on the feasibility of the relocation of the 6 mature trees and the 2 additional mature trees on the site. It also provided for a elevated review process to present this tree relocation and mitigation plan before the City Commission. As you can imagine, this is typically done by your public works staff, professional arborists, et cetera. And then the goal was to really ensure that all collected tree canopy mitigation funds would be allocated along Valencia, Biltmore Court, Cardenna, and Biltmore Way, where residents are eager to enjoy more tree canopy. So we did have extensive coordination with Public Works beginning in October 2023 till today, just moments ago during the break. This is a listing of our efforts at City Hall and on the site with staff and, of course, elected officials. So what has gotten us here and why has this taken so long? There's been many challenges, both feasibility challenges as well as tree health challenges. Before we get to the tree health issues, we're going to focus on just the on-site relocation, which under your city code, the first idea when developers are improving on their property and they need to move trees in order to accomplish that development, the first goal is always for on-site relocation. In this site, we were unable to plant these mature trees along the Valencia street frontage because there's a 20-inch water main parallel to the site. So the on-site relocation was not a possibility. We also found many challenges with the off-site relocation, including some right-of-way issues, as well as with trees that require additional pruning and pulling them back for purposes of moving these trees off-site. Specifically, we found that on Biltmore Way, there is a underground parking garage, specifically the David Williams parking garage is located within the public right-of-way, and we're simply not allowed to utilize the kinds of trucks with the kind of weight that trees would require along Biltmore Way, eastbound to the Granada Golf Course, which was provided from the city as an off-site location. In addition, Cardenas Street, has FPL transmission lines, and we, after coordination with FPL of both the Public Works Department as well as our team, FPL will not turn off power in order to allow for the trees to be relocated. So back in March 11th of this year, the City Commission deferred it to today's date with the goal of continuing our discussions with the city administration, as well as providing for additional community meeting. We did have that community meeting on site on May 13th. It was a wonderful opportunity to update the community on our proposal. So we walked through what was our initial proposal and our draft to this commission, but that has been updated because we've done all this coordination over the last few days. So we had about 30, 40 people attend. The commentary was overall positive. The concerns we heard were from affected property owners, and by affected, I mean property owners whose views will be impacted by any development on this site. So we were able to address those concerns by showing them what the rear alley specifically would look like. As you can see in this photograph, the meeting took place right at the Beatrice Row, so individuals were able to see what the alley condition would look like close up and personal. And they were also able to walk the site to visit each one of the mature trees that were discussed in that landscape plan. So to discuss the one tree that really is at issue today, tree 41, I'm going to ask our expert, an arborist. She's well known throughout South Florida, Lisa H. Hammer. She prepared a very detailed report on all the trees. For purposes of just time, and we are going to stick to tree 41, but Lisa Hammer and myself were willing to discuss any of the other trees involved. Lisa?
Thank you, Melissa. My name is Lisa Hammer. My address is P.O. Box 2648, Stuart, Florida. I am a native Miamian, but I've moved a few years ago, a little further north. Good to be back. Tree 41 is a live oak. It's a native live oak. It has a trunk diameter of 28, almost 29 inches, which is a pretty sizable tree. Overall height is 35 to 40 feet. The canopy is extremely imbalanced. As you know, this site was heavily treed beforehand. There were apartment buildings there and a lot of vegetation. So everything that's left on the site is leaning one-sided from being overcrowded and shaded. So this tree on the north side has almost no canopy. There's only about 10 feet of canopy on the north side and 30, what did I say, 20 feet plus on the south side. So it's really deficient on the north side of the crown. The east and west sides are about equal, but the north side is very deficient, and there's a lot of dead limbs and leaders. And when you see these photos here, that big limb that goes off to the left is dead. That's completely dead on that side. There are several others inside in the interior of the canopy that are dead. There's some fungus growth in there growing on the dead limbs. So it's not in very good health. It's had a few little improper pruning cuts on the south side near the property line. what we call heading cuts, which are mid-branch cuts, not appropriate cuts. Nothing too serious, but still just adds to. One of my bigger concerns is there are root suckers growing around the base of the tree. And when you see root suckers coming up under a tree, it's indicative of root damage or root stress. It's a response to injury or damage or stress. So there has been some root stress on these trees. Most of these trees here, you can see remnants of the old buildings around them. There's rocks and old pieces of concrete, differences in the grade where sidewalks or buildings have been removed and so forth. So you know there has to have been a lot of root damage and stress in those locations. The tree itself is located about 6 feet from the sidewalk, north of the sidewalk. It's been root pruned on the other 3 sides. It has not yet been root pruned on the south side, but that's going to be very restrictive in terms of the size of the root ball. So it's going to be a smaller than average root ball because of that root pruning restricted by that sidewalk. In my opinion, in my professional opinion, I don't think it's a good candidate for relocation. Its health is not good. It's a large tree. Its structure is not good. It's got some root issues, as well as dead branches and so forth in it. The root ball is going to be of a restricted size. And I think it's going to be a challenge to relocate it. It could be done, but it's challenging, and the results are questionable. We don't really know how well it's going to respond. It's going to take a lot of care to make that tree not only live, but thrive. It's not just about survivability. It's about thriving and providing benefits to the community for many more years to come.
Anything about the relocation? So just to segue, the proposed relocation of tree 41 is at the triangle at the corner of Valencia and Cardena Street. You have some comments regarding that in your report?
I do. First of all, it's a relatively small space for a big tree. It's going to be hard to fit the root ball in there. I know the architect has done some renderings and shows that we can get it to fit with the size of the root ball that will be coming out. But it really needs a lot more space to grow new roots and get better established so that it can thrive later on. So it's going to be a tight fit to begin with. One of my bigger concerns, or also a big concern, is the canopy being all on one side of the tree. It's going to make it prone to falling over. It's going to be prone to toppling toward that direction. So that tree is going to have to be stabilized for a long time. That location is a high user area. It's got streets on 3 sides of it and sidewalks on 2 sides. So if that tree was to topple over and fall, there's a good chance it would hit something. Hopefully not somebody, but it would hit something. So I have that concern about that site. Also, to me, the 4 oak trees that are there would have to be relocated. They're younger trees that were planted. I don't know who planted them, but years ago when the city did the tree succession program, I was a part of that project team. I surveyed 38,000 residential street trees in the city of Coral Gables, some of them more than once. And I think the whole goal of that program is to have sustainability so that you have trees of all different ages coming up and growing at different ages and sizes, so you don't have all old trees or old young trees. And I think these trees, don't know if they were part of that program or not, but they're young, they're healthy, they're established, they're already forming a nice little tunnel over the sidewalk. To me, relocating those trees elsewhere and putting this other tree in that's of questionable survival is kind of doesn't make sense. But like I said, if we want to move this tree, we can move this tree, but there are going to be challenges. I think there are infrastructure challenges as well with moving this tree. So, my original opinion was not to relocate it.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, thank you.
So what we find is that the moving or relocating tree 41 is really a public policy discussion. And I think by the passion of the community that we've heard along this process, along with the statements from this commission, the goal is to relocate tree 41. And to that end, we prepared a letter putting the city attorney and the city manager on notice that the relocation of this tree is really extraordinary as compared to what is memorialized in the City of Coral Gables Code. Meaning, in the City of Coral Gables Code, there is a process that requires reasonableness at every step, and our consultants are telling us that this tree is not suitable or recommended for relocation. With that said, it is a policy decision, and if the City of Coral Gables would like to help the developer in relocating this tree, because the developer does feel that this is an inordinate burden on a developer or any property owner within the City of Coral Gables to go at this alone. We're talking about public space, we're talking about reconfiguring an island. All those things, we're starting to think that this is something that is more attuned to a public-private partnership, which our client and MG Developers is open to working and collaborating with the city as they've done in many other occasions in the past and envision doing in the future. So what we've been working on is conditions for your consideration and hopeful approval after discussion today to go along with your approval of our tree mitigation plan. So we can go through it in detail, but generally the idea is that the owner, MG, will plant 6 new oak trees along the project frontage. We mentioned that in the landscape plan. You saw that they're all over and exceed both in size and caniper what is required by the city code. The owner will pay a mitigation fee in the amount of $205,000 with the goal of contributing to the tree canopy in the various rights of ways that were mentioned in the condition 3C. And the owner will relocate the gumbo limbo tree on the site, as well as the 4 existing juvenile oak trees at the triangle, along with the oak tree 41. Following the relocation, the city will be responsible for the continuing health, vitality, and care of these trees, both the 4 oak trees, the gumbo limbo, as well as the tree number 41, which will now be in public space and on public property. We will remove the 5 oak trees on the site. We didn't go into them in detail, but both in my understanding, and please, if we want to go through them, I'm more than willing to do that. I just want to be respectful of the time today. But it seems to be consensus that the trees are not suitable for relocation. And the most important to our client is that we will protect tree 41, and the city will move forward with a vertical construction permit to allow us to begin site work on the site around the tree 41 and protecting it and preparing it for its relocation consistent with AMC 300 standards that Lisa has well educated us about. And so this is the tree landscape plan as well as the mitigation calculation. As I mentioned, we're providing 50 trees and palms, 26 surplus trees. The mitigation summary is something that Public Works has agreed to as far as being consistent with the code. And then we'll get into the actual tree relocation and mitigation plan. So this is the triangle that we've been speaking about, and this is what is in this term sheet that we're working on and we'll continue to collaborate on, and I'm sure you'll hear some lawyer back and forth in just a few, but we found that there's 2 options for the shoring stabilization of these trees. They require most likely improvements to the triangle, whether those are minor improvements or major improvements that require Miami-Dade County permits are yet to be seen. But what's important is it's not just the tree. We found that the tree, specifically the critical root zone, physically almost fits on the site, close enough possibly. But what we're concerned about at MG is specifically the cabling and shoring system and how that is designed. So we've been working on those details with your administration, and I believe that we've agreed to collaborate and work together as one team. What we're concerned about specifically, and I'd like to put on the record, is that our structural engineer, as they prepare this dynamic cabling system, it will be something larger than the triangle can hold, which trips up obviously capital improvements of the city. So we want to be respectful of a engineer that we hire to modify your triangle or the city's triangle. So we want to make sure that that's something collaborative, working together, and make sure that there are no issues moving forward. This is an example of the cabling system, specifically the dynamic bracing cables at the mahogany tree. This was relocated by MG on Anderson Road back in 2019. It still has the dynamic bracing cables within it. And what our consultants have told us is that, this has been 5 years now, or almost 6 years, and they anticipate that the Tree 41 will be significant as well. It could be 3 years or over. So that's important as a public policy decision as to whether having the safety barriers and possibly closing that sidewalk in order to allow for this tree to be stabilized is reasonable and something that the city would like us to work on doing together. So as far as these terms in more detail, the owner is agreeing to pay for a licensed engineer to actually design the dynamic cabling system, as well as work with the city on the triangle configuration that we were hoping, and this is a pressure point that we've been discussing, whether the engineer, while MG is willing to pay for it, we do want the engineer to work in very tight coordination with the city public works department and your administration in order to ensure that the work is done to the city's liking and something that could be done quickly, because of course for our client, time is money and they really do want to move forward in good faith. The other is the collaboration on the relocation. So the city will assist in street closures to facilitate the relocation. The owner will, of course, move and relocate the Gumbo Limbo tree, as well as the 4 existing trees to the Granado Golf Course, as well as 41 to the traffic triangle. And it's important for us, for the city, to have the responsibility, as I mentioned, regarding the health of the trees, but also this cabling system, because again, it could be there for a long while, and the MG specifically does not enjoy sovereign immunity or any of those issues. So we will be looking for a indemnification and hold harmless agreement as it relates to third parties. And that's something that we need to discuss and the city commission needs to approve. We also need to ensure that the owner protects Tree 41 consistent with standard tree relocation procedures. There needs to be additional watering that could take a month, 2 months, 3 months. So that's something that we need to work together in good faith to work on not only the timing, but to ensure that the tree is safely relocated. And then, of course, the cable and anchoring system, which the owner will install. But again, the city will need to install its safety barriers at the traffic triangle, and as well as that indemnification, which is very important to the owner. So I feel like we've been discussing this every day for many days now. So I think now is a good time to open it up for discussion. And of course, myself and my team are all available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a presentation from staff? Mr. Clerk?
Good afternoon, Dina Bell, Public Works, Green Space Management. So we've been working with the development team for over a year now. I personally have walked the site countless times, studied many iterations of plans. The current plans presented do meet the minimum landscape requirements and more of the Zoning Code Article 6. They presented a chart there that has all the specific counts of every tree and shrub they're proposing. Very happy with the design. I think the neighborhood is too. I'm happy to hear that. About the tree relocation, that's the tricky part. That's why we're here. They have presented 4 different arborist reports in a year, 4 different professional arborists studying the trees, all 6 of the oaks. Collectively, we landed on number 41 because it's the most feasible to relocate because of its structure and its location on the site. Its root system has been confined naturally, so it's easy to root prune it and fit it into the location of the triangle. Public Works engineers Hermes and Joe was the acting city manager was very involved in finding a location. Really, the only feasible location close to the site is that triangle because the trees have such widespread erratic forms to them, most of the older trees that are existing. To move them to the golf course would prove really almost impossible in my opinion. You have a lot of logistical things to work out. Specifically, the trees have to be relocated standing up vertically. They're 60, 70 feet tall with very erratic spreads. They have low branching. They're codominant. They could easily break off. You've got power lines to deal with. You would have to lower the power lines to get access through. They presented some other logistical problems with driving down Biltmore Way to the west because of the David William parking garage that's under the road. The weight would be too heavy to transport over that section of Biltmore Way to get north to the golf course on Anderson. Once you get to the golf course, you're confined by the historic columns that I think they have a clearance of 23 feet. The corner of the golf course on Coral Way and South Greenway is where I'm talking about. We would have to come into the golf course and actually remove or relocate trees at that location to create a service drive across the golf course. I mean, it logistically just adds up. So we've all collectively landed on moving the best tree, number 41, to the triangle. We are confident can be done. The tree's old, sure. The tree's not in the best condition, sure. We're not sure the tree will survive after relocation. There's no guarantee, but at least we're positive to try to relocate to preserve some of the canopy on the site. So that's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Through the mayor.
Can I get a motion first and then we'll start discussion?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve the landscape plan. I have been talking with the city attorney a little bit about tweaking some of the language, but it's minor tweaks.
Can I get a?
So I think we need some specifics, though, on the motion. Because the plan, with respect to tree 41, I think that with respect to the rest of it, I think we know what we're talking about, but with respect to tree 41, your motion would be to approve the relocation plan where the MG is responsible for the design and the relocation. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, they would have to accomplish the relocation. The city does the aftercare. That's the broad brush of the terms that were agreed upon. Mr. City Manager, you want to go into some more detail about the cabling?
Thank you, Vice.
Your motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So as we discussed with the MG team, the engineer that the developer is hiring, the structural engineer, will provide us the envelope for the cabling, meaning how far out the cables need to spread. Based on that determination, we'll determine exactly what that impact to that triangle is. We expect that it'll encompass the entire triangle, and it may require slightly shifting one of the curbs or whatever. So our team, based on that, we can then modify the triangle accordingly to the specified geometry to be able to accommodate the tree. And that means removing curbing and sidewalk that would be necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So, no, I'm ready.
Okay.
But I did provide the city clerk 3 pictures, if you bring them up, just to provide some context for homeowners that tree locations can happen. They can be magnificent for the benefit of the residents. I've taken the photo that is the tree of the year here and included that as one of them because it was moved twice. It was moved off-site for construction, and then it was moved back, and the residents voted it in as tree of the year, and Dina, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's a silk floss tree? Yes. Okay.
Put up the photos from the vice mayor. If not, can they share my screen?
Okay, that is the silk floss tree that is near Kurdike Park. It was, the story as it was told to me, it was moved off-site, and then it was moved back in when the project was done. You can still see that it is being braced at this time, but it's so magnificent that it won the Tree of the Year award. There's 2 other oaks that I have following that were recently relocated. My picture, they looked a lot greener, but then again, we're dealing with technology here in this screen, which is not always accurate on color for our outfits nor our trees. But that, as you can see, is that tree is cantilevering over actually Salzedo. It wasn't the handsomest tree either, because FP&L had done some of its artistry on it. By comparison, I can tell you that FP&L didn't touch the tree in question. However, it had another large oak growing next to it, so it was a pair of trees, and one was taken down because 41 was the better of the 2 candidates. The last photo is another tree that came off the same site. Again, a little lopsided, but kind of works good with the building because it leans over the street. It provides a massive amount of canopy. That one is not even braced. It's the actual rock that is holding that tree in place. If you're able to get a great piece of rock, it serves as a wonderful ballast. So, City Attorney, I wanted you to go over the details because this has gone back and forth a number of times and make sure for the rest of the commission it's clear what it is that we're voting on.
So what's been discussed with the manager, and I'm going to kind of go through it, it's been tweaked, so please, Mr. Manager, jump in if I say anything that needs to be corrected, but there has to be a sequencing of events here. So pursuant to MG's proposal and discussions with the manager, the city's responsibilities would initially include, obviously, issuing the permit for their vertical construction permit, provided that all other requirements not related to the tree plan, you know, assuming the tree plan is approved today, that their permit would be issued, and they're asking for that be done in 4 days, 4 business days. And then they would, of course, undertake the measures necessary to protect the 2 trees that will be relocated, the Gumbo Limbo and Tree 41. And then MG needs to work with a structural engineer, or perhaps more than one engineer, to develop the design for the triangle, for the relocation, the cabling system, whatever needs to occur on that triangle. And so the timing, yeah, go ahead.
If I may, specifically the envelope that the manager mentioned, and the city will be doing the design of the actual triangle.
Correct. So the curbing work, the sidewalks would be city responsibility, but their engineer would do the cabling system for the relocation. And so the timing on that is important. I think we're saying that the site needs to be prepared. MG has said 45 days from today's approval. And so in other words, we would need to have their structural engineers design ready so that the city then can come in and if they need to demolish the curb or whatever needs to be done within that 45-day period.
Absolutely. It'll be sooner than that.
And then I'm just kind of going through the list here. There are certain protocols that Green Space Management has provided regarding preparation of the trees for relocation, irrigation, and root pruning, and so forth. Those need to be followed closely, and the compliance with that is critical to the success of the relocation. MG will relocate the 4 trees in the triangle to the Granada Golf Course. Of course, the city will need to have prepared the Granada Golf Course for that. And that includes, certain work to remove the banyan that was there, or the stump grinding for the banyan. And but the excavation of the hole for the relocation, that will be on MG. MG will handle that part of it. And then those 4 trees will be relocated by MG to the golf course. Okay. And then provided that, we have the design for the triangle, the city does its work, then MG will handle the relocation, the installation of the cabling system with the relocation process. And then once it's done and completed, then the city per MG's proposal, the city would be responsible for the aftercare, the irrigation, pruning, et cetera. And then MG is asking for the city to hold MG harmless and indemnify MG, related to Tree 41 after that.
Okay, Madam City Attorney. Madam Vice Mayor, is that okay? Is that correct?
Well, I need some clarification because, and I know this was draft language that was shown to me, and the timing is concerning, because first we got to move the trees out of the triangle. So if we start counting the days from today, that doesn't encompass when the trees in the triangle are ready to move. That presumes that they've been irrigated, that they've been properly root pruned, and essentially that Dina Bell-Lewin has said they're ready to go. I would prefer that the clock starts from that point for the city to excavate the triangle, move the sidewalk out of the way, do the necessary removal of the sidewalk for MG to do its piece on moving Tree 41.
So once the 4 juvenile trees are ready to be relocated, that is when Tree 41 will be ready to be relocated. So all the relocation we anticipate will happen together. So in order for that to happen, the city, my understanding, will need to have commenced with the, number one, we need to do soil testing, geotech testing for the bracing. That will occur during the 45 days. So immediately they will start doing work in that triangle. The soil testing, they will need to remove, I believe that there is shrubbery or ficus, I've been told, like smaller trees, those will need to be removed. So there'll need to be work done in that. So I think that as far as the timing goes, we know that the trees, both the juvenile oak trees and Tree 41, have been root pruned at least 2 times in anticipation of this meeting. What we understand is questionable is the regularity of irrigation, and that has been done, and there's reasons for that, including people washing their cars with our irrigation. But I think we need to, I agree that the trees have to be ready to move. I specifically think that the 45 days to get that area ready can be concurrent with getting the trees ready to be moved.
So let me make a suggestion. Rather than moving it from the date of this approval, make it X number of days, or the appropriate number of days from the time that our landscape division certifies that it's been properly irrigated and it's ready to move, which we don't want to hold it back. I mean, it's only 90 days, but if the water spigot doesn't go on, it's not going to be ready.
Yeah, but,
Madam
and
Vice
I'm
Mayor, why don't we do
okay to
this?
reasonableness, but we just need
But
timeframes.
because we have a really long agenda.
Understood.
So why don't we table this item, come back in 30 minutes, put a bow on it, and present it? Because I feel like we're negotiating back and forth on the dais. Maybe we can do this off the dais. The city attorney can designate one of our great attorneys to finish this up and bring it to us in 30 minutes. Is that okay? We can move on
It's
to
okay,
something.
but I think we're really close.
Okay,
And I
but
think,
I think we've been close for the last 20 minutes. And I just want to bring it in for landing because we have a long agenda.
I defer to you, of course.
So I'm going to ask you to put the bow on it with council, because I've got all kinds of bubbles, bows, clouds, arrows on this, and I prefer to look at some clean language.
Understood. Thank you.
Can you bring it back in 15 minutes? 15? Should be good. Okay. Perfect. Moving on to item G3.
I'm sorry, Mayor, which item are we on?
Moving on to item G3.
This in green.
Let me get through the boards and committees.
G3 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing Christopher Zoller, nominated by Commission as a whole, to serve as a member of the Property Advisory Board for a 2-year term beginning June 1, 2025 through May 31st, 2027.
I'll move it.
Second.
I have no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to G4.
G4 is a resolution of the City Commission removing Thomas Wells as a member of the Charter Review Committee and appointing Nestor Mendez, nominated by Commissioner Lara, to serve as a member of the Charter Review Committee.
I'll move it.
Second.
Do we have any public comment, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas Wells?
My name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way, Coral Gables, Florida. I currently serve as and was unanimously elected as vice chair of the Charter Review Committee. I've attended every committee meeting, including two town hall meetings with residents and one joint committee with commission. I researched and proposed numerous changes for the consideration, prepared a memo assembling all comments collected from residents and elected officials, and prepared another memo correlating such comments to specific provisions of the charter. I've enjoyed representing residents and working with other committee members throughout the process started in September 2023. Charter Section 26 provides that a board or committee member may be removed at any time by majority vote of the commission. Such provision does not address whether that removal is with or without cause. The charters for City of Delray and City of Plantation each provide that a member may be removed without cause. Other provisions of our charter, Sections 8, 11, and 13 provide that a person may be removed from their position without cause. However, the right to remove a person without cause is absent from Section 26. Per 2002 Florida Supreme Court case, Cook v. City Jacksonville, if a constitution provides a provision applies to some people but not others, then such provision only applies to other people if the Constitution is amended to say that. Section 112.501 Florida statute requires cause to be shown to remove any municipal board member, and a resolution specifying facts sufficient to advise such board member as to the basis for his removal after reasonable notice and opportunity to be heard by such board member. The commission went through this process when it removed Ms. Moreau from the Planning and Zoning Board in 2023 for not attending meetings and dissolving Mr. Lard's Anti-Crime Committee in 2022. Section 112.501.8 provides that the law applies in the absence of the charter provision. Because the right to remove a board member without cause is absent from the charter, Section 112.501 applies. I do not know of any reason for my removal. I believe it's bad public policy to remove anyone from a board simply because they does not necessarily agree with the mayor on everything or receive 45% of the vote in a runoff election. The message sent to residents is that some elected officials do not care about diversity of opinion or the right to free speech. This does not bring our community together or respect cities, volunteers, or the 7,400 votes cast for me in the recent election. I hope, acting independently, that you do not approve this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, any other public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Through the mayor.
1 second. Do we have a motion and a second?
We do.
We do? Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Okay, so you seconded it. So you speak first.
I know of anything legally, and the city attorney would correct me if I'm wrong, that would prevent us from moving forward on a vote for this matter today. I think the member of the commission has a right to appoint who they choose.
Commissioner Lara?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Wells for his service.
Thank you. Commissioner?
I want to go ahead and I want to respect Laura's decision to go ahead and reappoint someone else. I just want to make sure that I'm behind all legalities behind that, because he was here citing legislation, and I don't want to go ahead and do that vote and be really working against the law.
Yeah, our charter is clear that the commission can establish advisory boards and that the members of such boards and commissions can be removed at any time by a majority of the commission. Particularly with the Charter Review Committee, it is an ad hoc committee. And so, just kind of theoretically, the commission could dissolve the Charter Review Committee and then could, decide to convene it at a later date as well. So, but in general, the commission has the authority to remove members from such boards by a majority vote of the commission.
I respect your opinion 100%, and I see where it's coming from. And I'm gonna go ahead and vote in favor. I feel a little heartburn when it's so close to the end, and we're gonna go ahead and put somebody new when this person has been there during the whole term. That's the only concern I have. However, I do want to respect your decision.
Well, I appreciate that. Through the mayor.
Thank you.
I appreciate that you're saying that, Commissioner Castro. Of course, I'm all about moving forward, right? But even this Charter Review Committee was convened 2 years earlier than it normally would have been, and it's constituted. It's made up of a group that's too short of the number two short of what it historically had always been. So all of this is not in conformity with the way we've done things in the past, the way it was convened and how it was convened. So when you say that you feel heartburn, I think you said, that it's coming to an end, well, you should take stock in the fact that it was accelerated to begin with, right? So that being said, right, it is my right, city attorney, correct, to nominate a member to this charter, and it is the majority's decision whether or not to appoint. So I'm exercising that right.
Commissioner Fernandez.
My policy has always been to vote against removals from committees. That's on the record. I do believe your appointee brings a lot to the table as well. So I think he's a good choice. I'll be voting no, not because of him, just because of my policy in the past, and I'm going to stick to that.
Two very quick points. Number one, typical Wells fashion, taking a jab at the mayor, saying that if you disagree with the mayor, you're removed. That's not the case. He's not even my appointment. I didn't appoint him. I appointed Don Slezak, who's the chair of the board. So there's no need to bring me into anything. I'm not making the one decision here. That is Commissioner Lara, who has every right to make the decision, as clearly stated by our city attorney. So that jab is just unnecessary. The second point that I think was very well taken, and I'm actually happy that I wasn't the one that brought it up. Commissioner Lara brought up the fact that this board was brought together 2 years in advance, and they shaved off the city attorney and the city manager's position to have 5 people to ensure they have control over the board. That had not happened the 3 times before it had been put together, and that was done by the commissioner to my left and the commissioner to my right. So when you look at it, from the beginning, it was already flawed at the end of the day. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the board brings us forward. I think it's important to always consider what a charter review does. This will be the second charter review that I've had the privilege of being a part of. But at the end of the day, the individual who serves at the pleasure of the elected official also serves at the pleasure of this community. So, Mr. Wells, thank you for your service. I appreciate that. It has nothing to do with me whether you agree or disagree with me. At the end of the day, you served at the pleasure of the commissioner of that seat. So I will be voting in favor. Mr. Clerk, call the order.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to G5.
G5 is a resolution of the City Commission granting approval of a residential waiver by a 4/5 vote of the City Commission for Justine Chichester, nominated by Vice Mayor Anderson in accordance with Section 2-52B2 of the City Code, to serve as a member of the Coral Gables Advisory Board on Disability Affairs for a 2-year term, which begins on June 1st, 2025 through May 31st, 2027.
Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Madam Vice Mayor, any comments?
Just that Ms. Justine Chenser has done an amazing job on the board, brought a different perspective to the board that didn't exist before. So I appreciate very much her service.
Perfect. Commissioner Lara, any comments?
None. Thanks.
The commission?
Yeah, I really appreciate her serving on that board as well. Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor, sorry.
It all works.
Okay. Commissioner?
I agree. This has been my one exception to the residential waiver, and she has really done our city proud. She's somebody who has dedicated a lot of time to bringing herself back and putting our city forward, so we appreciate her service, and I'm happy to support.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to F2.
F2 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to reallocate funds in the amount of $7,126,444 from the Phillips Phillips Park project to City Hall Complex project and amend the capital improvement program for fiscal years 2025 to 2029.
Thank you very much. This is an item that I placed on the agenda, and I'm asking for staff through the manager to please join us so we can discuss the points, the finer points. Yes. Our director, come on up to talk a little bit about how we're trying to split the baby here in Phillips Park and what is the exact funding that we have. I'd like to see if we can just recap it in a quick 2 minutes if possible.
Okay. So the information that you would like is the available funding within Phillips Park currently, correct?
Yes, and what our intention is, because this number, when it was printed, it was correct, but it is a different number now.
So the Phillips Park project currently has about $9 million of funding. I'm getting that document in front of me. Of that $9 million, $7 million of those dollars is unrestricted. The remaining dollars are restricted. They're either parks impact fees, like we spoke about earlier today. So 7.1 million, just over 7.1 million is general capital funds, which are unrestricted and can be used towards any project. 300 and just under 60 million, so $767 are service impact fees, which is another type of impact fees restricted not just to parks, but to be used for capacity increase. Park impact fees, just over $1,025,835 are park impact fees, so they're restricted and can only be used towards the enhancement of parks. 200,000 is a grant. So we have a I can never say the acronym. So FDRPA grant. We have a deadline to use those funds of April 30th. Thank you, Siri. So 200,000 are a grant for that park specific, and they require a $200,000 match, so a 50-50 grant of $200,000. And then there's $300,000 that were brought in from Public Works to be used by drainage for a total of $9,012,000, which are unencumbered funds. More funding has been allocated, but it's been used for design.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to get a motion in a second so we can get into public comment, and then we can get into discussion. I'll tell you a little bit more about what I'm planning. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty.
And I'll second, so we can continue with the nitty-gritty.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I would have liked to hear the discussion before, but since you call me now, the only concern I have, it says here that the money to go to the City Hall complex. I thought that it should be going to the City Hall building and not diluted by something else in this area, so we can get the City Hall building taken care of. That's my comment. I don't know why complex is included when we really should be raising money for this building. That's my comment.
Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is Ruben Acosta.
Yes, sir. How are you? Good afternoon.
My name is Ruben Acosta, 20 Calabria Avenue, apartment 402. Been a resident of the city of Coral Gables for 22 years. And I just want to make a comment, Mayor, with all due respect to you. A few days prior to the runoff election, I asked you about the Phillips Park, and you told me that it would start on June and July. So to hear that now this is going to be postponed, I feel misled.
Well, I could respond to you if you like.
No,
First,
I was expecting that the project will commence as discussed.
It will commence.
All right.
But we're discussing the amount of scope that's going to be included in the project.
All right.
Thank you. Am I correct? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is on Zoom. I don't know if they're still able to join. Her name is Amalia Ramos.
Ms. Ramos?
Yes, hi, can you see me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the moment to speak. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say my name is Amalia. My family and I reside at Puerta de Palmas at 888 South Douglas Road. And I just wanted to comment also on Phillips Park. Parks are where children play, communities gather, and wellness begins. I think once we start valuing our buildings over our people, especially our youngest residents, we risk losing the soul of what makes Coral Gables a livable, beautiful city. This North Ponce community in Coral Gables is an incredible group of families and children and fellow neighbors. I have been welcomed into this community over the past couple of years, and I really value this space. I think redirecting previously approved funds from Phillips Park to City Hall renovations is a serious misstep that I think overlooks the needs of our children, who we all rely on this vital green space. The park is a long-needed restoration, and pulling nearly 75% of its funding sends the wrong message about our city's priorities, quite frankly. I am a huge fan of Coral Gables, mostly because we do value restoring all of our historic buildings, and City Hall does need repairs, and restoration is important. But I think those needs must be met through thoughtful, transparent funding strategies, not at the expense of our parks. I think this money was promised. We've all been waiting for the restoration of this park and planning around it. And this money really should stay where it belongs, invested in our children, our neighborhoods, and the future of Phillips Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else? Okay, perfect. We'll close the public comment. Madam Vice Mayor, you made the motion?
Yes, I'm going to start off by a few comments to address some of the concerns. Number one, we cannot get grant funding for City Hall. We can't get appropriations for City Hall, but we can get grants and funding for parks improvements. And in fact, there are some private entities that have peripherally started discussions on providing additional funding for park-related items, specifically at Phillips Park. City Commission has attempted, and although we've had success at raising funds for other projects in Tallahassee and other locations, this particular asset that we're sitting in right here today is something that Tallahassee feels that we need to take care of our own house. Now, when I first got in office, my opinion was that we should phase Phillips Park rather than tear up the entire thing and make the entire park unusable for a period of time. In the meantime, we've heard many concerns about City Hall being neglected by administrations, and by virtue of that, I would say that prioritizing complete funding for a massive project, Phillips Park, instead of phasing it, neglects our historic asset, and that we should need to be sensitive to that. In addition, I would suggest that there are certain aspects of this project that some folks in the residential area have expressed concern about, in particular the splash pad. There was one in another area of our city. It immediately became dysfunctional because they're high maintenance, and it draws in an inordinate amount of traffic from individuals outside of our city in an area where we have deficient parking to begin with. So I do believe we can proceed with the project in a phased approach and prioritize which areas we need to work on first, and work on the most important ones first, and then in the meantime take the remainder of the money and prioritize the restoration of this building, which everybody can see the shoring poles on now. The windows haven't proceeded in the past couple of years, so we need to move forward on City Hall. That's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Lara?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of thoughts. I'm trying to speak as plainly as I can. So everybody loves parks. You know, I'm a lover of parks. Fortunately, our city is blessed with many parks and many more to soon come online. I believe we have several in the pipeline and ready to break ground soon. However, it appears to me to be pretty clear that this commission has been, it seems, perpetually stuck with either, City Hall being accused of being neglected. It's in limbo. It's been willfully neglected, even. I've heard those terms being thrown around. If we don't prioritize City Hall, which I agree is a historic, a very important piece of the history of the city. By the way, we are celebrating 100 years of the city's founding with City Hall, with scaffolding around it, and in need of repair. So at one point, I think a decision was made to take unrestricted funds and put it towards, I believe, Phillips Park, while during the same period, accusations have been hurled that City Hall has been neglected. Indeed, that's being used as one of the reasons for why the previous city manager, after he was ousted, was justified in being ousted. I think the time has come, at least my position, right, is to prioritize so we can get out of this gear, go forward, plan prudently for executing on the repair and the renovations of City Hall. And I think it's a tough decision in general to take money from one place to another, but it seems to me that whether it's $5 or $7 million of the amount that's right now allocated for Phillips, it was moved out of another pile in the first place. We're just putting it back and trying to prioritize an important project. So that's my view. I'd be supportive of this.
Commissioner?
Commissioner Lara, I echo your sentiment when it comes to City Hall. I do think it's something that we really need to prioritize. We did have another option. I think we can do both at the same time, and it was an intent resolution to go ahead and go for a bond for City Hall. I think that really would have been a healthy balance between both. I don't think this commission is in favor of that right now, but there is a solution being able to do both. For City Hall, I think it was over $25 million to be able to restore, or whatever the language would be, to be able to fix City Hall. We have a matching grant of $200,000, and right now what's being proposed is redlining the splash pad and the building, which I personally believe it's not in the best interest of the city. The resident that was there, I'm actually her neighbor. I haven't met her, but we live in the same building. And me personally, my child has been waiting for this park. I think since he can really express himself, that he's been waiting for this, the most exciting part, the splash pad for children. But that's a personal story. I would like to ask some questions to Fred and Carolina, if they can come to the podium, please. We don't have a substantial park for recreation in that neighborhood, right?
So we're in the north area. We do have Rotary Park. It's also identified as a renovation project that's coming up. So there's an existing park, but not of this size. This is a 3-acre park.
Is it a recreational park?
Yes, it has a smaller playground, but it doesn't have any, like, you have there a field, so there's a small playground there.
Okay. So was the plan to have Phillips Park serve as a satellite recreational facility of the youth center?
In the master plan conversation, and Fred, I'll let you reiterate on the master plan.
Yeah, I think that was when the project came forward. That was one of the highlights to look at, and it was looked at through our master plan that something in the northeast quadrant to serve as a satellite, as an indoor space. We don't have anything that's a recreational indoor space in that area, so that was the discussion.
So eliminating the building, that wouldn't be the plan anymore.
Well, I think right now what's being conversed here is a phased approach. So our hope would be that this design as is, the conceptual site plan that was vetted by the community with extensive input, would remain, and our hope would be that there'd be a phased opportunity. So certain things, and depending on the funds available, would have to go and be shelved for later. One of the two things that we had previously discussed is there's the building and the splash pad, and because the splash pad is tied to the building, if one goes, the other one goes. And they're, of the project, the most substantial in cost right now.
Okay, and was the purpose of the proposed structure at Phillips Park in part to have staff on site to oversee programming?
That was a concept, and going back to the master plan, there was actually two. So there was the north and the south identified in the master plan for future expansion on population increase, density, et cetera, et cetera. And part of that was having a staffed park, especially if a park that size for programming, correct?
So removing the building would now change those plans too.
It would push them back, but again, the park right now as is, it's not programmed, it's not staffed. It was something that in some of the community meetings came up as conversation to assist in the programming of that park, correct?
Has the city been in discussions with Tom Abraham with the USA Blind Soccer to have soccer programming in for the visually impaired?
I will defer to Fred there. I know you.
We have had meetings. There were discussions as to whether, if the artificial turf field was built to specifications, whether it would be a site for blind soccer. We had several meetings. No agreements had been signed, of course. The project hasn't begun, but there was some discussion and planning.
Okay. And was the proposed structure going to house the panels for the soccer programming for the visually impaired?
There was, in the building, there was storage that would house the panels for the blind soccer, yes. It had the proper size for it.
Good, it's a storage.
So removing the building would mean none of this would come about, correct? For now.
I wouldn't say wouldn't. The idea, what Fred was saying is you would have storage, doesn't mean you couldn't store something off-site.
Yeah, you'd have to work out operations differently.
We don't have a recreational park in that neighborhood of that size, and I think this is really, we were gonna use it as a satellite for the youth center, and I think for programming, for different things that we can engage our community with so that our residents are more engaged in more activity, right? Currently, there's 2 tennis courts. The transition was going to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was gonna be 1 tennis court and 2 pickleball courts?
That was proposed, correct?
Okay, is that staying?
It's proposed. Right now, we can't tell you what's going to stay or not. It all depends on the funding. Just to go back to the grant language, there is specific requirements for that matching grant. So if we want to pursue the grant as a minimum, you have to renovate the playground, which is at its end of life right now. You have the walkway and the fencing, as well as some ADA components and furnishings such as picnic tables. So those were specified in the grant language.
Okay, Coral Gables Preparatory Academy was going to use the park for their physical education curriculum. I want to put that on the record. This is what we're on doing, guys. This held various community meetings where residents went out of their way to go ahead and make this park the park that neighborhood wanted, which they have been waiting for a very, very long time. They approved it. We're finally at the end of the stretch. We have other options to cover City Hall, but we're going against what the neighborhood wants with so much anticipation because we want to move funds into City Hall, which I don't disagree. I think City Hall needs them, but I also know that we could do both at the same time. Now, I've gotten numerous emails from residents, numerous. Not only did I get emails, but there's a petition. Can you go ahead and put that on the screen, please?
Yes, ma'am. If cable TV could please share my screen.
There's a petition going on from residents. It was forwarded to me. I probably forwarded to the commission, I'm not sure, to save Phillips Park. And when I mean save Phillips Park, if you go ahead and read the whole resolution, which is not there, but I'm pretty sure my colleagues probably received it, it is to save the whole park, and which was approved and what the community wanted. Colleagues, we're here to represent the residents and their best interests. And this park is very, very important to them. We have to separate elected officials, and if we can make 2 things happen at the same time, why not consider it?
Thank you.
That is all. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too have received those concerns. And we actually tabled Phillips Park, my first budget, because we were taking care of other historic preservation projects, and we decided to fund it last year because at that point we would be ready to begin the renovation work. So it's disconcerting to be at this point now when we have promised this community, when they were ready for this, the money was set aside, then it was, no, we're gonna have to wait an extra year. They get the money, they believe their park is coming, and now we're gonna say, what, 3, 4 more years? Realistically, from what I saw, 2029 was the year that I saw in the resolution. So we're now delaying this project even more. We are the city beautiful. Phillips Park is far from beautiful. It's a park that has been falling apart for years because the renovation is coming, and we've not perhaps done what we needed to do as far as maintenance to make sure that it was maintained to a Coral Gables standard. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also, after the youth center, the largest park that we own.
It's a 3-acre parcel. Yes.
Right.
One of the
That one in
oldest.
Kurt Eicher that are close to.
Right. And Kurt looks beautiful. We've done great work there. It has really enhanced the community. And that actually has come up in conversation with residents in the area saying, the folks in South Gables, they get it done. The money goes there. But when it's North Gables, the money doesn't come here. And it shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't have an area of the city that has a park that we have set aside the funding for, and instead of finding other options for renovations of City Hall, which, by the way, $25 million is a rough estimate, realistically, we're probably looking at over $60 million to restore this building once they start opening the walls, just using the other buildings that we have restored in this city and what has come once we've started peeling back the onion. So I think the money should remain in Phillips Park. The community has been asking for this for years. They've been waiting for this for years, and we need to just be more creative and find different ways to do it. This commission just approved $3.1 million to buy another plot of land when we had $3.2 million there that could have gone towards Phillips Park and would have made this move a little bit easier. But instead, we decided to buy more land, which will just remain vacant and unused, and we're just setting things aside, and we're growing our need for spending funding. The youth center. How long have we been kicking the can down the road on the youth center? For years. The youth center is in dire need of renovations or just completely being gutted and building a new one. The field. I was out there with Stephen last weekend on a Saturday. The condition of the field is horrible. And this is Coral Gables. We should be doing better. We should be doing better. So I'm a no on moving this money. I believe the residents of this neighborhood have waited long enough to get this project completed. And I think we need to find other ways to get the funding for City Hall and making sure that we get this project done and delivered on time.
You done? All right, so just to correct the record on a few things that Commissioner Fernandez says that are grotesquely wrong and misleading. Number one, the $3.1 million that we just did for land, which we did it an hour ago. We did it an hour ago. And our finance director stood up here and said, 65-35 split, that the $3.1 million can be used for land, but then you can't use more than 35% for renovations. Correct, Paula? Am I correct or no? Yes, okay. So that's Ariel just grotesquely incorrect. That was an hour ago. You can't say things on the record like that that are wrong. They're misleading. So that's number one. Number two, not my numbers, your numbers. Give me a raw number to fix the youth center right now. Gut it to the studs, build a brand new building, demolish the whole thing. What do you think? 100 million?
Yeah, between 50 and 60 million.
Okay, I will not take out debt on the city. We talked about it one time for $150 million. I have a fiduciary responsibility. I will not take out debt for beautification. I will take out debt for infrastructure, and I will take out debt for emergency services like police and fire. We have to be able to pay our bills. Again, I will not do it. That's debt. Okay? So two issues that are just, you throw them out there and you hope that mislead people. It's just, we can do better. Let's go to Phillips Park. Incredibly important. Huge proponent. You and I sat down. How many times this week did we talk about it?
Twice now.
Twice.
Yeah.
And we were back and forth with Paula in the room. We sat down, my staff, we sat down, we worked on things. We looked at the numbers. How can we grind this number down? We're not taking $7 million. We're looking to split the baby and figure out how we can phase the project. My intent is use that money to do the windows for City Hall, which if you look at the numbers, they're estimating about $5 million. Once you harden the building, I think it's gonna be less, but once you harden the building, then you've done the roof, you've done the windows, and now you've protected the asset. Right now, the windows are in horrific shape. It's gotta get done, okay? That's incredibly important. But I'm gonna tell you the most important thing. Commissioner Fernandez has stood here and blamed Peter Iglesias, has blamed me. I said that this building is on my legacy. What's on my legacy? Well, guess what? I got elected, and we're gonna change that right now. This is a priority. This is gonna be on you, not me. You're the ACM. Tell me if this is true or not. Did we not, Paula, decide to fund Phillips Park over City Hall? Yes or no?
I could say yes.
Okay, so we decided to fund Phillips Park over City Hall. That decision was made, why? Why was that decision made? Because the commission pushed for it, right?
So I can tell you the history is in '23, we established a 5-year, at the time it was 5-year priority list of projects. Phillips Park and City Hall were both included in those projects. In fiscal year '24, we had planned to fund Phillips Park, and it was agreed by this commission to move funding from Phillips Park into City Hall, and we left about 1.3 million in Phillips Park. And in '25, we had said that we would fund the remaining of Phillips Park, and so that's how the remaining 4.3 plus some impact fees went into the park, and we only funded 1.3 into City Hall of those priority projects that we had established in that plan.
So there's 2 options here, 3 options. You raise taxes, you go to bond, or you have to move money around. You just approved a COLA for 10 years that's gonna cost the city $2 million a year. We just approved the largest contracts for our unions that are gonna cost the city about $5 million a year. I've gone through every number with Paula, every single number we've gone looking for the money. I'm not doing this arbitrarily and just deciding I'm taking money from Phillips Park. We've looked everywhere. So if you tell me that City Hall is on my watch, well, guess what? I got reelected 2 weeks ago. Under my watch, we're gonna do City Hall. We're gonna start it and we're gonna do it right. Because I'm not taking out debt on the city. That would be irresponsible of us. I'm not gonna do a bond. You're not gonna tell me that it's my fault or the previous manager's fault, which is now the new manager, because we neglected City Hall. That's not gonna be the case. Phillips Park is a priority. We're gonna spend, what are the numbers that we discussed?
So we discussed if it's the will of the commission to not take the full $7 million out. Over the last 2 years, just over 5 million, about 5.6 million was brought into the project. We had talked about potentially reducing that 7 million to 5 million and only reducing the park, the general fund funds in the park by 5 million, which would leave just over 2 million, 2.1 million of general funds. It would leave the 1.8 million, almost 1.9 million in other funds, including the grant. And then what I respectfully had requested was we have collected some additional park impact fees in the amount of $364,396. And I would ask to
But hold on, before you say that, what was my response when you asked me that?
So you said that you would be willing to consider reducing the removal.
But also giving you the park impact fees and everything we request to get the number in Phillips Park as high as possible. So we can fund Phillips Park to a good amount to do a lot of work right now in a phase 1 and handle the windows here in City Hall, which are critically important because we can't do any interior work, we can't do any exterior work until the windows are installed. So this is simple. We can keep blaming other people, or we can take control of the issue and get it addressed. I'm not gonna accept anybody telling me that I'm to blame for City Hall being in the position it's in. Because as you heard from staff, number one, we didn't take $3.1 million and just buy land that could have been used for this project. Those are the type of misleading statements that are blatant lies, okay, that are said here and that there's no repercussions, and then later become truths and they be repeated over and over and over and over again. So that's a lie. We bought that land with money that was used from a completely different source of money that could not be used for the parks. That's number one. Staff is nodding their head, correct?
Correct.
Correct, thank you. So that is wrong. Number one. Number two, I'm not gonna take out a bond. put debt on the city. We're going to be fiscally sound. We're going to be thoughtful. We're going to be methodical. We're going to be careful. And we're going to be fiduciaries on behalf of the residents of this community. We're not going to be impulsive and just start spending money like we've talked about in the past. If we would have had those $2 million for the COLA, we would have had more money in the bank account, correct? Yes or no?
Spend it, we'll have more, yeah.
No, but if we would have had those $2 million from the COLA, every year we would have had $2 million to spend, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we gave $2 million to ex-employees that they, thank God they worked here in the city, but now we don't have that money. So you can't just create money without creating debt. That's the importance of understanding how to run a business. And you can't pander to people and tell people lies like, hey, we just spent $3.1 million and that money, we could have spent it for this. No, you can't. It's allocated for a reason. It's allocated to purchase parks. That's the purpose of the money. So it's very clear. I would like for you to please read what I'm offering and what I'm proffering my colleagues in the commission. See if we're willing to get a vote on this.
So I'm going to kind of repeat what we said.
But can you
at
give
the
me totals? Can you give me totals just on both sides of the ledger? So Phillips Park and City Hall.
Okay, I'm going to start with what's in Phillips Park, what we're proposing to remove from Phillips Park. So like we talked about, in Phillips Park right now, unencumbered is $9 million, 7.1 general funds, and then 1.8 million in those other restricted funds that I had mentioned before, service impact, part impact, $200,000 of grant, and $300,000 of drainage. Removing $5 million, as the mayor has proposed to amend his resolution on, would leave just over $2.1 million in the project of general fund money, an additional $1.885 million, and then we would bring in $364,396 from the park impact fees that we collected this year, and that would leave the park a total of $4,376,442. The park project, the preliminary estimate from the consultant used by the designer, the park estimate in the way that it stands now with the design was $9.1 million. Of course, that hasn't gone out to bid, et cetera. So that would require them to reduce the scope to a $4.4 million project. Okay.
And by the way, I'm willing to go up to $5 million and swing the rest of the money over to the windows.
Okay. So, City Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
City Hall currently has $5.1 million in unencumbered funds. That is broken out by about $820,000 that is in a section of our project because we categorize it for City Hall structural and assessment renovation. There's 3.378,000 that we have dedicated towards the windows. So the initial 2.5, an additional million that was given to it last year. This is the remaining available balance. 750,000 that was dedicated to the tower, which is part of the full renovation, but we had them in
Which, if I may,
phases.
that only gets us halfway because the tower budget is 1.5 million.
And then we had the third floor renovation, so this project had begun in phases, and we started with the third floor, so we've done significant renovation of the third floor, and the funds available at this time are just under 200,000, so that leaves us with the $5,141,632 available in City Hall.
So if I may, you said there's 200,000 for the third floor. That means that we're short on the third floor $1.3 million.
Potentially. And so right now, so a very, very preliminary estimate for City Hall that I've spoken to the city manager about is about $26.5 million. I will say I think that it'll be a little bit more, but $26.5 million is a number that we're talking about today. That would mean that the project would need about an additional $19.8 million, $19,784,000. And the way that I've broken that out is $18.2 million would be needed for the overall project, and an additional $1.5 million would be needed to bring up the budget to $5 million, which is what we're estimating that the full renovation of the windows would cost, including, the structural needs to install the windows. So that $26.5 million is what would be our target today. As of today, we have funded all bits and pieces of information. We have funded $6.7 million, $6,764,437 into the project. Our plan, and I spoke to the mayor, and I believe I spoke to the vice mayor, right? This conversation for me is a little preliminary, because in a couple of weeks, we're going to be talking about capital, and I'm going to be presenting to you some of these ideas and some of these numbers. So I believe that I will be able to present to you in our June 11th meeting that we will be able to fund $6 million into City Hall for next fiscal year.
If I may, I just want to put it on the record and be clear, because I want to say this before we get into the budget season. You're hearing what's happening at the state, and you already heard from the county that they're $400 million in the red. So I don't think we're going to do much better than the county or than the state, because again, there's a shortfall of money, and we have made serious commitments to the unions. We've given a $2 million COLA that's with us for the next 10 years, has a lagging tail for the next 10 years. And if at the state, they do increase homestead exemption, you potentially, the numbers that we're looking at are something between $4 to $5 million potential effect to the city, to the coffers. So don't expect to see another 10% increase in regards to property values. Will there be one? Yeah, maybe 3 or 4%, but that's still going to give us a shortfall if we do have those issues at the state and as a result of our pension agreements. So there's not going to be that much money for capital improvement. So we have to be very thoughtful and very methodical on how we spend the money. That's why I'm making this decision here in Phillips Park, which is a very difficult decision for me to make, and that's why I'm saying let's go $5 million for Phillips Park, and the remaining balance we swing it over to City Hall, so we can at least get started on City Hall. Change the windows. Start moving in a way where at least the cost doesn't continue to go up on a building like this, which has exploded in price. Okay?
So the $6.7 million that we've funded to date, and the $6 million that I believe that I will be able to bring to you on June 11th as a funding for fiscal year 26, based on the $26.5 million estimate, leaves us with a funding need of $13.7 million. That's before any action is taken on Phillips Park today. And then I believe, because the funding that we're bringing in is recurring funding into this program, so I believe that 27 will be a more difficult year. The mayor and I have had this discussion. I have a little bit different perspective on fiscal year 26, but we'll see how it pans out. And so.
But you do agree, excuse me, you do
I
agree.
do agree
You do agree that if the county comes out and says they're $400 million in the red, obviously when revenue is going to be an issue. I mean, we can talk to the tax collector and find out, the property appraiser, and find out where we're at right now. You understand? It's pretty simple.
I agree, but I feel like we have to be very diligent about the decisions that we make in fiscal year 26 to plan for fiscal year 27.
Why? What do you think is going to happen in 27?
So I believe that the uncertainties at the state, I do not see them coming to fruition to affect our 26 budget, because the property values that we deal with for our 26 budget are based on property values from a year ago, right? And so property values, while we have seen real estate stagnant, we have not seen significant decreases in property values. The property appraiser can by all means decide to slash property values. I don't see that happening. I could be absolutely wrong. I will buy any of you lunch, limited restaurant options, if I'm wrong, but caveat. But I believe that for 26, we will need to be very careful about our planning, but I believe that any impacts that we see from the state or from rolls out of the county will affect us in 27. That said, City Hall funding, I believe that I will be able to commit to another $6 million to City Hall in fiscal year 27. And so if that's the case and the estimate remains at $26.5 million, we would have a funding need of $7.7 to almost $7.8 million. And so I understand the action that you're taking here on Phillips Park. I would encourage that, staff be able to plan a park, whatever phase, with a good amount of money. And so I appreciate that there was some commitment to consider something less than the $7 million.
So like I said, my number is $5 million for Phillips Park. Leave it the way it is. The remaining balance goes to City Hall. We have a motion and a second.
Do you have the details you would need on that motion and what the mayor just said?
I can work out the dollars that would reduce the amount to get you to $5 million, and also amending the budget to bring in to recognize the impact fees and so forth, so I can get you the language on that.
As described and amended, as proposed by the mayor, and as Paula said, city manager, city attorney, you've exchanged as proposed. I move.
A second.
Through the mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
when will the Phillips Parks be completed in full if we say we're phasing it?
We would have to go back and work with Public Works to look at the scope that is available within the funds. Our hope is to not have any more delays, so we're gonna hopefully just be able to redline items so we can go out to bid as soon as possible. And that's why we brought up the building and the splash pad.
Yes.
Right, but you're telling me that maybe in the future, then we'll be able to do the whole park, including the splash pad and the building. What is the estimation of time?
There is no time, I can't guarantee you a time, but this is the best proposal that we have because we're preparing, we're allowing the site plan as proposed conceptually to continue towards the future. So if we phase out the project, leaving those areas available for future expansion, it meets the need and what the community really wanted. So this gives us the footprint to expand. While we don't have a timeline, that would be the objective.
Okay.
So I'm not done, excuse me. Members of this commission, what are we doing? There's other ways to be able to fund City Hall. We got elected by the people to represent them. We promised them a park, and we aren't going to deliver. I already showed the petition. The same people who signed that petition are the same people that elected us. Are we not going to represent their needs, something we already promised them? I hope this commission really votes in favor of what the community really needs. And you could put politics aside and fund City Hall. There's other options. I know the mayor is not in agreement with the other options, but there is other options.
Through the mayor.
Before we move on to that, the key is it's the pie in the sky. There's other options. There is other options. It's called a bond. I'm not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of bringing debt to the city. I have a responsibility. I don't believe that, for example, retirees should pay what was being proposed 3 or 4 years ago by Commissioner Menendez, which was $150 million, $160 million bond. Remember we broke down the numbers, what the numbers were?
Yeah, that was for the entire park
I
system.
know, but it's still a huge number.
Correct.
Okay? I don't believe, it's just too much money. To me, it doesn't work. We have a long agenda. Madam Vice Mayor, please.
I'll make this quick. 2 things. I had direct email discussions with residents who thought that this petition to slash Phillips Park, and that's the way that it was worded, and the QR code, et cetera, meant that no Phillips Park was going to be built. When I explained to them a phasing option so it can proceed, they said, oh, okay, we understand that. Number 2, we just had an election. We've knocked a lot of doors. We talked about issuing a bond and putting the city in debt. It was an absolute no by folks. I think our directions are clear.
So through the chair, just to clarify the numbers for me. We are removing $5 million or we are leaving $5 million?
We are leaving a total of $5 million across all funding. So of the 7.1, I have to work out the specific number that'll come out, but it'll be whatever amount that we're taking from the general funds plus the $1,885,602 plus the $364,396. So if I had my phone with me, minus $5 million. I'll do that math.
We're leaving $5 million
in the park.
Phillips Park. So
Right.
there will be $5 million to continue with the renovation of Phillips Park. Whatever that ends up being, we will figure that out, and then we will phase whatever is to come next. Okay. Now, I have another question for you, because the mayor said that I was lying about something, and maybe I misunderstood you. You said in park impact fees, we had $1.8 million restricted and $3.2 million unrestricted.
In the capital project for purchase of land, which has been adopted by this commission as purchase of land for parks, we have just over $1.8 million of park impact fees, and we have another $400,000 that we'll bring in. And then the remainder of those funds are funds that have been brought in over the years, which we've matched the park impact fees, but that project has always been dedicated to the purchase of parks.
Understood, but the 3.2 million is unrestricted and would be able to be moved to something else.
It could be, but it would have
Okay.
to be elected by
That's-
this body.
Yeah,
But it's not,
all right.
it's park money, so it's not gonna be moved anywhere.
It would be moved to another park.
Commissioner, again, we can go back and forth as much as you like about it. The bottom line is that I wrote the legislation. And you can try to mislead people and say that that money can be used for something else. That money has to be used, correct me if I'm wrong, 65% for park acquisition, 35% for park renovation, correct? In that fund, the legislation that I wrote.
In the impact fee funds that are collected, 65% of it is for purchase of land, and the 35% goes towards park enhancements. In what has been brought into the purchase of land, I would have to go back and see specifically what matching funds we've brought into that project to see where the restriction is and where it isn't.
So you know what I think is a good thing? Put it together so Commissioner Fernandez understands and then focuses all that attention on putting together incredible pieces of legislation that bring money to the city like that. That would be a great thing. Just like the underline, just like acquiring parks, just like all the things that we do here in the city when we come up with legislation. Spend all that energy. Instead of arguing up here, we're moving forward on the agenda. This is the way, like the Vice Mayor said. When we talked about bonds, when we talked about taking money, like Commissioner Fernandez was so ecstatic about from the reserves, and when we talked about underfunding the pensions, people's skin crawled at the doors. They said, under no circumstances, take care of our employees and make sure that you address the issue of the unfunded liability. So we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll. You have another question?
May I?
Go ahead.
Just a real quick comment. Three of us on this dais, the mayor, the vice mayor, and myself, are the ones that ran for re-election and election. And I will have to say that that was definitively, without exception, the way that any resident that I brought the issue up, that we were looking at a commission that began the ball rolling down the lane to a 60 million plus bond was jaw-dropping. An immediate visceral reaction of no, do not do that, when they knew that it was not going to be for infrastructure or disaster relief in the event of a hurricane, to have funds available ahead of the insurance paying out coverage. They were definitively against it. And I know this because my knuckles are raw from knocking on the doors and listening to everybody say this. So I'm also going to say that this is something I ran on, that I would stop that, and it'll be another promise delivered. Now, with respect to this project, Mr. Mayor, you've surprised me because it was difficult for me, as I said during initial comment, to support $7 million going out of the allotted funds for Phillips Park, but it would have been the prudent way to go about it, given our current financial situation and what looks like difficult financial waters likely ahead of us. Your new proposal is wonderful, it's brilliant, and I think that this is a no-brainer as proposed. And I'll finish by saying one thing more, a comment from my colleague, that I know this was not your intent, but there was a reference to things get done in the South, implying that they don't get done in the North. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't matter, but for optics, 4 out of the 5 of us commissioners live in the North. But it doesn't matter where I live. I represent all of the residents in the city beautiful. But there is no South gets favored over the North, over the Central. So I know that was not your intention, but for purposes of being clear, that is not how this commission thinks.
And if I may, before we take the roll call, just for the record, please, so that nobody can say later they had some sort of influence in changing my ways. This is what we talked about for the last 2 weeks, correct?
Yes, it's to find whatever we can do.
So no petition, no online petition. This is what we talked about from the beginning, that we were going to move money.
Looked at scope.
And that we're going to leave a huge amount of money in Phillips Park to make sure we can move forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Through the mayor, really quick. I received an email and I think a resident wants some clarification. Ms. Collins from 22 Salamanca Avenue. She's stating that what is going on with Phillips Park, there's no transparency, and what is phasing out, I think. So the main question right there is what is phasing out? What does that mean?
If you'd like, phases doing the project in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 phases, depending on the project. We can answer that question for her. If you'd like, you can send it to the manager can respond, or the ACM. Can we call the vote, please?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
My question, when will we have a park? Because this is a question residents are gonna ask me. Even if it's phased out.
Commissioner.
When can I give them something?
Commissioner, we're gonna start the park as soon as staff works on the phasing plan and they analyze the funding. You have the response.
No, I'm asking for a date.
There's no date.
So that's what I'm gonna go ahead and tell my constituents.
You can meet with the city manager after and the ACM, and they can talk about, and they can respond to the entire commission as a whole and tell them where they're gonna be and what can they start off first. I imagine, having built many parks, that the first thing you do is you start working on ordering long lead items. You have to order the playground. So in actuality, the project starts when you actually order all these long lead items, so that the ACM can tell you all about that. Commissioner Lara, you have something else you'd like to add?
Real quick, I just want to maybe offer some perspective to Commissioner Castro. We're voting right now on whether we're going to allow this type of funding. Once that's determined, then parks can then begin and finance can begin mapping out what the red line would look like with the timeline associated with it. But step one is to decide how much money do they have spent.
Okay.
My answer is no.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm going to vote yes, but I want to make sure that we do have a commitment going forward to make sure we deliver a completed Phillips Park.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Before I say yes, Commissioner Fernandez's was not an amendment to what we have here. No, it was not. You can't do that in the middle of vote because people had already voted. So my answer is yes. You can bring that up with the manager and you can have a conversation in regards to what you believe is going to be the next phases of funding, and you can help us find that funding after we address City Hall. Because again, at the end of the day, remember, City Hall is your responsibility also.
Our responsibility.
Yours. You're here. You're on this dais.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So, Commissioner Fernandez, if you've already voted, did you want to change it based on?
No. And I just want to make sure I understood, and I think we did have a commitment up here to deliver Phillips Park in a phased plan. I'm not asking for an amendment. I'm just putting my thought on the record, and I will, as the mayor stated, work towards finding funding solutions to make sure that we're able to deliver on this park as quickly as we can.
Thank you. All right, moving on to F3.
F3 is a resolution of the City Commission rescinding resolution number 2025-29, which directed the city manager to develop an expedited permit review services program for a maximum 12-month trial period, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I put this on the agenda because I think it's critically important. I wanted to talk a little bit about what's happening here in the city and really have a conversation about truly moving the city forward. And there's only one way, and that is by doing it holistically. So I'm moving to rescind the proposed expedited permit program before it is implemented in order to uphold the values of equity, fairness, and integrity in our city's permitting process. While the intention may have been to improve turnaround times, the approach of allowing applicants to pay a premium for faster service undermines the principles of equal access to essential city services. Residents should not have to pay for VIP treatment from their own government. Let's be clear. If permits are taking too long, then the real solution is to address the root cause, the inefficiencies within the system, not to create a workaround that only those with the financial means can access. We should be focused on treating the disease, not the symptom. Fixing internal delays for everyone, not just for those who can pay more, ensures a stronger, more entrusted public process. There is also a risk of creating pervasive incentives. By tying revenues to faster service, we inadvertently incentivize the slowing down of standard service in order to drive more applicants into the higher fee, expedited lane. We've seen a real-world example of this with Disney's introduction of the paid genie system, which promised shorter waits for those who paid more. But in practice, actually increase the wait times for standard guests. We cannot allow the same inequitable logic to take root in our city operations. The City of Coral Gables already assesses permitting fees that support the operational cost of reviewing and processing applications. Adding an expedited tier introduces a two-tiered system where the speed of service is determined not by need or compliance, but by purchasing power. That is fundamentally inconsistent with our obligation to serve all residents equally. In addition, it is important to note that the proposed expediting program is not free. I want to repeat that again. Polito Cortadito said it was free. It's not free. The consultants working on expediting services will be paid an hourly rate plus an additional 12.5% surcharge for processing. Instead, our focus should be to remain on improving overall service delivery for everyone. That work is already underway. I want to be clear. I want everyone to listen to this. That work is already underway. The city contracted consultants to conduct a comprehensive customer feedback initiative, including on-site intercepts, surveys, and focus groups to assess how well the building division is meeting expectations. That feedback is feeding directly into a three-phase operational and staffing analysis that will guide improvements in staffing, resource allocation, and policy changes. Once completed, this analysis will allow us to streamline operations, establish clear performance benchmarks, and issue permits more efficiently without the need for a pay-to-play model. Based on Phase 2 findings, we'll also reassess the current permit fee structure to ensure it supports these important without creating inequity. Rescinding the expedited permit program now demonstrates our commitment to a thoughtful, data-driven approach that centers around fairness, efficiency, and long-term improvement over quick fixes. Let's get this right for everyone. So that is my intent, and now with Peter Iglesias, who led us through the digitizing of our entire city and also going paperless in our permit review process, I think is the right time to finish this three-phase study, which should be done in a few months, and get to work on hiring more people, finding efficiencies, and addressing our needs in a way that is holistic and addresses the root of the problem, not creates more problems. Before we start, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Something is a little, I thought according to Robert's rules, the people that could bring back something were the ones that voted in favor of it, not the people that voted against it. I may be a little off because I haven't opened the book, but I will when I get home. I think this is another attempt to be vindictive and to try to erase history. The only problem is that everybody knows it was proposed. Everybody knows that it sounded very good. Everybody knows that it was going to start. Everybody knows that everybody involved thought it was a great idea, and the way it was presented, it was absolutely great, because the people who were participating in that would get the benefit of an outside expediter like other people use, like Surame Cabrera does for some people, like Manix does for some people, and the others will benefit because there will be less people on the queue, and they will get theirs faster than they're getting it now. We want to claim transparency. We want to make sure that we're explaining for everybody. Just read what it was proposed. It was passed here. It's part of the minutes. All you have to do is read it, and you will see that if it had come from some other person, maybe it would have been a good project, but since it came from Melissa Castro, it was not good.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment. You'll move it?
I'll move it.
Anyone have a second?
Second.
All right. Madam
Quickly.
Vice Mayor?
Quickly, just on the point of Robert's rules, I did do the quick research, and the rules do allow a new board that wish to rescind a prior board's motion to do so. So I'm not concerned about that issue. Now, of the folks that have written, all of us, and I've responded to everyone except for maybe someone that emailed me this morning. Over 95% of the people did not know it was going to cost an additional fee. Over 95% of the people did not know that this is not the expedited permit program that the city currently provides for residents for emergency issues at no additional cost or fee. Over 95% of the people didn't realize that it's not the mobile permitting service that this commission provides for individuals that need that service, whether they're disabled or whether they're elderly or other circumstances. On every single one of them that responded back to me, of that 95% did not want to pay an extra fee. They would like the city manager to identify the issues that it currently exists in our development services department. We know that things we're going from basically crayons to perfume in there, from going from paper to computer. It takes some time to do that. But then we had an election, and we had a lot of morale drop after a city manager was summarily fired, after the hostile work environment resulted in a situation where many of our best and our brightest left. We need time to rebuild the team. That's what I asked of the residents, to give us time to rebuild this team. In my process of knocking doors, I was able to identify issues that existed. I passed that on to the city manager's office, and adding it to the list of the items that the consultant is addressing where we have deficiencies in service, so that we can improve upon the system from within without charging residents more. And the plan itself, the expediting permitting program, is limited in scope. It's not every item in a homeowner can have looked at. But those are my comments, and for that, I'm in favor of rescinding the extra fee program and improving our existing programs.
Thank you. Commissioner Lara?
Yes, so while I applaud Commissioner Castro for coming up with what she believed was a solution to a problem, and she has unique expertise, right, in permitting, I don't believe that we've identified the root of the problem. So it's like taking a guess in a medicine cabinet and we have a headache. Which colored pill makes sense to take, as opposed to identifying the one that identifies the solution? So, I mean, it sounds very good, but like at one point I remember not long ago, we thought it sounded pretty good to socially distance during COVID, or wearing a cloth mask was going to make sense during COVID, right? But then in retrospect, it really wasn't such a good idea. I believe, and I'm not going to take up the time because it's late in the day, that what Vice Mayor and the Mayor said make a lot of sense to me, that we have to focus on identifying what the problem is. And it feels like a no-brainer, too, because we already have a study underway, right? I mean, we talked about this yesterday, right? You said there's a study underway that focuses on this, so it sounds and feels premature before we actually we get a feedback or a reading from the diagnostic tool that we're using, right? So that's one. And then number two, you know, where we are is kind of mind-scrambling. That we know at one point we had Iglesias as the manager, then Parhus as the acting, then Rojas as the new manager, then Parhus again as another manager, and then Mr. Gomez here as the acting, and then now we're coming all the way back to Peter Iglesias again. You see, this was like a keystone pulled, and like an avalanche is coming down of problems over the last 2 years. It is time to stabilize it at the top. I think we've accomplished that today, and then allowing the new manager, in conjunction with the anticipated receipt of a report identifying what the problems are at the permitting site, right, is the most prudent and efficient way to going about getting it done right. At least give the person who's coming back an opportunity to focus on it with the benefit of somebody that's been hired specifically to find out what the problems are. And in the end, right, this I still think this is consistent with the will of the people, because a lot of this at the time, a lot of ideas that went into play over the last several years were they were enacted by this commission, but like one of the commissioners was resoundingly defeated at the ballot box because the residents rejected the manner in which and the basis on which he voted for things that we have been, at least I have, been taking the time to undo and put it back into where it should be, which is the way that the residents wanted it as they've spoken at the ballot box. Some have referred to me as a swing vote. Well, I'm swinging today. So I'm not supportive of this pilot program for the reasons stated.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lara, you campaigned on being an independent voice, and I completely believe that. So I'm going to plead with you that after presenting my presentation, maybe you will open your eyes to information maybe you are not aware of and how this program is really going to function, because there's a lot of misconception out there. I am an expert in this field. I've worked on this very hard for a year and a half in the best interest of the city. I have 50 emails right here in support. I think everybody in the commission has gotten it. Billy, can you please put the presentation? Okay. Expedited Permit Review Service Program, making permitting faster, smarter, and more efficient by me. Can you move to the next page? Oh. This program is not a program to go ahead and fix the building department. This is a parallel program, and it's a pilot program to prove a concept that we can go ahead and do it. Addressing a real problem. Permit delays are one of the top complaints from residents and contractors. Staffing shortages and turnovers have worsened backlogs. Residents deserve options, especially when time is of essence. A simple, optional solution. It's a voluntary program for residents in commercial interior remodels. Offers faster turnaround times through a dedicated expedited queue. The turnaround time is 5 days. Powered by city-approved partner reviewers, not city employees. What does that mean? That means that while our partner's reviewing the plans, the city has less plans to review, which means that the residents who are applying for permits and are not paying a fee, their service is getting better and faster without paying anything. Which also means that the people who opt in to pay the 15%, and it's not hourly, it's 15%, it's not hourly plus 12%, it's 15% of the permit cost. Those people it's a win-win. Both the city and the people who opt in are getting faster service. This is not a substitute to fix a building department. This is just an option to have, and it's a pilot program. If it doesn't work in 3 months, in 5 months, we take it off, but why would you kill it from the beginning without even giving it a chance? It's funded by an optional 15% on top of the regular permit fee. This is optional. We're not imposing this on anyone. And besides the fact that it's optional, it's already improving the queue of our normal building process, which, again, it's a win-win for the building department and for the people who pay the 15%. Let's clear up some misconceptions. I've received some emails saying from Vice Mayor and that they were copied, and the mayor saying that it's politically. This is not political, it's policy driven, service focused, and professionally vetted. It is not mandatory. We're not imposing this fee on anyone. It's an option you get to choose. Not a replacement for standard permitting at all. And it's not privatization or outsourcing. How it works step by step. You apply for the permit, the applicant selects the expedited review option if they qualify for it. Each review cycle is completed within 5 business days, which, guys, Like, we would be the example of permitting in the city of Coral Gables if we are able to obtain this. This is a guaranteed 5 business day turnaround. This doesn't only benefit our residents, but it also benefits the small businesses on Miracle Mile and Giralda that are trying to get a permit and sometimes go out of business when they put all their life savings into a building, and the permit takes 2 to 3 years and they can't do anything. This is interior. Those are all those build outs. People can move, companies can move, or the business owner can move in faster by having a 5-day turnaround. This really, really helps the city and our constituents and our business owners. Permit is routed to our partner reviewers, not city staff. In other words, we're not putting these expedited reviews before residents that are not paying. This is why I built this system this way, to be able to separate it so that nobody goes in front of the people that are not paying. And in return, their permits are being reviewed a lot faster. City staff remains focused on standard permits, which now move faster too. Applicant receives faster feedback and quicker approval. For 15%, if you ask anybody in this industry, for 15%, a lot of people are gonna opt in for this. This is really good for our city. Please give me a chance to prove my theory, to prove that this program works. This is not a replacement for anything else. Everything else can continue. This is an option that could really, really improve our local businesses and residents. Everybody wins. Residents who choose expedited review get permits faster so projects can start sooner. Residents who stick with the standard review benefit from shorter wait times since expedited permits go to a separate team. City staff have fewer permits to handle so they can focus and provide better service. I think that's something that we all want. The city overall gets more efficient without hiring more staff or increasing taxes. Bottom line, this program helps everyone, not just the ones that opt in. Build with safeguards. Partner reviews are pre-approved professionals already working within the city. They work parallel to us. We already use these people. They went through the procurement process. They were picked. I didn't choose them. Same code, same standards, same quality as internal city reviews. I voluntarily sacrificed doing permitting in Coral Gables. I voluntarily stopped permitting in Coral Gables a little less than a year ago. Not because I had to, but because I chose to avoid the conflict of interest or the appearance of an interest. What has been approved? The pilot program was approved in the commission on 4/11/2025. This program was already approved. The fee schedule is 15% is the final step for implementation. The program is ready to launch once the fee schedule is approved. We're ready to go. What you may have heard versus the facts. Misconceptions. The program doesn't exist. The commission already approved the pilot. It's only awaiting the fee schedule. It forces residents to pay more. It's 100% optional. Standard permitting remains unchanged and available. It benefits a few at the expense of others. It actually improves turnaround times for everyone by offloading work. It's a private company takeover. It's a city-managed partnership using professionals already contracted. Commissioner Castro profits from this. I haven't done business in Coral Gables for nearly a year, by choice. This is political, not policy. This is a resident-focused solution created to fix a broken process and restore the trust in city services. Okay. We promised to listen, now we must deliver. Real voices from across Coral Gables. Make it easier. From Michael, appalled that you're trying to recall the new permit process. What are you thinking, Brenda? There are no downsides to this program. I hope all commissioners support it. Jane, as an elderly resident, I am horrified in the efficiency of this current system. Valerie, one of the best citizen-centric ideas the city has had in years. Stephen. Real voices. Again, this is not politics. This is about helping residents. Concerned resident letter. I cannot think of one reason why Mayor Lago would want to block this. Diana. We need a better system. Make the expedited permit program a reality. Memo. I built my house over 30 years ago. Permitting was broken then, and it's worse now. Joseph. The time to act is now. This program doesn't take anything away from its residents. It adds a faster optional path for those who need it. It's designed to ease the burden on city staff and speed up process for everyone. Delaying or rescinding it means going back to the same broken system, one that frustrates residents and strains staff. Coral Gables is known for its innovation and excellence in this chance to lead by example. Let's approve the fee schedule and launch the solution our residents have been waiting for. This program didn't come from politics. It came from listening to residents, and they've made it clear. Do not rescind the program. Let it launch, let it work, let it help. This is a pilot program, and I'm really pleading to all the members of this commission. I have worked so hard. Can I take this off? No? You could,
Cable TV can remove the PowerPoint.
I really have worked so hard. I've gave up and sacrificed a lot of my life to be and do things that have to do with permitting for this commission. And I know that for some people it's personal, but for me, this is what our constituents really need. And if not, I would have not sacrificed so much of it to do it. And it breaks my heart that we're in this situation right now, because I almost feel like this is targeted, but this is so good. So good for businesses, for Coral Gables, for residents. And for me to be right here basically begging the commission, please do not make this decision, please. This is in the best interest of our residents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner, have you spoken already?
I did. I'll just do a quick
Speak,
comment.
Commissioner Fernandez, or did you speak already?
No, I haven't spoken. I'll be brief. What I've heard from residents is we need something and we need something now. I understand there may be a process in place to do a study, get results. That's still months away. I think this is something that can deliver quick results for residents right now. There was a comment about the Genie Pass at Disney and how this compares to that. It really doesn't, because you're not in the same line, you're not riding the same ride, you basically have a different ride that you're riding. So you have less people in the line. And if it is something that somebody wants to pay for an expedited process, I'll be honest, when I was canvassing, one of the things people would tell me was, tell me if I can pay more to make sure the process gets done quicker. And that's an issue that they've had for a long time. So I will not be supportive of rescinding the program. I'm supportive of finding a solution that is a permanent solution, that is internal. But I think we need a solution now that offers a solution for the residents who are currently applying or in the queue and are just hitting a wall.
So let me respond to a few things. Again, great presentation. I'm going to tell you how I feel, and I don't, again, this is not personal. When I was tasked to negotiate the contract of the severance for Mr. Parhus, you said something very clearly. Vince, I don't trust you to negotiate. And the mayor, who is entitled as per the charter, and the state attorney will tell you, you stepped over and you had Kirk Menendez do that because you didn't trust me. I don't trust you to have a permitting company, an outside consulting company, and to be in control of this. I know how many times you've been involved in the permitting department, and I think that it's, again, incumbent of me to ensure that this doesn't move forward. I think what we need to do is do it the right way. And doing it the right way is completing this study that we paid money for, finishing it, seeing what our needs are, and offering a service that raises all ships, not just raises the ships for a few people. And I think that, to me, is what's in the best interest of the city of Coral Gables, and that's why I'm going to be voting to rescind it and do it the right way. Because at the end of the day, we need to cure and address the issue that we're facing here in the building department, not just provide a fast lane for people to hop on and say, all right, well, I paid an extra 15%. And I resolved my issues, but everybody else is still in the back. So, Vice Mayor?
Just, I understand that some of the email message that were received was put up. Some of the replies were not.
And by the way, I forgot to mention, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Of all those emails, I responded to every single one, and I received from many. I said, thank you for clarifying. I didn't know there was a cost. I didn't know what was the actual intent. I didn't know there was a study ongoing that, again, would provide, real guidance for our permitting department and to make sure that we can hopefully address this issue soon enough. Sorry about that, Vice Mayor.
So I'll just read verbatim a couple of the replies. Thanks for clarifying that. It was not my knowledge, not speaking specifically about the fees. Here's another one of the individuals that you put up on the board or put up in your display. Thank you for this reply. I agree the residents should not have to pay extra for the expedited services. I trust you will monitor the improvements in the permit services and revisit the proposed option if necessary. It's early on. We just had an election. The manager's office has been working diligently on this. Let's give them a chance to make it work. I know they can do it.
Through the mayor, as you just stated, you don't trust me. In other words, you're saying this is personal.
It's not.
This is personal. This is personal. You just stated it. I mean, if you go back a couple seconds when you were talking, this is personal.
So you're saying you wouldn't let me negotiate the contract with the manager because it's personal back then?
But why
It's the
would
same
you
thing.
mention? You're interrupting me, but okay. Why would you mention that?
Because I don't. Because you make money in the permitting business.
I don't work in the city of Coral Gables.
I know you don't because you started a separate company called the MED Expediters of
That
Coral
is
Gables
not-
and you moved
that is-
everything
no,
underneath that.
I don't, it doesn't belong to me. I have nothing to do with it. Okay? This person right here has integrity and dignity. When I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. I have no record, no history of any wrongdoing. Most of my life I've spent serving the public and serving my patients and serving my family, okay? Never have I been caught up in anything to even say that I would be lying about that.
So moving on, we have a motion and a second. I call for a vote.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on. F5.
F5 is a resolution of the City Commission directing staff to place memorial markers for fallen Coral Gables police officers.
This is a simple one, a feel good. I would love for the chief to please come up here, and I apologize. We should be spending more time on this than anything else, but I ask you to please be brief. It's been a long day.
Commissioner, mayors.
Thank you.
In 2000, Miami-Dade County passed a resolution, a legislative item, that memorialized all the officers that were killed in Miami-Dade County by street markers and designs. I have been working on this since 2001. So I appreciate the fact and the consideration that at least in the city of Coral Gables, that this resolution will memorialize by an addition to our legendary street markers, the areas or closest to where the 10 officers were either killed or died in the line of duty in Coral Gables.
Before we take a vote on this, I'd like to give the credit to the chief. He had this great idea. We had a conversation about it the other day on the Fallen Officer Memorial Service, and I think this is something beautiful to honor our police officers, and I want to thank the chief for bringing this forward.
It's an excellent, through the mayor, an excellent program. I'll be happy to move it.
Don't give me credit. The chief.
It is. Excellent program.
You sponsored it, so.
I know, but I have
told
to.
me about it. I said, let's bring it forward.
25 years of trying to get somebody to sponsor.
I said, why haven't you brought this forward? This is what we should be talking about.
I'll second it. It's great stuff, but I always have to ask him to speak, so. And if you're chair, that's different.
The idea, commissioners and mayor, what we had talked about briefly in speaking with Hermes is using the angular parking stones that we have now. We were able to do an insert into those areas and a cement insert where the department would put a plaque on top of that. Actually, through the years, some of the residents in talking to them don't necessarily want to be reminded of the ultimate sacrifice, and I appreciate that. However, I think it's important for our current officers to know the history, our retired officers to actually remember where they were those moments that their officers or their friends were killed. And there is 1 or 2 officers that were killed outside the city limits, and we will put those. There are currently street signs in that 2000 resolution throughout Miami-Dade County that have our officers' names on it. So I do appreciate the mayor's support and your all support in this resolution of finally kind of closing this chapter, if you will, in my tenure to recognize these people in our city.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments from the commission?
No, just, I think it's a high time, and it's the least that this commission could do for the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice made by your fellow officers.
We have a motion
I thought I already made it.
In a second.
and a second. Mr. Clerk, can we get a?
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak.
Perfect.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Thank you, Chief.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm so glad we could make this personal. Chief, you almost got a miracle today. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F6, Commissioner Fernandez, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had somebody from the governor's office who was on earlier, but they had to step away. This is a resolution directing our staff. Oh, would you like to read it?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. It's a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to transmit the city's 2024 to 2025 adopted budget to the Florida Department of Government Efficiency for review and recommendations.
Thank you. So it's it would send our budget to the Florida Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, for them to review. Right now, there have been about 87 municipalities and local governments that have already taken this action. The governor's office was very appreciative and asked me to relay the message that the governor appreciates us taking this step, and they look forward to taking this step for us. The governor has put out an executive order requesting that everybody's budgets be reviewed by the Florida DOGE, and this would ensure that ours is frontline and we get a response from them sooner rather than with everybody sending them in bulk. So I know we would be joining our neighbors in West Miami and I believe Hialeah that have already taken the action. So hope I can count on your support on this.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Can I get a second?
For discussion purposes?
Yes.
I'm not in support of this, so because of the comments I've received back from residents and concerns that our garbage service will be ripped out. You know, we're very unique, so no, I'm not in support for that reason.
Okay. If I may have our finance director come up, please. Both, the team.
We're not fighting for the opportunity.
I know. By the way, I am.
See me a lot this season.
But before I speak, I want to make sure that my colleagues, Commissioner Lara, you have anything else you'd like to say before I speak?
Well, you know, what I'd like to say is that I just got here again, and before even with an option of our budget being looked at by someone in Tallahassee, I'd like to take a crack at the budget myself. I think that Coral Gables is unique. I don't know that it translates that well. It's a hard enough job. It's a steep enough hill to try and get money from Tallahassee, trying to explain to them how we do things here in Coral Gables. And so at this point, I am not in support of this, but I'd like to hear from our finance team.
So, Madam Finance Director, can you give me a little guidance in your opinion on this matter? Because I'm inclined to vote for this because I like transparency, but I'm also inclined and a little concerned about how could this affect us? What are other cities doing? What are the benefits? What are the drawbacks? What do you see? Well, I haven't had the opportunity to recognize somebody who's here. Mayor Hialeah, Mayor Hernandez is here with us. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you for being here.
Good evening, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So yes, I believe that the city of Coral Gables is very unique and that everything that we do it because this is the way that we want our city to be run, and things that we want to do that perhaps would not necessarily look efficient to other, to outsiders looking in. And so I'm of the thought that, inviting somebody to come in and look at how we do things without really knowing how we do things and why we do things could not give the best results. It could limit then future appropriations and grant opportunities because, right, so what's to stop them from saying, well, you should be more efficient in these other ways before you come to us for anything else? And so we have no control over what they're going to be looking at, or we don't even know what they're looking at because I don't know that it's an established program where we've seen what the results of a review would be. But I don't have a whole lot of information on it because it's something that's rather new. But that's the negative things that I've heard is just you have somebody else that doesn't know your operations, that doesn't know how you're doing things, looking at and questioning what you're doing without having all the facts. And are they going to come and really ask and get into the real meat of what we're doing? I don't know that they would. I don't know what the process is. So it's something that's completely new to me. So why would we invite that is my thought. I don't know if Paula has.
I share the same perspective. I believe that most of what we do here at the City of Coral Gables is different than most of the municipalities around us. And so that's what distinguishes us from the other municipalities, and we take pride in that. My concern would be exactly that. What is the criteria that they are basing efficiency on? I think the Vice Mayor's statement is exactly that. I will tell you, as somebody who has worked in solid waste, right, it is not the benchmark to do backdoor service. And so if you're looking for efficiencies, that's one place that you would look. However, it is what our residents have wanted and what this commission has voted for year after year and fought for. We fought for, the home rule, right? We fought that we don't want the county or the state dictating how we function or getting involved in certain things that we believe are local decisions. And so why we would open ourselves to that scrutiny without a criteria of what they're looking for or any explanation would concern me. Of course, I would, we believe that we prepare a great budget and we're always open to input and we're always looking for ways to improve. So I don't want to take away from that, but I would be concerned about what their criteria is and what they would be looking at.
Okay. Commissioner Castro.
I would like to record my vote for the memorial as a yes. And did somebody move this already or not?
I moved it and the vice mayor seconded for discussion.
Okay.
I did not second it. I said I was not in favor.
I actually want to second it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
she said I'll second for discussion.
Now let's bring it through the mayor, please. She didn't second it. I'm the one that seconded it. I'm like this. I'll second it. So I wanted to hear about the proposal because I'm very intrigued by it. And I believe that if you want to be as transparent as possible, you shouldn't have a reason why not to do that. And this is something that I had multiple discussions with. But now I'm concerned because we do things that are not the most efficient, but they are great things for the city of Coral Gables because our residents like them. So I don't want to adversely affect the city and our services by doing this. So what would your recommendation be?
I mean, this is really the will of the commission on what you want to do. I would be concerned for those reasons. I mean, there's many things that we fund that if I was to bring to you the most lean budget, the frequency of tree trimming, frequency of grass trimming, right? Those are things that you look at when you look at the efficiencies in your city. Absolutely. Does the grass have to be 2 inches before we trim it or 4 inches? Those are, so those are the kind of things that I'm just concerned about. So this is really the will of the commission, My preference at this time would be not to do so. You know, why be the first in line? Let's see what the results of other reviews are. But again, I don't want any perception that we're not open to scrutiny or, you know, we go through audits, we have confidence in the work that we do, so.
Okay, thank you. As a sponsor, do you have anything else you'd like to add before I call a roll?
No, I think in my conversations with the governor's office, they are in the process of organizing their process. They do have about 87 municipalities that are already in line in queue to be reviewed. But the governor's executive order will require that everybody's budget be reviewed anyway. So when, and I think I was giving staff this example during my agenda review. You know, I've judged science competitions, and usually when you review that first science project, you're kind of not sure what you're looking for, and you're less geared towards those specifics that you will be when you're number 300 or 400, because then they've already made a list of programs that they're recommending cuts. And another thing, these are recommendations. They're not binding. These are recommendations that they will make that will give us an opportunity to say, look, there was other places where we can cut our budget and find money here and there and maybe fund City Hall and find other ways to fund it, especially if we're looking towards, you know, the financial situation you're talking about in fiscal year 2026, 2027.
Depending on the outcome of the state's decisions, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Depending on the outcome of the state's decisions, right?
Correct.
I'm being prudent because I don't know what the decisions will
Correct.
be.
So that's my thought process on this. I think we're better off being on the front end than on the back end of this procedure. I think if we're looking for goodwill with the governor as well to make sure that our projects are not vetoed this year, this is an opportunity to show the governor that we're committed to transparency. It will be a process that will take time. My understanding is we're looking at potentially 8 to 9 months before they get back to us.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Kirk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara?
Look, it could be something to get behind once we get a better sense of what the program looks like. And we'll get a sense of it some 9 months from now. I don't particularly see the advantage of getting out in front of it. I think you said you see it, but I don't. That being said, no.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
For similar reasons, no.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
After speaking with the finance team, they swayed me. Obviously, I want to minimize the effect of future funding at the state, but I think that right now, potentially it's a little too early in my opinion, so I'm a no vote. But I'd like to bring it back if possible. Before we move on to F7, let's go back and talk trees.
Thank you.
We're back.
Yes.
So we're back to E16 for the record.
E16.
Yes. I'd like to thank the mayor, the vice mayor, the commission, the city attorney, the city manager, and all of your administration for working through these issues. They were quite contentious, and we all had our positions and passions, and it brings me great joy to see it come to a positive resolution for all of us. So we do have, it seems like we have an agreement, we have a term sheet, it's been reviewed by all. We're willing to accept it at this point, so we respectfully request your approval of our tree mitigation plan term sheet along with the actual plan moving forward. Thank you.
So we provided copies to all of you. I'd like to highlight a few points. It's the way it's organized, it has different phases. Phase 1 is a tree mitigation plan approval and permitting. I think that's pretty straightforward. In Part B of Phase 1, MG developer responsibilities, subsection 2. So I'm on page 2 right now. MG will provide daily irrigation across the entire root ball for the 4 oak trees in the triangle and the gumbo limbo and tree 41 according to the relocation measures, and that will occur from May 21st to August 22nd, 2025. Then MG will work with the engineer and use best efforts in cooperating with the city to design a plan for the dynamic subgrade anchoring and cabling system that fits in the triangular medium to support tree 41 consistent with standards, and will provide the plan to the city by June 11, 2025. The exact location of anchoring and cabling system will be illustrated in detail to show any necessary modifications to the existing triangular median. So the city will then have 2 weeks after receipt of the dynamic cabling system plan to review and determine feasibility of any required modifications to the triangular median. If such modifications are deemed minor, if the city manager determines that the necessary modifications to the triangular median are minor in nature, such as modifications including demolishing the traffic triangle site's sidewalk, curb, crosswalk, pavement, the project will proceed to phase 2. If, in the event the traffic triangle requires a major modification, such as geometric redesign of the intersection, Miami-Dade County review or approval as otherwise determined by the manager, city manager will issue a determination that the relocation of tree 41 is not feasible, will no longer be required, and then MG can proceed to remove tree 41 and relocate the gumbo limbo as specified in the term sheet, and the mitigation amount, which will, is addressed at the end, will be adjusted accordingly. There's then phase 2 involves site preparation of the triangle and the Granada Golf Course. The city responsibilities are laid out here. They have been reviewed and discussed and coordinated with the Public Works Department and the manager. And part B of phase 2, under MG responsibilities, in the event the city doesn't prepare the sites to accommodate the trees by August 15th, the parties are relieved of phase 3 and phase 4, and then tree 41 will be removed and disposed of on August 25th. MG will complete the excavation of the triangle sufficient to accommodate tree 41. This is provided, of course, the city prepares the sites as required, and it has the obligations of MG with respect to the traffic triangle and the completion of the relocation tasks set forth. Then, the tree relocation plan. Then phase 3 is relocation of the traffic triangle Oaks, the Gumbo Limbo, and tree 41. City will cooperate with the relocation of the trees, including review and approval of an MOT submitted by MG for any road or lane closures. MG's responsibilities include undertaking the relocation using a qualified tree relocation professional. MG will relocate the 4 oak trees from the triangle and the Gumbo Limbo to the Granada Golf Course site, and the prep work required by the city is outlined herein. MG will relocate tree 41, install any required dynamic cabling system to the triangle using its qualified tree relocation professional. And then post-tree relocation, this is phase 4. The city's responsibilities are to, reconfigure and reconstruct the traffic triangle, including sidewalks, curbs, crosswalks, etc., as needed. City will mill and resurface the street after all work to repair the street, including the area in front of the George project after relocation. Upon relocation, city will take responsibility for the irrigation, nutrition, and pruning of tree 41, all other responsibility for the health of tree 41, and is responsible for any damage caused by tree 41, and then MG will bear no responsibility for tree 41, even in the event that it does not survive. Upon relocation of tree 41, city bears responsibility for maintenance of the cabling system. That's all outlined in subsection 4. City will tender a separate hold harmless and indemnification agreement to MG for the installation and placement of the anchoring and cabling system, as well as safety barriers in the public right-of-way associated with the relocation. And then with respect to the 4 juvenile oak trees in the Gumbo Limbo, city will take responsibility for irrigation, nutrition, etc., the aftercare, as we say. And then the mitigation payment and calculation, those amounts are set forth herein. They've been confirmed by staff, and I think that part is pretty straightforward.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor, does this suffice?
My major concern is one of the items that's been causing the major delay in being able to move forward on moving tree 41, or even the Gumbo Limbo, or the 4 little oaks in there. And that is, it's beginning and continuation of the watering and the root pruning as per the, and that's why I incorporated Dina Balluin for her instructions. So I would feel more comfortable if there was essentially a tolling or a add extra days provision in here before these hard and fast deadlines were in here. I think it's reasonable. I mean, you're going to have to find some way to lock the watering system or put a barrier on the watering system so someone want to wash their car or cut the hose, or it has to be monitored.
We're going to use a an actual water truck company as part of what Dina was telling us, is that the tree relocation company can provide that service. We've had issues with providing water at the property, as we've discussed, due to vandalism, and so a water truck seems to be the only solution. So as of now, we have one person who's here, who's been watering, but moving forward, it needs to be consistent. So we're going to be taking daily photographs or videos, but I think the only way of moving forward is a water truck.
So what I've seen in the past is someone puts a meter on a fire hydrant to, keep a count on the water and use the fire hydrant water. So you have a continuous flow. You bury the line, just underneath the dirt so it's not so obvious for folks. And so you can move it along. And if you have it inside your MOT, your fencing, then someone's not going to be able to play with it. But this was a hose from an adjacent building that belonged to somebody else. I understand why they took it off. Why are you using our water?
No, it was with permission.
With permission or whatever. I mean, a maintenance crew's there. They don't know the difference of why this hose is going to an additional piece of property. But
Vice
I'll
Mayor,
give-
sorry, apologies.
But I'll give you an example. The mahogany.
Yeah. Well, I'll also be watering the trees in the median, and so we discussed the water truck being the most efficient way to do all of those at once.
No, I understand, but the one that's going to need the watering the most, in which I had talked to various representatives of MG about, I even provided them a sprinkler.
And we've used it. Today, the hose was slashed on purpose with a gift from probably a resident or a neighbor. So it's a constant issue at the site.
It is. It is. So.
So I think a water truck, that's what we're going to, and until then, we're going to have one person doing this every day.
All right, but I've seen the timers go off twice a day. Are you going to be able to be committed to watering these trees twice a day?
We were told that it was actually, the timer was for 180 minutes, and we were told by Dina that it's supposed to be 15, 20 minutes once a day. So it's not even twice a day. But we're going to use a professional tree relocation company. We've already spoken to Dina about the company that will be contracting, and so there's some confidence that it will be done correctly.
So can we put in a footnote that if those conditions are not complied with, there's a tolling of the time?
Yes, there is.
The timeframes of all the timeframes in this agreement can be extended by mutual agreement with the city manager and MG developers. So if they need additional time before they're ready for relocation, we can look at all of those.
That's with a mutual agreement.
Yeah.
But I think we need to expressly say that if, if the MG's responsibilities aren't done on a timely basis, then the time is tolled.
Is that, Madam Vice Mayor, is that fine? So is that the only pending issue we have in the agreement?
I believe that's just the only thing being raised now. So
Yeah, 'cause
we don't, obviously, we don't want to be in breach of the agreement, so it would be extended by mutual consent. There's not going to be a breach, because otherwise you're going to.
I'm talking about automatic tolling, because remember, when we met with Dina Bell-Lewin, she said that the clock had to start again. You may have watered, a month ago, but that doesn't count anymore.
No, we watered yesterday, and today we had an issue, so we watered by hand.
So you got 2 days in. But if the watering stops and
Understood.
it's sufficient break that our staff determines that the clock has to start again, then the clock has to start again. That's what I'm trying to say. It's an incentive program, if you want to
Understood.
call it that, to
I
make
agree.
sure they get out there.
Rather than being in breach of the agreement, then yes, we'll agree to that. And there's other little, let's see. The language is already here, actually. Thank you, Mr. Savage. MG understands that compliance with the requirements in the relocation memo is critical to the relocation of the subject trees, and that non-compliance with this requirement may result in the delay of the tree relocation and the construction of its project. Your attorney's already included it.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with that being said, can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Anything else for the good for the order? All right, then please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, I want to commend both groups, both teams, staff, the Vice Mayor for working on this. I know it's been a labor of love. I appreciate that. The trees are incredibly essential to who we are as a city, and I'm really, really grateful for all the attorneys and for the developer for being so thoughtful and coming to an agreement at the end of the day. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure that you're successful, but at the end of the day, MG's product speaks for itself.
Thank you.
And, you know, they're going to be incredibly successful. So thank you to everybody, Savage, Mario, Behar, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My final word will be, I would like to advocate for tree number 41 to be the tree of the year for 2026. Who says they all have to have flowers and be beautiful? Some lopsided trees with only a little bit of canopy can be beautiful too.
We'll take it.
So please take that into consideration. Character,
Thank you,
absolutely.
Counselor.
There's
Thank you so
beauty in
much.
character. Thank you.
F7 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to formulate a plan to eliminate the annual solid waste fee.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is something that I have been advocating for some time. I think the message residents sent this election was that they wanted relief. We got about 35% of the way there last year, kind of at the last minute. So I wanted to put this on here so that we can get staff to give us a plan to truly consider and see if there is a path moving forward going into this solid waste fee season, if we can get it accomplished. Ask you for your support on this.
Okay. May I have is there any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Trying to figure out how many years I've lived here. When we moved to Coral Gables, when we bought our house, we didn't pay for garbage. We didn't have to take care of the swale. The city would come, water it, mow it, take care of everything. We didn't have a fire fee. All that has been added through the years. I think we were talking about retired people somewhere along from this morning. There are people that are really hurting in this city. And the way we've done it is nickel and diming, because that's what it is, nickel and diming, the fire fee and the this, the that only, I remember the mayor talking about retired people not being able to do this or that. When we were talking about something before, this would be a good thing to do.
Madam Vice Mayor, can I get a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Second.
Who's going to
So then she seconded, so let me have Commissioner Castro speak first.
No, I think,
Trying to follow protocol.
I think this is a great idea. I think we took a great step last time we reduced the fee. I wasn't completely in agreement with it, but now moving forward, the money will come from somewhere, and I think this is the perfect way to give back to the community without lowering the millage in a more fair way.
Madam Vice Mayor.
So I was going to second it and make a friendly amendment that the staff needs to also look at, and I spoke with our solid waste, I asked our solid waste director to look at some options to help us reduce the cost of being able to do pickup, such as, should we have an off-site location where landscapers can put green waste, which would then eliminate the tipping fee if we can potentially turn that into, biochar or mulch, things of that nature. So if we're going to take a look at reducing costs for homeowners, we need to holistically really look at reducing costs for homeowners by reducing the cost of this pickup. Because we have so much in the way of pass-through dumping that occurs in our city. And if we have, there's very few people that do their own lawn anymore. So if this type of pickup from the landscapers can be dropped off at a location such as at 72nd Avenue where we have a railhead and it can be trained on down, we will substantially reduce the costs that we have in our city and be able to control our budget a little more. So I'm just going to go through, some high-level look at some of the numbers that we're talking about. The trash and yard waste is almost half of our budget. And most of that is green waste. So if we're not tipping that, we will help bring down costs substantially. So I think we need to have a holistic look at this in order to bring down costs, and we can pass those on to residents who then have their landscaper drop it off at, and again, I'm using 72nd Avenue as an example, but we need our staff to come up with options and plans to be able to bring down costs altogether. Then we can take it a step at a time. I mean, originally I brought this motion last year to reduce our waste fees because it was a means of giving tax relief to some of the folks that are suffering the most. Instead of having to pay close to $900 per year, because this has been an ever-escalating cost, it also is an ever-escalating cost on our budget. When you look at how much we pay for hauling waste in our city, we're talking, let's see if I put this number down here, $13.7 million in costs, okay? We have a $7.5 million deficit on what we collect on it. So we're in the hole. We need to try to make the hole smaller if we're going to really provide true tax relief, because if you're reducing the bill that goes in the direction in the envelope in the mail, but not also reducing the cost on the other end, we're now taking it away from sidewalks, capital improvements, debt service, everything else. So it's actually a tax increase instead of a decrease. So that's my friendly amendment.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Commissioner Lara.
Well, as amended, I suppose, right, or as modified by the vice mayor, and I think the original idea, makes sense. It's really not controversial. We're asking for a plan from the city manager to see if we can eliminate something that provides direct relief to a resident. This is much more consistent with what I was saying, maybe inarticulately, rather than go into Doge, right? Just us start looking within, with creativity, ways of saving money. So that's what I think.
Okay. All right, so if I may,
You may.
I think it's a great idea, but it's a dream. And I'll give you an example. Before the election, politically motivated, brought before the commission and forced upon our staff was the dream of buying the Garden of our Lord. $24 million. And it was a resolution that was popped here, and it said, by Commissioner Menendez, let's have staff figure out a way to buy the Garden of our Lord. It's $24 million. I said, staff, do we have $24 million? Oh yeah, we do in the reserves. So I asked, are we gonna have Crystal Academy be our tenant now? Is that what we're gonna do now? We're gonna buy a $24 million property and keep Crystal there? Don't worry about it. The comment was, I remember exactly, I have full faith and confidence in staff. They'll figure it out. Okay. I've been talking about doing this for I don't even know how long. Let me give you the facts so you understand the numbers, okay? Eliminating the waste fee would create a fundamental inequity in how we fund essential services in our city. By the way, I'm in favor of it. Let's get rid of the waste fee. Single-family homes receive a city-provided waste collection. Meanwhile, multifamily and commercial properties are required to contract with private providers, and they pay for those services out of their pocket. Eliminating the residential waste fee would mean one group receives the service for free, while the other continues to bear the full cost. That's not equitable. Even more concerning is the proposal to absorb those costs into the general fund. If that were to happen, all Coral Gables taxpayers, including those who don't receive city waste services, would end up subsidizing it through their property taxes. That's not how responsible or equitable budgeting works. Waste fees are user-based for a reason. Those who benefit from a service should be the ones who fund it. Let's get to the numbers. Planning to eliminate the waste fee means eliminating a reoccurring revenue stream, one that currently generates $6.2 million and subsidizes a total of $13.7 million in waste collection costs. The $500 we pay every month, 500 and change, brings us $6.2 million a year. But we're subsidizing a total cost of $13.7 million coming out of the general fund. So if we got rid of the waste fee, we would be spending $13.7 million out of the general fund. Remember we were talking about Parks, Phillips, another cut to parks, another cut to projects, another cut. Can't make it up. You got to get the money from somewhere. I have worked closely with staff to analyze both the cost and the long-term impacts. The conclusion is clear. This change would have a devastating effect in our current and future budgets. We need to make fiscally intelligent decisions, not politically convenient ones. Case in point, save the garden of our Lord, which never came back to us. You know why? Because staff knows that it was a pipe dream. It was a political move. Every action we take has consequences, and this particular decision would carry serious financial repercussions over time. Mr. Clerk, roll the tape.
If cable TV can run the video for the mayor.
This is what we're facing. I took this video. That is 57th Avenue on the other side. That is the unincorporated Dade side. That is 57th Avenue and Red Road, Miller and Red. Gentleman is crossing across the street. Nice gentleman, landscaper, comes across. And I have 10 videos like this. I just don't want to bore you. It's already super late. Goes over there, drops it right there on Bird Road on the corner of Miller. Just drops it there. And then it becomes the responsibility of the city of Coral Gables. Boom, poor guy fell. Working hard. Laugh now, but the truth is, and we've talked about this, Paula, you and I, along with this is millions and millions and millions of dollars of illegal dumping. Every gardener knows, end your day in Coral Gables, throw it away. Before the blogs go crazy, I'm not saying to eliminate the garbage pits, because that's the next thing they'll say. What I am saying is that we have to be honest with ourselves. The vice mayor brought up something that we've been working on for some time, but it never caught traction. And I will be making it a priority with Mr. Peter Iglesias. We need to divert all the green matter from the trash pits. That's why we work so hard to cardboard, to plastic bags, to do all those things. We're trying to eliminate costs. You're not going to be able to find a plug for $13.7 million. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to vote in favor of it. Because at the end of the day, it's just like the Garden of Our Lord, $24 million. The plan that you're going to bring us is going to say, you've got to cut all these capital projects or you got to raise taxes. What we really have to do is use 72nd Avenue as a landing pad, get South Miami, West Miami, Pinecrest, use it as a location for garbage, have them bring their green matter, and use the char system that I brought here before, and the vice mayor and I have talked about it. They're doing it in Tallahassee and they're doing it in other cities, where all that green matter goes through the machine and it becomes a product that is used in concrete and aggregate. It is being done. So if you want to save millions of dollars and stop paying huge tipping fees, because this goes all to the landfill, you've got to take decisive action. You have to lead. And the garbage cost is only going up as the cost of the new incinerator comes into play, the cost of all the landfills being filled. So I'm in favor of this. But staff, may I have you come up just 1 second? I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Do you think it's possible you're gonna come to me in a month after doing an investigation and find $13.7 million worth of savings?
No.
Okay. Your option's gonna be one, cut services or raise taxes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we're done. I'm ready to vote in favor because I'll do the exercise. I'll do the exercise just like we did with our Garden of Our Lord. But it's not politics. Let's take decisive action with Peter, the commission, sit in a room, drill down, and divert the green matter, which is millions and millions and millions. By the way, you can divert all that from going into the revenues, into the garbage stream, and you can actually do something amazing and get it. I'm all in. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
So let me clarify. What I'm hoping staff will come back with is a way for us to lower the fee by incentivizing people to get their landscapers, to haul all this stuff out to a dump site that our city can provide at 72nd Avenue or whatever location you all deem appropriate. So, one, we're not going to have as many trucks out on the road. We're not going to have these eyesores on our swales where people bring all the waste from everywhere else in the county and dump it in Coral Gables. We've been fighting this. It happens in the North Gables. Every single week we get one of these pictures of something being dumped in our city, a couch, a this, a that, dumped in our city because everybody knows we pick it up.
Madam
So-
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I thought you were done. I apologize.
That's great.
No, I agree wholeheartedly with you. Wholeheartedly, I agree with you. And if you notice that I'm passionate about this, because I am, because this is the biggest opportunity for us to save money in the city. And I remember when we had our old garbage director here a few years ago, the gentleman, I forgot his name, Al Zamora. We had this conversation up here. Mr. Clerk, can you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Through the manager's office for my colleagues, so we don't break the sunshine law. Can you pull Al Zamora's tapes? I think Diana was there, and so was Paula, and we had a long presentation here about the millions and millions and millions of dollars. I sponsored it. The millions of dollars in green matter. And everybody was saying, oh, Vince is going to take away the trash pits. I go, no, we'll keep the trash pits. By the way, I haven't had a trash pit in 7 or 8 years. It's liberating. It's liberating. It's the best thing ever. I got rid of mine when they dumped 200 roof tiles illegally. I had to, our city wouldn't pick it up. I had to put it in plastic bags, and so they would pick it up. About 6 or 7 years ago. It's liberating, by the way, and I still pay the same garbage fee as everybody else too, and I don't have a trash pit. So my point is, Mr. Clerk, can you put together all this information so that Commissioner Lara and my colleagues here can see what we talked about, which was before Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Fernandez were on the dais, and we had a conversation in regards to how can we save money so we can apply it to what's going to be the outcome of this resolution, which is going to be the only way to find revenue is to attack the green matter, which is being illegally dumped in our city, and instead of it being dumped in the trash, it gets dumped and recycled into something better.
If I may.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
So, at this commission meeting, I was going to bring the special assessment for solid waste to set the maximum rate that will then come to a public hearing in September. Through the manager's office, we chose not to bring it to this one since discussion was going to be had, but we must bring it to the next one to determine, in order to meet the county's deadlines, in order to be able to set a special assessment for solid waste. So that item will be coming to the city commission at the next commission in order for us to make the deadlines, to put it on the tax bill, whatever the rate is to be chosen. So in order to recoup the full cost of solid waste, the city would have, if they're choosing to also do a discounted rate of some percentage, the rate would have to be about $1,300, $1,350, maybe the regular rate, and $1,275, something like that, quick numbers, for the discounted rate, based on the amount of people that pay early versus put it on their tax bill. And that would recoup the entire amount needed to cover the operations, to cover the costs of the solid waste. The 13.8 number that the mayor mentioned was the adopted budget, since then there was an amended budget, an amendment to the budget, so it's more like $14.1 million, the cost of solid waste. So that's what would need to be charged in order to recoup the cost of the current services that we are providing. That is my recommendation. I would love to charge the full amount for what the services we would we're providing. We're providing the services that cost us about $14.1 million. I understand that is not at the will of the commission. Last year, you reduced the rate from the full rate of $938 to $577 and $550 if it was early payment. A number is going to come in the agenda next commission meeting. Right now, it is tentatively held with the $550 and $577.50 rate. So I just kind of wanted to disclose that it will be there. That's the number. We cannot come up with a plan to reduce it any further in the next 2 to 4 weeks, or whenever the next commission meeting is. That will be able to be some kind of plan that would be feasible to determine a rate that could be charged less. Again, my recommendation: charge the full rate pay for the services that we are providing. If that's not the will of the commission, through the manager's office, we'll bring the 550 and 577.50 that was last year. But I just kind of wanted to put that out there. I don't see how there's going to be any, without just picking a number randomly to reduce the rate, I don't see how we're going to come up with a number in that little bit of time that would be of any kind of meaningful to say we can do these services this way. We can't. We are subsidizing over $7 million currently for the services that we are providing. The services provided cost $14.1 million in fiscal 25's budget. I believe that'll be the minimum of what fiscal 26's budget will be when we start bringing the budget forward. So if we're only charging the 550 and 577.50, we'll only bring in just under $6.2 million. We're finding the other things are not happening because we have to pay the services. So just kind of wanted to disclose that.
If I may,
Yes.
and this is the last comment I have to make, I want everybody to understand very clearly. This is simple, fundamental math. Every time you cut, something's got to give. And what gives? Capital projects give. There's no other way to, where are you going to get the money from? So you can keep cutting, that's perfectly fine. But at one point, we're going to say there's no capital projects to fund. So we have to make the decision. And the tough decision is either we stay par for the course, or do we find an opportunity like other cities are doing, like I've mentioned for 2 or 3 years now, to go out there and find a way to recycle the green matter so it doesn't go to the trash and we pay tipping fees. I don't know how else to say it.
And respectfully, if I may?
Yeah.
So there's only so much recurring money that we send to capital. So that's going to run out very soon anyway. And this is recurring revenue. Yep. We have to have a balanced budget. So all of our recurring expenditures have to be covered with recurring revenues. So at some point, and I don't have the number of recurring amount of money that we send towards capital, but it's only the recurring part of capital that can be reduced. Yes. At some point, we're going to deplete it, and then we have nowhere else but then to start cutting services in order to take the cut of a recurring revenue such as the solid waste fee.
Madam Vice Mayor.
So in the exercise, I want you to look, I'm going to ask you to look at two other things. One, every single year we have increased tipping fees, just like COLA. Goes up every single year. Consider adding that in so that an informed decision can be made. Number two, if we're able to move forward, and we may not be able to do it this year, but in the future, to have an incentive program for folks to have their landscapers drop off their green waste at a city designated location, is it possible to have a two-tiered plan? You have no trash pit, you have not, your landscaper hauls it, you can have a two-tiered plan.
I mean, I don't know how we would track a two-tier plan.
I mean, I think so just, I don't want to get into the operations because it's not my area of command any longer, so I don't want to dictate somebody else's area, right? But for an operational purpose, what happens in that sense is if you and Commissioner Castro are neighbors and you choose not to have your trash pit, but Commissioner Castro does, or vice versa, I don't want to put you on the trash pit list, right? The crew still has to drive down your street. So this operation really needs to be reviewed and a discussion needs to be had, and the commission has to really decide on how that operation works for the community. There's many options to get there, but it's not as simple as just incentivizing. It really has to be programs that are thought through and thought as to what equipment is needed and how those changes impact the operation overall. So you and I have had many discussions on how to get there, and there's lots of creative ways to get there, but same phrase that I've used before, as long as the operation costs $14.1 million, we need to fund $14.1 million. And it will not take, even if a decision was made today to change the operation, it will probably take at least a full year to change equipment, to reroute things, to change the community. Even when we went to cardboard boxes, we gave like a year of warnings and extensions so that residents could get accustomed to it. So my concern with this direction, which I appreciate, it's just direction, is that what is the expectation of the commission of when a change would come? This change is not going to happen overnight. We are going to have to set a fee next commission meeting to that'll be billed out, and we will be presenting you a budget that has increases for COLA, increases for operating costs, and that $14.1 million will be a larger number, guaranteed.
So I understand. So you know many different options.
Right.
Present some of them. You know, and we can talk offline about some of these options.
So may I ask, just courtesy out of the sponsor, so we can come to, why don't we do this? Why don't we call a sunshine meeting? The five of us sit down with the new manager, city attorney, city clerk, solid waste, the entire team, and we have a sit-down conversation, sustainability, finance, everybody come, and we sit down and have a conversation. We spend 3 or 4 hours on a Saturday, or whenever they want to do it, and we sit down and we have a conversation about how do we finally address this? How do we attack this problem and put a timeline of 6 months to find alternatives to really addressing, and I know I keep going back to the green matter because that's the low-hanging fruit. Remember, when they see the report that you put together by Al Zamora, that Al Zamora put together years ago, it was right in our face.
50%.
It's like a huge number. It's a huge number. By the way, my landscaper takes the landscaping. I know that we have weekend warriors, and I respect the weekend warriors. I love to do my own landscaping. I put it in a bag, but we have to find a solution. We have to find a solution. But I think the best thing to do, I will vote in favor of this today. I love this idea. I think it's a great idea. But we got to find a plan, because we vote in favor of it. They can't deliver, just like you couldn't deliver, if I may, on buying the Garden of our Lord, because you didn't have $24 million. So, Commissioner, I'm asking you, if you like, we take a vote on this, and I will ask you to set a sunshine meeting so we can collaborate and work to finding a solution to fund the garbage.
I agree with you. Actually, I think we talked about it last time. It just never materialized.
Correct.
The question is, obviously, I think we're late in the game at this point for this year. I think maybe the direction of this resolution is to start coming up with options so that when we have this sunshine meeting, we have different potential options as to what can be done. And I know this was done at one point. It was only one option provided. I think the vice mayor's recommendation, I think the recommendations the mayor has made, there's different options out there on ways that we can streamline the process, reduce our costs, and explore what other municipalities are doing as well. You know, we're not the only ones that do this, that provide this kind of service. I'm sure that nationally there's many municipalities that offer this type of service and have found ways to reduce their costs, which at the end of the day, like the mayor says, that's the path forward. So realistically, how much time do you think it would take to come up with concrete options so that we can have a real sit-down sunshine meeting with options to consider so that we can forge a path forward?
So that would not necessarily be my area, right? I believe, but I do have some understanding of it, and short of Hermes being in the room, I believe that this is a three-pronged discussion.
Hey, I don't want to be out of line because the commissioner has the floor, but you came in like as if we were gonna. I heard my silent.
Paula said my name.
That was priceless.
Oh my God.
That was priceless.
Crisis is being averted. And he was looking down like this.
Sorry about that. Sorry, Paula.
No, it's okay. So
How do we didn't get that on camera?
So the meetings that the mayor has referred to are sunshine meetings where there was discussions at length about best practices and options that are available to the city, right? So that is one, is for us to explore the options, but really the second one is what is the community and the commission willing to accept as an option? Because there's many ways to get there. There's ways that are not have not been appealing to the city. There are other creative ways that we maybe haven't explored. So this is, I think, not just in one meeting, right? Like if you tell us in the summer, come to us with options, I think that really what's going to come to you is some discussion points and things for us to study and look at. I think this is probably a 6 to year-long process of really deciding what the committee wants.
Commissioner?
That would be my opinion.
I want to.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna ask for a favor. Okay. We have a new manager starting. Okay. I would like. This has been one of my biggest unaccomplished goals. Could be one of the biggest things in the history of the city we can accomplish it. Literally, big, huge. Because it's a beautification issue. It's a financial issue. And by the way, we don't realize that the future is only going to get worse for us because the cost of garbage removal, if you read what's out there, it's everywhere. It's only going up. So I would like for Commissioner Fernandez to, in the next 2 meetings, come maybe three meetings from now, come back to us and say, I sat down with the manager. We're looking at the following consultant. We're going to hire a consultant to put together a plan. The plan may say, hey, you got to get rid of garbage pits to save, I'm just making up a number, to save X amount. Or if you keep garbage pits, you get this much. Or if you go and you take all the green matter, like the Vice Mayor said, and you put it on 72nd Avenue, you save $10 million. And then you can use that money for, I'm just giving you, I would love, but we have too many departments, too many people. I think we need somebody to come in, herd the cats, bring everybody together and say, you really want to do this? You really want to keep the backdoor service? I don't want to get emails tomorrow, please. We're keeping the backdoor service. We're keeping the trash pits. We're doing everything. This is what I recommend that you do. This is the plan, and then we have sunshine meetings, and we talk about it. And how far are we willing to go to bring this down? That's what I think is the only way, because I don't have the bandwidth. I don't think anybody here has the bandwidth to sit down or the expertise to sit down and drill down on something of this magnitude.
So then what we'll do is, let's move on this. I will sit down with the incoming manager, and once we've come up with suggestions, we will come back to the commission.
Love it.
No later than August.
I'm ready to go. I will move on this. If you want to take a vote on this, I'll vote in favor.
Okay, so through the chair, there's been a lot of talks here about diverting the greenways to somewhere else, also beautification. I mean, what does that mean exactly? Are we talking about eliminating trash pits? Is that what we're talking about?
If I will answer you.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard me say it over the last 10 minutes. I've said it 4 times that I didn't want to eliminate trash pits. So I don't want a soundbite for political cortadito, please. I don't want one, okay? What I do want is to address this problem. And this is, but if I may, you asking me a question, I'm answering to you. Paula and Diana were here, and the clerk will tell you, this is something that I've been talking about for years. I've asked the clerk to provide, through the manager, the videos for the Al Zamora presentations that we did here that talked about everything, where there was an uproar about getting rid of trash pits. And I had to basically say, we're not getting rid of trash pits. We're trying to find a way to save money. Okay? All we want to do is see what the options are we have on the table to remain with the trash pits and keep the backdoor service, but to be more efficient, to try to get this, we are being taken advantage of. I just put up a video, I don't know if you saw it, that I took myself of how people are dumping all over Miami-Dade County in the city of Coral Gables. I took that video. I have another 10 videos just like that.
I'm still talking, okay? What is diverting greenways and beautification mean then? Paint a picture for me.
Okay. If you see the Al Zamora tapes and the tapes where I've brought here with the vice mayor, a company, that what they do is they take all your green matter and they basically make it into biochar. The biochar then is used or sold or given away to concrete companies who use it as aggregate. This is product that instead of going into the landfill and costing us money because it's a tipping fee, by the way, the largest amount of money that we spend in garbage is as a result of the green matter that goes into the landfill. It's unnecessarily going into the landfill. So what other cities do is they require their landscapers to take it away. They don't offer the services that we do, or they offer 2 or 3 times a year bulk pickup. We offer it every week. Okay, this is the Rolls Royce of services. So what it would look like would be 72nd Avenue. We could even monetize that other cities are in the same boat. South Miami, West Miami, Pinecrest. If we can give them an alternative to dump their green matter at 72nd Avenue, we turn it into biochar, and it is completely diverted from the waste stream, remember when I brought those companies here, I showed the videos how it works. Miami-Dade County was using it, Tallahassee's using it already. This is not something new. This is years old. As a matter of fact, I met with a gentleman last week in my office who brought me the same information. So that is what you have to divert it from the waste stream, and that way you can lower your tipping fees in the garbage, in the dumps. That's what I'm talking about.
That sounds like a great idea. So what would be the function of the trash pits if we're not planning on taking them off?
Again,
Exactly.
you can leave your trash pits. If you want to throw a table there, if you want to throw a chair, if you want to throw a sink, if you want to throw something in that you're going to throw normally, I don't have to do that. I just put it literally in my driveway and it gets taken away. I don't find a need for a trash pit, but I'm not advocating to remove anybody's trash pit because I know how sensitive and how much ownership people have over trash pit. But by the way, my yard looks beautiful without a trash pit, just so you guys know.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify for Commissioner Castro, the plan would, in essence, be, and again, this is just a concept, to have the landscapers take the waste and drop it off at a city location. So right there, we're saving money because we're not having to pick it up. So that's item number one of saving money. That's one less pickup that we have to make. And two, we are now taking it to a location where we can change that into something that's usable that we can then potentially sell. So there's a revenue stream for us there as well, while still offering the services that we offer. Again, I'm sure that even since that presentation took place, there may be other concepts. I know that you were exploring some as well that you had talked about. So I'm sure there's other companies that have come about with new ideas and new things to do over the last few years that we may be able to explore.
Through the mayor. Sierra Club and all throughout this incinerator program, it's been very well advertised to, instead of incinerating, or instead of putting in a landfill, which we're running out of land, and prices in the Northeast United States are north of $75 per ton, well, we're paying what, $50 per ton? Not only can it be biochar used for cement, the biochar and however they want to recycle it, mulching it, et cetera, can also be sold to farmers to supplement their lands. It's a great source of nutrition. It can also be used by the landscape companies that sell the potted plants for potting soil. It's better than what we're buying right now, in bags at Home Depot. Hialeah used to offer it for free to people. Okay, we can turn this into a resource. We can turn it into an income stream. I do have videos from other folks too. We can have our sunshine meeting. We can have our individual meetings, but we can turn this into a positive thing. When I get rid of furniture and stuff, many times I put it on my driveway apron as well, rather than digging up the grass and, uglifying my front yard. So.
And through the mayor, we also have a program here in the city where we recycle Christmas trees and we turn those into mulch. So we're saving money in having to purchase mulch by just picking up the people's Christmas trees and turning them into mulch.
Anything else for the good of the order? So we have a motion and a second. Can I get a call? Can I call a roll?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. So, if I may, Commissioner Fernandez is going to meet with the manager, sit down with the team, and start working on something that he can come back in a few meetings and say, this is what we're looking at. We'll have a sunshine meeting, at everyone's available time, just to talk about these opportunities to see how we can hopefully deliver a plan in the future.
Sure.
I also want to see what other cities are doing, because I know other cities are doing, and I will send all the consultants that I've met through to the manager's office. Okay?
And so for setting the fee for next year, since this won't happen by then, do I have the right to set the full fee to recoup the full $14.1 million?
We have no choice. I mean, I would love to do it now, but obviously we have no choice.
But so in terms of bringing the fee next, I need to bring the fee, the maximum rate that the fee that I'm gonna set. So
I think I'm of the belief that you have to move forward. There's no other choice. We don't have the time.
right, but so the same fee as last year, the $1,300 to recoup the whole $14 million.
I don't know.
The 550 rate?
I would be in favor of 550, keeping it at 550. I think you jump to 13. You're crushing people right now. I could never do that.
Thank you.
I know you want the 1,300. Trust me, I want to give it to you, but I can't do that. You slipped that in really quick that you caught me off guard. Caught me off guard.
That was a trick question.
Almost like Hermes sneaking in on me there. All right, F8.
F8 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to prepare the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget with options for providing for a reduction of the millage rate by 1% or 2% in advance of the July budget presentation.
So this is just to make sure that, last time we started discussing this at the last minute, I want to make sure that staff has plenty of time to thoroughly vet the budget, come up with options before we make a decision on millage. When is it that we set the ceiling on the millage? Because that's coming up, what, July? Okay.
So you will be, we will be providing you a July 1 budget estimate, and you will set the millage on July 9th. But the July 1 budget estimate will be based on the current millage. So we will be bringing to you a budget estimate with all of the bells and whistles and everything we decide in capital, right? So we have our first capital meeting June 11th, where we talk about prioritizing capital. I bring to you available funding based on the current situation. So based on the 5.559 millage, based on the trash fee generating $6 million, all of that is baked into the July 1 budget estimate. The July 9th setting of the millage, I will bring to you a millage of 5.559. And then the final rate will be set in the first and second hearing that are in September. I'll remind the commission that at the July meeting, you can set whatever millage you set can be lowered. It is very difficult to raise the millage once you set it on July 1st. So I will always encourage you to set the millage at the higher number in July. And if there's discussion to lower the millage, that happen over the summer and in September.
Do we have a motion?
I move it.
I'll second that, but I would also like to see what a 3% and 5% would look like. Is that okay with the sponsor?
Sorry?
I would also like to see what a 3% and a 5% would look like. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
It's an amendment.
Yeah, I'll amend.
Right, through the mayor.
Yes.
Question for you, Commissioner Castro. You're saying you want to see what it looks like to reduce it by up to 5%.
I want to see the effect it would take on services or the budget.
Right, that's what I
5%, yes.
Okay,
so a question then
Yes, sir.
to Paula. So realistically, is that reasonably feasible in terms of time to create 1, 2, 3, 4 models?
So, right, so my time is yours at this time of the year, and I will do what the commission asks.
I know.
Right? However, what I would say is that bringing you options before or for the July meeting would not make sense at this point. There's too many things that have not been decided, right? We don't know right now what the state is going to decide to do with some of their decisions on property taxes, on the homestead exemption. We don't know our property values. On June 1st, I will get preliminary property values that will be used to develop the July 1 budget estimate. And then on July 1, I'll get our final values. So if I had to prepare something now, it would be essentially based on the estimates from last year, right? So last year, a 1% reduction would be a reduction of almost $1.3 million in our recurring revenue in our general fund, and 2% would be an impact of almost $2.6 million. So could I bring you options? Yes. Would they be good options? Probably not, because I'm going to balance to get there. 3 and 5%, I mean, I almost walked out. No, I mean, in all candor, right? 5% would be more than double that $2.6 million. So, I mean, you would be talking about a significant impact that would really impede our ability to fund operations this year, and we would take deep cuts into departments. And so, don't be mistaken. Any millage reduction will impact all 3 areas. It'll impact any additional funding for departments, for new programming that this commission has expressed and the community has expressed. It will impact capital funding, and it'll reduce the flexibility that we have in our departments. So last year, when we brought to you these proposals, I kind of looked over it again last year just to have an idea. We do, in our budget planning, we ask departments to provide us their 100% budget, which is the same level of funding they have this year. We ask us to give an option of cutting their budget by 1%, an option of cutting their budget by 2%, and an option of cutting their budget by 3%. And in the general fund, 3% of cutting their operating budget only equated to $600,000 last year. So I would have to look in other places, or I would have to cut deeper than 3% of their funding. And that's cutting things like training dollars, things that you guys have expressed as are important in our operating budget, training dollars, memberships and dues, office supplies, unless we're willing to cut bodies, their operating budgets are very slim in most cases. So just, you asked if it was reasonable, it would be a significant challenge to bring you a good set of options.
So if I may, I want to put some things on the record, okay? And if I would like to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Provide my colleagues what the cost would be and what would be the repercussions of cutting taxes by that much. I'm all for it. Now, let me remind my colleagues on the commission, okay? $2 million COLA a year for 10 years, that's $20 million. Let me also remind my colleagues that last year we said, please do not hire so many people. How many people did we hire last year?
We added 26 full-time positions, 6 of which were converted from part-time.
That's fine, but I'm saying that was Paula. Is it safe to say that's the largest you've seen since you've been here in 1 year?
That is significantly one of the larger years.
Okay, so that is a massive number. We also gave a massive pension agreement to the firefighters, which I have voted against, which is going to have a significant impact on this year's budget, correct?
We will see the results of all the salaries will increase by the COLAs that we gave last year.
They're massive.
So yes.
Yes.
So
Okay.
they're the larger ones from the more recent past.
It's okay. So my point is that we haven't even seen those numbers. So if you want to cut taxes, I'm all in favor of it. But at the end of the day, it just cuts more into capital. That's why I voted no on the COLA. That's why I voted no. And staff said, this is way too rich in regards to what we provided for the fire union. It was a massive number. And now we're going to reap the benefits. We're not going to reap the benefits of it. We're going to reap the repercussions of it. And we have to deal with it in the budget. Madam Vice Mayor. And also the positions that we said very clearly. Don't, too many positions. Yes, ma'am.
I'll mirror those comments on the positions because, yes, I did try to persuade my colleagues not to add so many positions to increase the costs of our budget. And unfortunately, I was not successful. You prepared this scenario last year. So my educated guess is the numbers aren't going to be tremendously different, other than the fact that salaries are higher, employee costs are higher now because we added more positions. So I'm going to suggest that we reshare to the entire commission the presentation from last year. And the presentation from last year, correct me if I'm wrong, was done in August, wasn't it?
It was done in August 1st.
August 1st, that's close. Would that be a reasonable period of time for you to be able to?
So that would be my request to the commission. If it's the will to have the discussion of reduction of millage, which again, I will be bringing to you the full millage request, I would ask that we do it over the summer. I would encourage you to consider adopting the current millage in July, and then over the summer, have these discussions thoughtfully with time, and then making a decision at the September meetings of what the final millage would be. And that would give us sufficient time to put together a good plan.
So I'm asking you, please, on behalf of the commission, to prepare for us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% reduction so they can see what the numbers are. And I think that's fine with the commission, so you can see the scenarios. Do we have a motion on Commissioner Fernandez's item?
So I'll amend the motion to give you until August 1st, like the Vice Mayor said.
So we have a motion
And I second.
and a second. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Just,
It-
Mr. Sorry, Mayor, just to clarify, the resolution shall include all those different scenarios, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5%.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, you guys went too quick for me, but August 1st falls on a Tuesday, so that August 1st falls on a Friday, so that assumes that you all want to be available for a special meeting on a Friday to discuss these items, or to schedule a special meeting.
Or do you just want to provide it to you via email or some other way?
And then we can.
Okay.
Email's good.
I'm gonna, before we move on to F9, because we have a lot of stuff here, I'm gonna defer the artificial turf F17 to the next commission meeting, F18. If not, we'll never get out of here. I want to hear the police vehicles because I think it's the chief's been here. F20 is very simple, hybrid work week policy. I want to thank the manager, something that we've been working on for the last month. Thank you for taking action and bringing everybody back to work. It's about time. Thank you for that.
I have comments on that. I received a lot of letters on my desk. I'm guessing they're all from employees. And I would like to read some into the record. Do you want to take this later on, or?
It's my item. I'll defer it for the next time. So that's deferred.
I'm sorry, 1 second. If you're going to defer this for the next time and there's not going to be a discussion on it, should we not also defer the June 9th date where the hybrid is supposed to stop?
Commissioner, the decision has been made. We're moving forward with coming back to work. Every other municipality, private sector is coming back to work. We need to have people here in the office working on behalf of the commission and on behalf of the residents. I think it's important.
But you don't want to hear from your employees?
I do. I hear from my employees every single day when I have office hours. I've been doing it for 12 years. I talk to my employees every single day. At the end of the day, it's time for people to come back to work. We need service. We need people to be here. It's critically important.
I don't know if the camera can go ahead and see this, but all of these letters, all of them.
Commissioner, we're not going to have a back and
Go
forth.
ahead and put them on the record just before all of this so that the residents do have access to everything that was on my desk this morning.
Okay. That's perfectly fine. We're not having that conversation. I'm the sponsor of the item. We can talk about it on another commission meeting. F24, I'll move it to the next commission meeting. I'll defer that also. Okay? So let's go back. I've deferred to F9.
F9 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to begin enforcement for violations of illegal dumping of animal waste bags in trash pits.
This is easy and quick. We passed this resolution before. We didn't start enforcement. The signs have come in. I've noticed an improvement in the trash pits where they've been placed. So my proposal here is let's start enforcing by warnings between now through January, so we don't make it a Happy New Year's gift, and then start enforcing with the first layer of penalties in February. That's it. I'll move it.
Second.
Any further comment from the commission? Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I think this is time to start doing that. I don't know what the enforcement will be done. I don't know what the penalty will be, but I think it's time to move on it.
The resolution spells it out. We're going to start with warnings first,
All right,
just like cardboard.
go for it.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I'm moving on to F10.
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026 providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question asking whether the city charter should be amended to include a requirement that any changes to the compensation of the elected officials beyond that regular consumer price index increase detailed in the city code be submitted to a vote of the electors, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This resolution calls for inclusion on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot for a question to be put forward to the voters regarding any future increases to salary and compensation of the elected officials. As you know, we're limited in scope on the number of words for the ballot questions, so just for efficiency's sake, I'll read it. The question would be requiring a vote of the electors prior to any changes to the compensation of the city's elected officials. Shall the city charter be amended to require that any change to the compensation of the city's elected officials beyond the annual adjustment to compensation based on the consumer price index as set forth in the code requires an affirmative vote of the electors prior to adoption by the City Commission. If adopted, the charter would be amended as indicated in the resolution. It would be an amendment to Section 7 of the charter and provide that any changes to the compensation after that election day, November 3rd, 2026, need to have a vote of the electors prior to adoption by the City Commission in the annual budget or any other way.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz?
You can do it at the end if you like. So we'll close the public comment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would anybody like to move this item?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All right. We have, Madam Vice Mayor, any comments, or would you like for me to make a motion? There's a motion, a second, and call for.
There's a motion second. Let's call the roll.
Call the roll?
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. F11.
F11 is the resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question asking whether the city charter should incorporate the city's fund balance and reserve policy adopted in ordinance that was adopted today and be amended to require approval of the electors prior to amendment of that fund balance and reserve policy or the expenditure of funds from the general fund reserve except for those funds authorized to be spent pursuant to the emergency powers authorized by the Charter, City Code, Declaration of Emergency, or other applicable law, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, and for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Similar, this item proposes a ballot question for the November 3rd, 2026 election. As you recall, earlier today, we adopted an ordinance that set forth in the city code a requirement of a 4/5 vote amending the city reserve policy, as well as a 4/5 vote required to expend funds. That reserve policy had previously been adopted via ordinance and was codified earlier today. This resolution would set forth a question to the voters whether or not that fund reserve policy should be adopted and set forth in the charter, and that any change to that policy and any expenditure of those funds that were held in the general reserve require a vote of the electors prior to expenditure or modification of that policy. The question, just for clarity's sake, is should the city charter be amended to require that the city maintain a 25% general fund reserve requirement and other fund requirements as adopted by the Commission in Ordinance 2025, number to be determined, and require that expending funds from the general fund reserve, except in those emergency situations outlined in that ordinance, or amending the city's fund balance and reserve policy, require an affirmative vote of the electors. If this is passed, the charter language that would be amended is included here. It's in Section 20 of the charter, and it would require that any change to that 25% general fund reserve or any expenditure of that fund go to the voters first. If it does not pass, the requirement in the ordinance that you adopted earlier today remains in the city code, which is the 4/5 vote.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Is the same comment. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. So, in fact, you all have decided to make the changes, and then after the fact, we're going to ask the people how they feel about it. Very democratic, very, very Gables-like. I think I felt like I was sitting in Havana, Cuba. First you make the move, and then you ask them whether they like it or not. Very good.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
I will shut the public comment. Can I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
To the mayor.
Excuse me?
Do you want to acknowledge her first if she has a comment?
That's the,
No, I
that's the protocol. Yes, ma'am.
just moved it, yeah.
And I was seconding.
Okay, I
So
did,
through-
my hearing's going.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
Really. I'm absolutely in favor of this. I think it needs to be in the charter so that we don't have changing winds depending on which commission is up here. The voters need to be able to weigh in.
Commissioner Lara?
Agreed.
Commissioner Castro?
In the future, if the commission decides to spend the reserves, this will make it hard for them to do it if they have to wait for a referendum. Therefore, what I'm really trying to say is time is very important. Timely is very important. If this is gonna go for a question and we need, or another commission or this commission, the future needs the money immediately, we're gonna be stuck in a very bad problem that we're not gonna be able to move it because we're gonna have to wait for an election to happen. So I think this is a terrible, terrible problem in the future for future commissions.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No comment.
Okay. So this is simple. When you threaten to use the reserves for beautification projects, after I've worked so hard to make sure we have this for the city, to have a triple bond rating, to make sure that when we have a hurricane, that you have all that money there to be the first city cleaned up in Miami-Dade County, and that it took, Diana, Ms. Gomez, took 6 or 7 years to get reimbursed from the state of Florida for the last hurricane. Yes, the one that we use basically our reserves for. How long?
We haven't gotten full reimbursement
What are we
yet.
short, like $1 million? What are we short?
About $1.3 million, something like that.
$1.3 million. So this is why you have to protect this money. And cities wish they had 25% reserves. That is an ambitious goal that I think it was Kaysen started. Was it Kaysen? I think it was a commission when I was there. We voted on that.
I think so.
So at the end of the day, you know, you talk about underfunding the pension. You talk about spending reserves. You give $2 million COLAs. You hire people when you tell them not to hire people. At the end of the day, there's got to be checks and balances. A regular commission over the last 12 years never needed that because I knew that they would never spend it. So I have no other choice but to present something as to make sure that I can ensure that we're viable in the future. Because just like when you vote for no, let's not spend 20 million on COLA, let's spend 40 million. Remember those negotiations with the fire unions? No, it's not giving them that money. It's giving more money, more money. I was like, wait a minute, stop. You can't do that. You're jeopardizing the city financially. It's a horrible situation. So this is why we're putting this forward, to make sure there's safety nets so that commissions don't come here and just start spending out of the people's money. That's why I'm doing it.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner Lara?
So to follow up, and Commissioner Castro, I know your concern, right, is that this will be tying up the hands of future commissions where if the money is needed in a hurry, there may be some difficulty because we have to wait for a special election. But as I understand it, this resolution as proposed provides for the funds to be accessed and spent pursuant to emergency powers that are authorized by the charter, the city code, declaration of emergency, or other applicable law. The point, I think, being that in those exigent circumstances, right, we would have availability to access the funds. Short of that kind of scenario, I don't know why we would need the money in a hurry, such hurry that we wouldn't wait for a referendum on it. It would be a very difficult thing for me to imagine that you would need the money in such a hurry and it wouldn't fall under one of these exceptions for something that's exigent, emergency-like. Otherwise, we didn't plan very well. If we needed the money, it would be more of a desire than it would be a need, as I see it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
To our city attorney, Christina, what would be your recommendation with this legislation right here as far as what's in the best interest of the city?
So that's a policy determination, Commissioner, and so I just obviously opine on the legality. It's perfectly legal for the city commission to proceed with this, and then the policy decision is yours, and then staff might have their recommendations as to the, you know, whether this is the best policy for the city.
Okay, and what is the staff recommendation on this on this policy?
Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So I definitely appreciate the restricting the fund balance. We took a long time to build it and make sure that we can't use it, so I am in total agreement that it should be completely secured. My only concern, if that's even, I wouldn't even call it a concern, is just that, you know, they're, how can I say it? It's also just not, like, so right now, so the 25% reserve is best practices. It's what we wanted to do. That number is going to continue to grow. Every year that our budget grows, the number continues to grow. And so at what point will a fund balance be too large and maybe, because it grows every year with the actual budget. So will 25% always be the right number? And then to put that in the hands of the voters is a difficult point. But as it stands now, I mean, I agree with the fact that we should make sure that we have that fund balance and we have that set fund balance that it cannot be touched absent an emergency. I agree with that completely. My concern may be that at some point, as the budget of the city continues to grow, that amount continues to grow, and then at what point is 25% going to be the right number a couple years from now or 10 years from now, whenever? I don't know.
Are you asking me? I'm going to answer you the question.
Okay.
When you hear one of my fellow commissioners to my left say, hey, let's take money from the reserves to use it for sidewalks or to use it for this, well, you know very well, because we've been here 12 years together, that what do? We budget.
Right.
We budget.
Absolutely.
We don't do instant gratification. We budget. So at the end of the day, that's why this is here. It's here because when you see money the way it was spent last year on COLAs, on hiring more people than we were hired, when having to vote against budgets, when raising salaries by 101% on the commission, when saying that, you know, when giving out the largest, you were in the meeting, in the fire union meeting, when we're begged for that, please don't vote for this. It's a massive deal. Rammed through. So what ends up happening? You know what? I have to do what I have to do to protect the city financially. Because like you said, it took us a long time. It's very easy to walk in here 2 years ago and say, hey, wow, our unfunded liability is not 51% anymore. It's almost 80%. Wow, we have over $50 million in cash. Remember how hard we worked as a commission to make those sacrifices? We didn't spend money on projects, right? We tightened our belt.
Right.
So that's why I have to do this today.
Right.
I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. Because as a person who owns a business and runs a business with a lot of employees, I have to feed my employees before I feed myself. And that's the way I treat the city. So,
And I agree.
Some people may not like that, and I understand they may think that, you know, Vince is
You
tough.
need to hear some more.
Vince is tough, and I understand that. If I may, Commissioner, please, just again.
You interrupted me.
No, I didn't interrupt you.
I was talking to Diana, and I'm still not even done.
I thought you were done. I thought you were done. But Commissioner,
Commissioner,
it's simple. I'm done. The bottom line is, like, when you're speaking, I don't interrupt you. And if I interrupted you, I apologize, but I thought you were done. That was not my intent. So moving forward, the floor is yours. The item is on the table. Do you have anything to proffer that will benefit the item?
Yes. I would vote for this resolution if we go ahead and we cap that 25% and we're able to use anything above the 25%.
So that's currently the policy. The policy only requires us to maintain 25%. So that is the current policy. That is the way the policy is written. So so that is already there. I mean, so for purposes of having the fund balance, I want to be very clear. I think it is super important. I was also very adamant about the fact that it needs to be there, needs to be maintained. It should not be touched. It should not be used. We use it for emergency purposes only. I'm totally in agreement with that.
Not to interrupt, Commissioner Castro, please.
Sure.
How much money do we make every year off of 25% interest?
So
just 5%.
Yeah. So I mean, right now the fund balance reserve is around I want to say $59 million. So yes. So
we're making money on this.
Yes.
Keep it. Be smart about it. You don't have to go against you on everything. And again, you should know the simple policy that if 25%, if it goes above 25%, we can use it. Oh.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have 2 points to bring forward as an additional reason why we need to protect this money. FEMA may run out of money.
Yep.
Number 2, when you have unions interviewing candidates, and one of their questions is, are you willing to spend the reserves so we can get better raises? You need to protect the reserves because you don't want them encouraging, supporting voters to vote for candidates who are willing to deplete our reserves in order to give them whatever they want. That's my final comment.
Commissioner, anything else for the good of the order on this item?
No.
Thank you. Call the roll.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. Moving on to F12.
F12 is a resolution of the City Commission rescinding its intent to reimburse certain project costs incurred with proceeds of future taxes at financings and providing an effective date.
Madam Vice Mayor, is your item?
Very simple. Voters have spoken and knocked many doors. They do not want the city taking out a $59 million bond that would cost $40 million in interest. To be able to do projects such as these, they want us to budget going forward very carefully, not massive amounts of bond money out here at a time when interest rates are high. We can make precision decisions in the future, but by and large, they want it budgeted through capital improvement projects. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any comment from the commission?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is yet another one of my campaign promises that I intend to deliver.
Anyone else?
Through the mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
this is the intent resolution that I was talking about when we were talking about Phillips Park. This resolution was to be able to fund City Hall, sidewalk repairs, Venetian facility, citywide infrastructure improvements. This was one of the options, not like we didn't have any options, but I thought this was a good idea. I know there's not support in the commission right now, and I completely respect that, but I still think it's a good idea.
Commissioner? Okay. I want to respond to Commissioner Castro. This is reckless and dangerous. Reckless and dangerous to take out $60 million of debt in the current state of this economy right now we're in. I would never in my life as a business owner even contemplate going to a bank and take out such a massive amount of money. This right here is what destroys businesses and destroys cities and destroys countries when you basically are riddled with debt. This is simple. Treat the city like your home. You want to buy something? Very simple. You save up for it. And you only buy it when you can afford it. And you never leverage yourself to a point where you're in a position that, again, could destabilize your home. That's the way that I live. I'm thankful that the Vice Mayor put this on the agenda. And as long as I'm on this dais, I will not support any debt that does not have a revenue stream. Case in point, parking, that is providing a revenue stream. That to me is fine because you have a revenue stream that's intact. And when you talk about our parking department, you talk about the asset that we have, it's first class. Nobody provides what we have in Miami-Dade County. So to me, I don't bond debt for beautification. I will never do that. I will always budget. We have a first and a second. Will you call the roll, Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. F14.
F14 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the charter should be amended to include a prohibition on amending the date of the election via ordinance insofar as that prohibition is not in conflict with state law, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So similar to the other two items, this sends a question to the voters for the November 3rd, 2026 election. I wanted to, if it's all right with you, take just a minute to talk through this. It's a little bit of a, similar to the one we adopted earlier. It addresses some work that we did earlier today on this commission floor. So, as you know, earlier today, the commission adopted an ordinance that amended the charter to call for elections in November of even-numbered years. As of today, once that's codified, that's the way the charter reads. This This sends a ballot question to the voters that asks the following. Shall the city charter be amended to prohibit changing the city's general election date away from November of even-numbered years through the adoption of an ordinance by the city commission, insofar as that prohibition is not in conflict with state law? As you know, today we moved the election date via ordinance, which is clearly not in conflict with state law, as the city attorney explained earlier. There is a little bit of discrepancy between a few provisions of state law. Some say about moving to coincide with the general election via ordinance. Some just say generally moving the election. So right now, there are provisions in place that allow the city to move the election to coincide with the general election via ordinance. That is very clear and what we did earlier today. So this amendment, if adopted by the voters, would prohibit changing that city's general election date away from November via ordinance insofar as at the time when that item comes up, it is not in conflict with state law.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment.
I'll move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Totally in favor.
Mr. Commissioner Lara.
Completely in favor.
Does the commission have any other comments they'd like to add?
Nope.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Yes.
No. I mean, call for a vote. I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, at the request of Commissioner Castro, we're calling for a vote.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I do have, actually, when I reread it now, it is being changed by ordinance. So we're saying it cannot be changed by ordinance even though the state law allows it. Isn't that putting us in conflict with state law?
So we have changed it by ordinance to November, right? This would prohibit future changes by ordinance so long as state law allows it. So as Stephanie mentioned, some provisions in state law are very specific that it can be changed to coincide with the general election. There's a more general provision in state law that says a municipality can change the date of its election by ordinance. So I think if there was a initiative to, if this is adopted and the voters approve this and it becomes part of our charter, and then we have an initiative by someone to change the date of our election by ordinance away from a general election, I think we need to determine at that point whether state law would allow it at that time. Would allow that prohibition, I should say.
Okay. Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. F-15.
F-15 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to develop and implement a plan for increased traffic enforcement in the vicinity of Coral Gables High School at certain times and directing city staff to work with outside agencies and resources as needed.
Okay, as I have addressed before, safety, especially in schools, Vision Zero, I know Vice Mayor has spoken a lot about that, and we've worked towards no accidents, no deaths. We have somebody in the audience that actually was one of the residents that spoke with me from the Italian Village. Patrick, thank you for being here. This is something we need to move forward with, and I would hope I have the support of the commission.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
I don't think you moved it. I'll second it.
I guess good evening. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is way long overdue. If you just go by any school, go by Coral Gables High any time of the day, and you see the craziness. People do not, there's 2 police officers there most of the time, and once in a blue moon, I see them giving tickets. The kids come out of that parking lot. It's amazing that nobody has gotten killed. It is incredible. I know we talked somewhere along the line about the university student that got killed. The kids that go to Gables High are very lucky because we could have had a series of them getting killed. There's in the morning, in the afternoon, the kids, the parents, the people waiting, there's no laws. You know, they go around you. I mean, they pass you on the wrong side of the street. They go, it's incredible. This is way, way long overdue before we have a disaster.
Mr. Clerk?
Patrick Ilavaca.
Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you for waiting. I didn't know that you were here for this item.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff. You guys are awesome, by the way. The staff is amazing. This is actually my first time I speak in a public forum, and actually 2 months ago to this date was my 50th birthday, and I decided that I was going to be much more involved in civics. I think we should make civics cool again. I live in 513 San Lorenzo. I should have said that earlier. I'm sorry, I'm still learning. 513 San Lorenzo Boulevard. As of about 2 months, the residences around us have been gathering more and more. And I want to particularly thank Police Unit 312, Chief Haddock. He has been going out there more regularly giving citations. We're very, very happy about these citations. There should be more, and if you're looking for revenue, there's at least 100 citations you can do a day there. There's jaywalking, there's speeding, there's disrespect. I've been told to get a life by the parents, and I just want my Italian village safe. I'm encouraged by the Council of Mayors, as well as this commission, to the commitment to an immediate and long-term student safety improvement at Coral Gables High School, and I hope this resolution is a first. May I point out that there is a fantastic Florida Department of Transportation called Safe Routes to Schools, SRTS grant, which the deadline is in January, and that is a great way to find funding in order to best the problem that we have. I'm also very happy to say that I went to my first literacy festival over the weekend. It was fantastic. I made great connections with different parts of the city in terms of library, the Rotary Club, amongst other organizations. They're fantastic. I look forward to working with them, getting to know them, joining them. I also like to say that civics is something that needs to be much more worked on. And since I live in Coral Gables High School area, I think it's a great opportunity to look into making civics cool again. This past election demonstrates that there's a high interest, but I think after seeing what I saw today, this is the first time I sit and listen. There's a lot to be learned. I have a lot to learn. I plan on coming to all the commission's meetings because I truly believe that this city, to be the best, we need to have the best education. And I think we are failing in that, to be honest with you. The city's great. It's beautiful. The architect's great. But the ratings in certain schools, particularly Coral Gables High School, can be a lot better. And to begin with that would be with safety and a little bit respect from the parents to the residences. As we all know, the percentage of Coral Gables High School students that are from Coral Gables is not the majority. And I hope that the safety will bring more respect to the residences, because the residences are still very not at even sight with the Coral Gables High School, how it's run in terms of its safety protocol. But I'm encouraged that the mayor, the Council of Mayor is going to be doing this with Jeff. He's a great guy. He's a neighbor of mine, and he's a wonderful man, and I'm glad that he came and spoke. And I'm sorry if I took more of your time, because it's a long day, but it's a great day. Thank you
for being here. First and foremost, Jeff is the one that came up with the idea. He's been working on it, flushing it out for the last 6 months. and the Mayor's Council. Again, it's just about doing good things and bringing out good ideas. So if you'd like to join the Mayor's Council, we may have a position available there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
Always
that.
looking for people who are interested, who are willing to sit here all day.
I am open
on an item
to-
like this. If you're that passionate, then you're my guy. Join the Mayor's Council. It doesn't pay well. Actually, it doesn't pay anything, but
I'm
I
not
mean,
looking for money anymore. At 50, I decided I want to be more involved either by education or by political
I met
activism.
you. I met you at the precinct
Yes, sir.
with your dog.
Yes.
An
yes.
amazing dog.
Yes, I think all my, everyone's met my
Patriot.
dog. So Patriot, yes. But I appreciate the time. I'm very encouraged by what I saw today in terms about the safety. There's a lot to be done, but if you're looking for someone who wants to give more time, I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion and a second? We do, correct?
I moved it.
And the Vice Mayor seconded?
I just have a
Yes.
quick addition, especially since you want to sacrifice yourself to help out the neighborhood. I walked all of Riviera to ascertain interest in connecting the sidewalks for safety. And asked the manager's office to follow through again on grant requests. I know that we got some, and we'll reconvene on that to get that project to bear fruit. And surprisingly, they also were interested in bike lanes on Riviera. There's also something called speed detection signs, and they flash when someone exceeds the speed limit. I thought this might have been premature because we were still waiting for a traffic study, but unfortunately, the street where the carrot was run over didn't qualify. For streets that don't qualify for traffic calming, if the residents want to pull the money together, we can get these speed detection signs on. Come see me on Friday. We can do a deep dive on them. And maybe you can be the one that talks to your neighbors and see if they want to do that. No. Friday afternoon. Friday afternoon, 8:30 now.
I'll be more than happy to represent Italian Village.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Chief, thank you, F-19. Let's see how fast we can do this.
Oh, that's, okay.
It's a good one.
But you want to know how many tickets we wrote last 2 weeks?
Go.
I just want to manage everybody's expectations so the commission's aware. Right now, the RFP for the school safety zone cameras is in its final stages. We are reviewing it now, which will open up some of the resources. But to give you an idea, and I appreciate the officers in 312, but in the last 2 weeks, the department has written 747 tickets within the city. 58 of those were at Ponce and Sarto up Crossroads, Bird and Riviera, 28 of those, 19 at San Esteban and Riviera, 14 at Lejeune and Granello, 13 at Altera and Lejeune, 10 at Ponce and Riviera. So we are actually out there enforcing a lot of those issues, and to the gentleman's observe, it's not necessarily speed. Our biggest problem every school year is actually parents stopping in the middle of Lejeune Road and dropping off. So those are a lot of the officers you see standing in the middle of Riviera. I'm sorry, on Ponce. We have used the NSAs, the NTLs, as well as our officers in the Italian Village of trying to get Abuelo and Abuela to stop. As I told a lot of the homeowners, turn your sprinklers on and water your the front of your house, and they won't park there. And it's worked. They will wait someplace else. So with that, we will continue to work. So I just want everybody to know we should be ready to go by the school year. We will be working with the school officials as we have before about the students crossing over and leaving in that area for that pedestrian side and that. The second part, I'll segue into the next one for you. As the mayor talked, and we talked for this body before, we're looking at economic ways and also green ways to patrol the streets. And I told him I would come back to you when I found something that I thought was fitting. So with that, if we would roll the video, and I'm not sure how this is going to work. Hopefully the sound's not on. We have found the first police-rated vehicle, all electric. It's a Chevy Blazer. It's from GM, called the Involve. Yeah, not the sound, please. It's too much music this late in the day. We actually had this test drive. I think I sent some pictures as well, gentlemen, if you could push those up. We did have them come down and some of the officers actually test drove it. What we are going to do with no budget implication, this is already money set aside, we are going to roll out 3 of these individual vehicles. We are going to test them both with the radios, the lights, the computers. We'll be staying pretty much in the north end of the city, days, afternoons, and midnights. We do anticipate an 8-year study on this, similar to what we did with the take-home vehicles, which is the fully warranted batteries on these vehicles as well. This was the one that we had across the street. We all took it for a ride. I know the mayor actually joined us as well. As I said, this is the first police-rated vehicle of its kind throughout the country, and we have ordered 3 of those. They will not be any addition to what our budget is, and we'll report back to you on whether that's something a little more advantageous for the city to save money.
Chief, I want to commend you as always. You're thinking outside the box. I also want to mention an individual who brought to our attention the idea of electric cars, J.C. Padron, a few years ago. We started with the first Tesla with him. I haven't had a chance to catch up with him in some time, but I wanted to give him credit because the first iteration was the Tesla. Now we're moving into the Blazers. I'm very happy this is an American-made product. We continue to push, buy American, especially in these moments. It's really important. It's one of the things that we discussed. Super sleek, super cool. Obviously saves money on gas, maintenance, tolls. And again, we're leading, and I want to commend you and your team for putting it together and just working hard. So thank you
one
for
of the
this.
interesting things General Motors has is there's actually an app to charge this because these cars are take-home vehicles for your police officers. So we were trying to figure out how do we have them charge them at home.
Yeah.
But there is an app that we will be billed for it, like we would for regular gas. So the officers will obviously have to charge their radios, their body-worn cameras, and their cars in some cases. But we will be looking forward to reporting back to you on how this works here in the city of Coral Gables.
Thank you, Chief.
Through the mayor, just a quick question for the chief. Chief, you said you had all these over 700 tickets that were issued?
Yes, sir.
Right. Do you have any sense, super high level, how many of those were to residents of the Gables versus those who are outside the city residents?
We can, with our new RMS system, Commissioner, I can get that answer for you. We have it from what their addresses are, and I'll report back to those. What we do chart, or what I do chart on a regular basis, is we have about a 75-30 type of verbal written warning versus tickets. The nice thing about technology is that every time an officer stops you and runs your license here in Coral Gables, you know if we've given you a warning or not. But a lot of those is that cut-through traffic that we see. Again, I think the tickets are up because since COVID, we now do all those by Zoom, so we're not losing the officers for 2 or 3 hours or costing more money. They do have to go to court, but they're doing it all on Zoom, so it's become more efficient. The number-wise gets turned over to finance on how much money we get on the red light cameras, the ticket, and that revenue comes in to the general fund for as it is right now.
But it's all about safety.
It's all about safety. No, it is, and we have some repeat offenders too.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. F-22. See, we got out before 9 o'clock. What do you think?
It is. I want to have a brief discussion with you all because I went out on the golf course, must have been a year and a half or so ago. Mr. Hermes Diaz. Matthew Dietz was out there. We were talking about putting in an accessible path. We also have issues on Geraldo Plaza where we have step into one of the bars. And we need to have a plan for remediating these issues, timelines for doing so. There is money in a budget, in the capital improvement budget for ADA accessibility issues, and taking care of these things, not just kicking it down the can down the road, because I'm rather ashamed now that I have no idea what to say to Mr. Dietz anymore as to when are we going to provide an accessible path from the golf course, the Granada Golf Course, to the crosswalk, to be able to get someone across the road. And the same thing happens with Geraldo Plaza. And I've already talked to the manager about doing trainings with our folks over in development services so that when they're reviewing plans, that they can flag these issues when developments are coming through more efficiently. So
So if I may, we already have a plan, which I believe is approved by the county for that crossing on Greenway and Coral Way, which is the connection to the path on the golf course. I have to get back to the office and double check. I think we're working with a contractor, but it's something that we should probably gonna be starting fairly soon. It's a very small, quick job. If you could please repeat the other location you were mentioning?
Giralda Plaza. you know,
Giralda Plaza?
Giralda Plaza.
Uh-huh.
And when it was designed, they didn't take into account, for instance, the step to get into the bar. It used to be called the bar, or maybe still called the bar. Another, entity went in there.
A private,
I know, but when
okay.
when you're doing sidewalks, when you're doing
right.
any pavers up to a business entrance, if you're creating a step, you're creating a barrier, anything more than a quarter inch rise in level, you have to have a beveled surface, and then we have inches. So it's incumbent upon us to slope it properly, have the required flat area, which I think is, at least 60 inches before you get to that entrance. And this is one of these cans that have been kicked down the road for a long time, so I wanted to bring it to all my colleagues' attention that we need to move forward on these things. High top tables, when you're approving them for a restaurant, all the tables can't be high top. You need to have some that can go lower to deal with individuals that can't be standing. Okay, so those are some of my points I wanted to highlight to, you're not in development services, but this is a citywide issue that we need to be more attuned to these regulations and comply with them. Thank you, that's it. It's a discussion item. Come back to us, make sure it's in the budget. So
I can say that at the intersection of Coral Way and Greenway, we're gonna be starting on that soon. We'll get back to you on an exact timeline.
okay, and then I can forward that email to
Yes.
Mr. Dietz so he knows that it's finally bearing some fruit. Thank you very much. Sorry for the late day.
Madam Vice Mayor, just so everybody knows, if we're gonna go beyond 9 o'clock, I'm gonna need a motion and a majority vote so we can move forward. So I think that we can potentially get this done in the next 15, 20 minutes.
I think so.
Not pushing anybody.
No, I
We
think
have time. We have 2 things left, but I just want everybody to know that, again, F-23, Biltmore Way. This is important. This is something we've been waiting for a long time.
So, Mrs. Bell-Lewin, Biltmore Way landscape plans. I know you said you have a plan available and ready, and it's pretty.
We are working, we actually have a presentation. We're gonna go to community. We have a community meeting scheduled for May 28th for next week. We've been working with a consultant, Calvin Giordano, to finalize a presentation. We've been making some comments throughout the week. I'm hoping to get the final version, if it's not in my inbox today, most likely tomorrow, which time I will share with the entire commission. And the idea is not a plan, it's a presentation, so hopefully we can get a final buy-in from the community, and then so we can actually go ahead and move forward with the actual design. We do have funding for design. Obviously, through the budget process, we'll have to fund the actual construction if that's the decision we want to move in. But we're going to be moving forward what we've been discussing throughout, which is basically the addition of trees on the sidewalk areas along Biltmore Way, the 2 blocks west of the circle.
Yes. So it's very clear for the public that's watching, and the questions that have been asked to me, we're doing this in phases. The first phase is put in the trees.
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Anything else from the commission? All right. F-25, the last one, correct? We have one more?
Last commission item.
Yeah, last
Oh.
commission item, yeah, of course.
Last commission item.
F-20, there we go.
So I'm going to send you all a memo. I've gotten a lot of emails about pesticides causing Parkinson's and other diseases and permanent conditions, and I want to share that all with you and ask our staff to look at what's